Hello all, welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I'm going to explain the first topic of PyTest, that is what is PyTest. So let's get started. PyTest is a unit testing framework for Python programming language. If you are using Python programming for writing the code, then in that case, the unit testing framework that is supported by this Python programming language is none other than this PyTest. And we are going to use this PyTest as a unit testing framework in our test automation project, where we are going to write our Selenium automation code in Python programming language. If in case, in place of Python, if you are using Java, then which test automation frameworks or unit testing frameworks we have to use? TestNG or JUnit. Okay, in case of Java, we have TestNG or JUnit unit testing framework supported, but Python supports PyTest unit testing framework. Okay, in our Selenium automation projects, we are going to use PyTest as a testing framework because in this series, we are going to use or write the automation code in Python programming language. So we have to take a supported testing framework, that is PyTest. But if you are writing your automation code or any other thing in Java programming language, in place of PyTest, you have to use TestNG or JUnit. So in this series, we are going to use PyTest because our programming language we have chosen for automating our code, etc. is Python. Okay. So who can use PyTest? Only the testers can use PyTest? No, no, that is not the answer. Okay. Both developers and testers can use PyTest. Okay. Developers will use this PyTest. Okay, for unit testing purpose. Okay, for unit testing purpose, developers generally perform the unit testing, right? So for unit testing, for automating the unit testing purpose, developers will use PyTest. So what the testers will use PyTest for? Testers will use PyTest in their automation testing projects. Okay, for automation testing purpose, testers need to use PyTest. Okay, so without PyTest also we can run the automation scripts, but in actual frameworks and all, right, where a proper project is created where PyTest need to be used for automation testing. Okay, so that you'll get a lot of benefits by including PyTest in our automation testing projects. A lot of benefits will be included. What are the advantages or benefits that we'll get included in our automation testing projects by including PyTest? The advantages we get are control flow. We can decide the flow of the execution of the automation code with the help of PyTest. Okay, control flow of the code. Second thing is running in group. So without PyTest, we have to run the test separately. Okay, so different tests we need to run separately, one after the other one, separate way. But with the help of PyTest, we can run all the tests together. Okay, as a group, we can run the tests. Third thing is parallel execution. While one test is running, parallelly another test can run. Okay, multiple tests can run at the same time. That is possible with the help of PyTest. Generating the report. With the help of PyTest, we can generate the different type of reports and many more advantages we get by including PyTest in our test automation projects where we are writing our automation code in Python programming language. So hope guys you understood what exactly is PyTest in this session, and more details about PyTest will be covered in the upcoming sessions of this series. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain PyTest is free and open source testing framework. So let's get started. PyTest is free. That means you don't have to pay any single buck to use this PyTest software or framework. Okay, it's completely free. You don't have to pay any amount for the license. Rather, you can use PyTest for completely free. But what is open source? I'm saying PyTest is not only free, but also open source. Is free and open source terms same? The answer is no. Okay, they are different. Free means you don't have to pay any single amount or rupee or buck or whatever it is to use the software. Coming to open source means the code that is written by developers for building this PyTest or developing this PyTest is publicly available. Okay, anyone can access the code written for developing this PyTest, and they can use the code also. Okay, they can download, they can access, they can do whatever with the code. So PyTest is open source, means the code that is written for developing it is publicly available. Anyone can go and access and use it. So let me prove that the PyTest is free and open source. Okay, so we have to search for this GitHub link. So just open this browser, any browser, and here type PyTest space GitHub. Just press enter. You'll get this link. PyTest dev PyTest. Okay. PyTest framework makes it easy to write small tests kind of. Click on that. You'll be taken to this page. You see, it's open source. The code, you can download the code from here. Okay. The complete. And you can even access the code from here. For example, here SRC, here PyTest. Just click on this link. You'll get all the code. Okay. That is written for PyTest, right? So the complete project can be downloaded and complete PyTest code can be downloaded. If you click on downloads, it means the complete code written for developing this PyTest can be downloaded. This proves that it is open source and at the same time it is free also. Okay, you don't have to pay any amount to use the PyTest. It's completely free. So hope guys you understood how PyTest is a free and open source testing framework. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye. Hello. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I'm going to show you the official website of PyTest. So let's get started. What is the official website of PyTest? It's none other than pytest.org. How to open this PyTest official website? Let me show you. Let me open this browser and search for this term known as PyTest and press enter. In the search results, the first link is nothing but the official website of PyTest, that is pytest.org. Helps you write better programs, PyTest documentation. Okay. So just click on this. You'll be taken to the official website of PyTest where you'll find lots of documentation on PyTest on how to use PyTest and all. Okay. You can get started here. Start learning about PyTest, including the installation of PyTest and all those stuff. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to show you how to install PyTest in PyCharm IDE editor. So let's get started. How to install PyTest testing framework in this PyCharm IDE editor? For that, we have few commands. So these are the few commands that we have to run in this PyCharm IDE editor in order to install PyTest testing framework. So let me switch to this PyCharm IDE where I have to install the PyTest, which is a testing framework. And there are a few commands. In order to run these commands, I have to go to the terminal. Just click on this terminal option. You'll get this PyCharm IDE's terminal where we have to type the command. Okay. The first command we have to type is pip space install space PyTest. Here pip stands for package installer for Python. Okay. So in Python related packages will be many. In that PyTest is one of them. So in order to install that, we have to use this pip. Pip stands for package installer for Python. Under that, we are installing this package known as PyTest package. Okay. So pip install PyTest. Just type this command pip space install space PyTest. Okay. So now press enter. It will now install PyTest. You see, it got installed. This 23 point some 0.1 or something got installed. Okay. So this is how we have to install PyTest. And also it's better after installing PyTest from this terminal by typing this pip install PyTest, right? It's also better that you select a project, select file and go to this settings. Okay. Go to settings. Under settings, select this project. That is same project, sample project. Under the project, you'll have this Python interpreter option. Select that. You'll get this window where you click on this plus icon and search for PyTest like this. Just search for PyTest like this. And you'll get this PyTest option here. Select this PyTest option and say install package. So in order to install PyTest, first install pip install PyTest there. And after that, go to this place and search for PyTest and install it. You see PyTest installed successfully. So scanning installed packages and all, that's fine. Now, once it is done, close this, say okay. Okay. So in this, we should have PyTest. Okay. Once the PyTest is available here in this list, say okay. That's it. So this is how we have to install PyTest. To confirm whether the PyTest got successfully installed or not with the above steps, we have to go to the terminal again and here type PyTest hyphen version and press enter. If you are getting any version of the PyTest means PyTest got installed successfully in your PyCharm IDE editor. Okay. So hope guys you understood how to install PyTest in PyCharm IDE editor in this session. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to show you how to run the test methods using PyTest testing framework. So let's get started. Till now, we have not used PyTest for running anything in our project, right? We have not even used PyTest for running anything in our project. But from now onwards, we are going to use PyTest. So how did we run something without the help of PyTest so far? Let me show you practically. Here we have this PyCharm ID. Under that we have a project. Okay. We have not used PyTest so far to run anything so far, right? So here we have this main.py file and under the main.py file, we used to write some Python code. Let's say print statement. For example, this is one of the Python code. To run this print statement or this Python code, we have not used PyTest so far. Right click here and say run main. That's it. It will run the code which is there in the main.py file of this project and you'll get the output here. You see the print statement has printed my name here. This is what we have done so far. But going ahead, we are going to use PyTest testing framework in order to run the test methods. How? For this to happen, we have to adhere to some rules. Okay, we have to follow some rules. That is the things that we are going to create here like package name, file name, method names, okay, should adhere to some rules. So there is no such rule for any package name. You can give any package name, but coming to the Python file names and method names, they should start with test underscore. Then only PyTest will be able to run this Python files and the methods. Okay. If the method names and file names are starting with test underscore, then PyTest will recognize. There's no such rules for packages. Packages can have any name. They don't have to start with test underscore. But coming to the Python file names and method names, they should start with the test underscore. That's what is the rule. So let's say under this project, let me create a package. Right click new, select this Python package. The package name can be anything. You don't have to start with test underscore. I'll say sample package. Okay, press enter. A package has been created. You see, it is not starting with test underscore. No problem with that. PyTest doesn't worry if the package name is not starting with test underscore. That's okay. Under the package, I'm going to create a Python file. But the name of the Python file should start with test underscore for it to get detected by the PyTest. Okay. So test underscore sample file. This is a sample Python file. Okay. It should start with test underscore. If it is not starting with test underscore, PyTest cannot detect it. Okay. Press enter. So under this, I'll create, under this Python file, I'll create some functions, def or methods, whatever you call. Def sample one. For sample, I'll give some print statements inside sample one. One more function, def sample two. Print inside sample two. Now third one, def sample three. Print. If this function got called and executed, it will print inside sample three in the output. Okay, like this. Let's give some space, extra space, so that these warnings will go off. Okay. You see, these functions are not starting with test underscore, but file name is starting with test underscore. Now, I have to go to terminal. I have to go to this terminal. And if I have to run this particular test using PyTest, okay, from this PyCharm ID using PyTest, if I have to run this particular Python file, then I have to simply say PyTest here. Type PyTest here and press enter. You see, no test ran. Why no test ran? Because these test methods or test functions are not starting with test underscore. If I add test to one of the function, now run it, again type PyTest here. So under the project PyTest will go inside the package and it will find the Python files which are starting with test underscore and the functions also starting with test underscore, it will automatically find. Okay, press enter. Here one test will run. You see, one pass. Remaining two functions are not starting with test underscore, so they didn't get detected by the PyTest. Okay, PyTest has only detected one test method. Okay, so if you add test underscore here also and here also, all the functions have the test underscore, including the file name. Then you see this time three tests will run. Instead of one pass, it will say three pass this time. You see, three got passed, but we didn't get any output here. Did we get any output? No. Collected three items, three got passed, but no output. You are not getting the output. For getting the output, you have to use some flags. Okay. All about flags, I'm going to cover in detail in here. Okay. For now, I'll give a sample of flags. So PyTest -RA. Like this, you have to write one flag. If you write this flag, you will be able to see the output. Okay. You will be able to see this things printed in the output console. Press enter. Three will pass. These three tests got run. Sample one, sample two, sample three, test sample one, test sample two, test sample three, and you'll see the output here. You see, test sample one got executed, and this is the output we got. Where is this? Test session started. I think last one we have to see. Okay, we didn't get a proper output. I'll just clear it out and say clear PyTest -RA. Let me run it again and see what is the output we are getting. You see, we got the output. Test sample one got executed, and this print statement inside sample one got printed. Test sample two got executed, inside sample two got printed. Test sample three got executed, inside sample three got printed. Like this. Okay, three test methods got executed. What if I rename this? Right click. Where is this? I'll right click here and say refactor rename. I'll just remove the test underscore here before the Python file name and say refactor here. Now can I run it? PyTest, press enter. You see no run. Okay, no test run because these test functions are inside a Python file which is not starting with test underscore. They didn't get detected by the PyTest. PyTest is unable to detect. No matter where they are in the project, whether they are in a particular package or what, doesn't matter. PyTest will detect the Python file names which are starting with test underscore and the methods which are starting with test underscore and run them. Okay, that's how the PyTest works. Again, let me change this thing to refactor, rename, just add test underscore here and say refactor. This time run it, it will run. You see all the three tests got run. If you want to see the output also, you have to say PyTest and provide a flag. All about flags I'll cover later. RA, press enter, you will get the output also in this. You see, output also came. Okay. And all the three tests have run because they are starting with test underscore. So these are few rules that you have to follow. Okay. These are the few rules you have to follow for PyTest to run your test methods. Okay. For running the test methods using PyTest testing framework, the Python file name and test method name should start with test underscore. Package name, it doesn't matter. And there is one more command, guys. Okay. If you want to give PyTest, that's okay. Till now we were giving PyTest only, right? PyTest like that we are giving. Instead of that, you can also give py.test also. Some people will give py.test. Just see here what I'm trying to do. Just here, instead of running using PyTest, you will give py.test -r capital A, press enter. This also will do the same thing, okay? Whether you can run the PyTest command or py.test command, okay? So both will work in the same fashion. Some people will use PyTest, some people will use py.test to run the test. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover some other things about PyTest. Till then, see you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I'm going to practically demonstrate different assertions in PyTest. So let's get started. Assertions in PyTest will decide whether the test is passed or failed. If the assertion passes, the test will pass. If the assertion fails, the PyTest will fail the test. So let me give you some examples. Here are few examples of the assertions. We have to use assertions by writing this keyword known as assert keyword inside the test methods. Okay. So after the assert keyword, we have some expression which either results in true or false. If it results in true, the assert statement will pass the test. If this expression results in false, the assert statement will fail the test. Let me practically demonstrate all these examples, assert examples for you. Okay. So I'll switch to this PyCharm ID where we have some sample tests which can be run with the help of PyTest that I covered in the previous session already. In the previous session, I showed you how to run this test with the help of PyTest. Now, I'll remove these sample print statements from these individual test methods, which can be run with the help of PyTest. And instead, I'll write some code. A is equal to 5, B is equal to 10. And here, I'll write assert A equal to B. Okay. So here A is 5, B is 10. So A is not equal to B, it will return in false. And assert statement will fail the test because of this expression resulting in false. Now let's go with another example. Here, assert A greater than B. Okay. So I'll write the similar kind of thing. A is equal to 7, B is equal to some 14. Or I'll give B is equal to 3 otherwise. And here I'll write down assert A greater than B. Here A is 7, which is greater than B, that is 3. 7 is greater than 3. So it will pass the test because this expression is resulting in true. Assert true will pass the test. Now, the next one is, let's go with another example. A dot equal to B. I'll say A is equal to, let's say, Arun. B is equal to, I'll give another name, that is Motori, my last name. And here I'll write down assert A dot equals B. Okay. So A is not equal to B, it will return in false and the test will fail. Assert, because of the assertion fail, the test will fail. So now run the test. Let's go to terminal. Clear the previous output. Now write PyTest-RA. Press enter. You see, out of 3 tests, 2 tests got failed because of assertions. You can see the assertion errors here, right? Test sample 1, 5 equal to 10 is false. So assertion error came here. Then here this one, okay? 5 equal to 10 is false. And then 3 is also failing because of this assertion error where Arun is not equal to Motori. So it failed. And third one is passing. Test sample 2 is passing. Okay, only this test got passed, remaining all tests got failed. So 2 out of 3 tests got failed and 1 out of 3 tests got passed. Okay, this is what is the thing. Now, if a particular assertion fails, if you want to display a message, let's say here, you can provide double quotes and say A is not equal to B. Now run the test. Now run the PyTest-RA like this. This time this message also get printed in the output. Okay, the reason for the failure will be printed in the output console. You see, two failed out of 3 tests. That is here you see this particular test got failed. Test sample 1 assertion error. Why? What is the reason? A is not equal to B. Here assert false is coming, but here the reason is coming. A is not equal to B is coming. Here also I want to give some message. Arun is not equal to Motori. Hence it is failing, right? Now again run it. Again clear it and say PyTest-R. PyTest-RA. Press enter. You see, again this message is coming. Whatever the message I'm giving after the expression, right? Assert expression, right? That message is coming if this particular assertion fails. If it passes, no message will come. This message won't be displayed, won't be printed. Okay? Why? Because the test is passing. The assertion is passing means this message will not be printed. Only when it fails, this message will be printed in the output. See here, again, let me run. In case of pass, the message will not come. You see, the test sample 2 got passed, no message is coming. Only when the assertion fails, these messages, whatever you are providing in double quotes after the assertion expression, right, they will be printed in the output console. So this is what are the examples, few examples of the assertions and how to use assertions in PyTest. Okay. So with the help of these assertions, we can either pass the test or fail the test. Okay. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I'm going to practically show you the different flags that are there in PyTest. So let's get started. There are several tags that are available in PyTest. To find out what different flags we have in PyTest, we have to use this -help or -h. Okay. So you have to run this command PyTest -help or PyTest -h, any of them. You'll get all the information about all the flags that you can use with PyTest. So let's quickly switch to this PyCharm IDE where we have the sample project. Under this project, we created a sample package. Under the package, we created a sample Python file, which is starting with test underscore. If it is not starting with test underscore, PyTest will not recognize this or will not run this. Okay. PyTest will only run the Python files which are starting with test underscore. So under this Python file, I'm going to create some methods. Okay. I'll say def sample one, and I'll write some sample print statement here. I'll say inside sample one. Similarly, few more methods I'll create def sample two, print inside. When you run this function or method, it will print sample two, right? Now def sample three, print inside sample three will be printed on running this function or method. But will PyCharm will be able to run any of these functions? The answer is no. Okay, if you try to do so, you'll say you will get no test ran kind of message. You see, if I say PyTest here, no test ran is coming because all these methods or functions are not starting with test underscore. For PyCharm, for PyTest to run any Python files or any methods inside the Python files, okay, it can be Python files or any methods inside the Python files, all should start with test underscore. Then only PyTest will be able to run them. Otherwise, it will not detect and it will not run them. Now, after providing test underscore before this test methods, okay, and Python file is also there starting with test underscore. Now PyTest will recognize this Python file and the test methods inside the Python file. Now if I type PyTest here and run this, all the 3 out of 3 test methods which are starting with test underscore got recognized by PyTest and got run also. Okay. But the problem here is I didn't get much information here. Okay. The details about the test which got run when I'm running this command PyTest, what test got run, the details have not been displayed. Instead, collected 3 items is coming. And under this Python file, test sample file is coming, but which test inside this Python file is not coming here. The details are not coming here. For that, we have to use some flags, okay? Like -v. -v stands for verbose. V stands for verbose. Here you'll get all the information of the test which got run. -ra. Here, not only the password test, but also the information about the failed test also will come with -ra, like that, and -k and so on. To find out how many flags are there, we can simply use this command -help or -h. These are the flags. Come here and type PyTest -help. You'll get the list of flags that you can use in PyTest. Okay. This complete information is all about the different flags we have in PyTest. Okay, like -k, you see a lot of flags are there. -v verbose, right? Then -r, you can use -rf, re, rs, like that, ra, like that, and so on. Many flags are there in PyTest that we can use, but you don't have to learn all this stuff. So I'm going to filter some flags in PyTest that are more than enough. Okay. If you want to know more about these flags, you can type PyTest space -help or -h. It will give you the information about all the flags that are available in PyTest. Now, here, if I simply say PyTest, 3 out of 3 tests got run. Okay, all the tests which got recognized by PyTest got run here. But I'm not getting the information about which test methods got run. What are the names of the test methods that got run here is not coming. So what I have to do is PyTest hyphen V, I would say. Okay, the first flag hyphen V that I'm going to cover here. Here V stands for PyTest hyphen V have to type, and V stands for verbose. You'll get more information. Here, if I don't give hyphen V, I'm not getting the test methods which got run here. Only the Python file under which test methods are there that is coming, but what are the names of the test methods that got run is not coming. But with the PyTest hyphen V, V stands for verbose, we'll get that information. You see, this time we got information about the names of the test methods: test sample one, test sample two, test sample three, past, past, past. Okay, like this. But if you observe here, the three tests got run, but what is the where the print statements got printed? It's not coming. You see, the output is not coming. The output is not coming. That's another problem. So how to get that output? Along with this, how to get the output? So for that, we have to use PyTest hyphen RA. Okay, if I press enter, it will not only give you the list of test methods that got run and passed, but also it is giving you some output. You see, sample one, sample two, sample three. Test sample one got run, and this is the output. Test sample two method got run, this is the output. Test sample three method got run, this is the output. Like that, you'll get more information. So this is how we can use RA. Okay, PyTest hyphen RA. You'll get both passed and failed test shown in the result. Not only this, guys, it will also show the failed test. Okay, so for example, here I'll fail one of the tests here. Let's say assert. Okay, assert false. I'll say. So intentionally, I am failing this particular test. Now say clear and say PyTest hyphen V. Let's see what is coming. It's saying one failed, two passed. Only the details about the failed tests are coming. But you see, in the beginning, we are getting the past test details. But output is also coming inside sample two. Only for the failed test that information is coming. For past test, the output is not coming. Something like that. Okay. So a kind of incomplete output is coming. So I'll say PyTest hyphen RA. I'll get all the information now. Okay. You see, uh, sample one got printed. Sample three got run. This is the output we got. And sample two got run. This is assertion error, and this is the output. Everything is coming, and along with that, all the details are coming. So better to use hyphen RA if you want to get all the details, all the information about all the tests. If you want whether pass, fail, output. Okay. Here, output of the print statements is not getting printed with hyphen V, but with hyphen RA, it's getting printed. Okay, of both pass and fail tests. So this is how we can use some flags. Now we have hyphen K. Let's say you don't want to run all the test methods. Rather, you want to run the test method having the name one inside its name. So what I will do here is if I simply say PyTest hyphen RA, okay, you'll get all the information. But if you want to run only this sample one, simply write down hyphen K. K stands for keyword and give some keyword one. One is there only in test sample one. You see, one is there here, but test sample two doesn't have one. Test sample three doesn't have one. Now press enter. You see, only one test got run. Remaining two tests got deselected. That is 2 and 3 got deselected. Only one got run. That details are not coming here. If you want to get the details, you can simply say hyphen RA hyphen K1 hyphen K1. This time it will come. All the information will come. You see, now you got the information which test method got run. What if I want to run both 1 and 2, but not 3? Okay, 1 and 2, but not 3. For that, we can use some regular expressions. Okay, like this. After hyphen K, in double quotes, you can give the regular expression if you want to. Here, 1 or 2, or is the operator. Okay, like that. So, PyTest hyphen K, 1 or 2. Okay, for more information, I am writing hyphen RA. You see, two tests will run. One failed, one passed, one deselected. Okay. So I just mentioned 1 or 2, I guess. Here you see 1 or 2. One is passing, 2 is failing, 3 is not running, deselected. Okay, like that. Like that also we can write the regular expressions. What if I can say not 1 means remaining 2 and 3 will run. This is also another regular expression, not of 1. Apart from 1, remaining all should run. PyTest -k, not of 1. That is 2 and 3 will run. -ra, write down. 1 will, you see here what is going to happen. There's a mistake here. PyTest -k, not 1 regular expression. -ra, press enter. You see, 1 failed, 1 passed, 1 deselected. Okay. Which got run? 2 and 3 got run. Okay. Only 2 and 3 got run. 1 didn't run this time. 1 didn't run this time. Okay. So this is how we can use flags in PyTest. There are many flags, but these are some important ones. I generally prefer to use -r and -k if required. Okay. -ra is giving all the details. So instead of going for -v, I prefer to use -ra. Okay, which will give me all the details, and -k is like keywords. Okay, for regular expressions, keywords and all, I can use -k. And for finding more information about different flags and how to use them, how to use -h or -l. Okay, so this is all about the flags in PyTest. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I'm going to explain you some additional details regarding the PyTest by running some test methods using PyTest. So let's get started. Just to explain these additional details for you regarding PyTest, I'm going to run these test methods for you. So what are the additional details? These are the additional details that I'm going to cover in this session. Okay, these details that I have not covered in the previous sessions of this PyTest series, I'm going to cover here by running some test methods for you. First one is editing the configuration and running the tests. So till now, we have run this particular test with the help of PyTest from the terminal, right? By writing this command PyTest. Okay, here we have typed the command PyTest and -ra or something we have given, and all the test methods got run. But here we have run the test from the terminal, right? What if I have to run this particular test, run this PyCharm ID options? For that, I have to edit the configurations. How to edit the configuration? Here, we can see some main option here on the PyCharm ID. Click on this and select edit configurations. And now click on place and select PyTest. And here, under the target, select this option and expand this project, that is sample project. Expand the current project under PyCharm projects, sample project, expand this under this project. What is there? Sample package name is there. So you can select this sample package and say okay. The place where you can see the PyTester test Python files and test methods, right? That path you select here. Similarly, working directory also do the same thing. Select this, expand the package, select the package and say okay. That's it. Here two places we give the place. Say okay. Now here some other configuration came. Like this, we can edit the configurations and now we can run the test. Click on this run option. Now we have run the 3 tests. You see, 1 failed, 2 passed. Not using the PyTest command, but rather using some options in PyCharm ID by editing the configurations. Okay, this is what I was talking about. Here 3 tests got run. You see, collected 3 items. So first one got passed, sample 1 got passed, sample 2 got failed, and third one got passed. Okay, like this we'll get the information. Here, the other way of running the test with the help of PyTest is editing the configuration in PyCharm IDE and running from there. So this is one thing I wanted to explain as part of this session. Now, what is the other one? Let me explain. So we can also run the particular Python files having the test methods also. So here, under this sample package, we only have one Python file, right? I'm going to create one more Python file. So I'll right click here and say new and select the Python file. I'll say test underscore. Here I'll give the Python file name, that is sample file 2. I'll say press enter. Now we have 2 files. One is sample file 2. Under the sample file 2, I'll create a method def sample, okay, sample file 2, something like that I'll give, and say print inside sample file 2. One, here I'll convert this into test underscore, okay, so that PyTest can run it. Now, if I go to terminal, clear it out, and type PyTest here, -RA, all the 4 tests will run. 3 tests are inside the sample file. Right, 3 test methods are there in this test sample file, Python file, and 1 test method is there in the sample file 2, test underscore sample file 2. So 4 will run. 4 out of 4 will run, mean that 1 will fail and 3 will pass. What if I want to run only this particular test method in this sample file 2.py file? For that, I have to go to the location where these Python files are available. They are under the package, right? So here, my current control or current directory is sample project. There is a project name. Under the project, we have to go to the package name where that particular Python file is available, sample package. Under the sample package, I want to run only this Python file having this test method. For that, I'll write something like this, PyTest. Okay, I have to give the name of the Python file that I want to run. I don't want to run that 3 test methods from the sample file. Rather, I want to run only this test method from the sample file 2. So test underscore sample file 2 5.py. You see, only one test got run. This how flexible the PyTest commands are. Okay, we can go to the package, and in that package, select the Python file that you want to run. Only that test methods in that particular Python file only will run, not all the test methods in all the Python files. Okay, so much of flexibility. So if you want to change the package, cd package name and then run the PyTest commands. Okay, only the Python files which are under that particular package will run. Okay, for example, here under the sample package, we have two Python files. I'll create one more package, right click new, Python package. I'll say sample package 2, I'll say. Under this, I'll create a file, Python file, test underscore, I'll say sp2, spt or something, okay? spt, I'll say, spt, press enter. So here I'll create a method, test underscore spt1, print inside test spt1. Now, I'm in which package? Sample package. But this is sample package 2. This is not going to run. Okay, from here, if I say PyTest -RA means all the Python files having the test methods under this sample package only will run. Okay, under the sample package 2, it will not run. 4 test methods should run now. 5 should not run, only 4 should run. Because it is running the Python files and test methods from the sample package like that. Okay, cd product. We'll go back. If you want to run the Python file which is under this package, then go to that particular package, sample package 2. I have to say cd sample package 2. Now here say PyTest -RA. Only one test will run. Only one test is there inside this particular Python file under this package. Only that will run. What if I go to the project location and type all the test methods under all the packages of this project will run? Okay, because I am at that level. So here I will see, simply write down cd cd. So I am under the project directly. I don't want to go to any package, but I will write PyTest -RA. All the 5 tests will run. You see, total 5 got run. Not only from this package, but also from this package. Okay, like that. We can decide. Okay, we can go to a particular package and run the test, or from the project level also we can run the tests, which are in multiple packages also we can run. Now let's understand some results. Okay, some additional results things I need to cover, which I have not covered in the previous session. When I have run this particular thing, that is here I have run PyTest -RA. You see some results are coming. You see from test sample file dot f dot. Here dot is in green color, f is in red color. There are 3 tests from the sample file.py. Okay, sample file.py has 3 test methods. In that first one got passed, second one got failed, third one got passed. This is what is the representation. And in the sample file too, we have only one test that got passed. In this another package, that is sample package 2, we have test SPT. In that only one test method is there, and that too got passed. Okay, this is a representation of which test got passed and failed. Okay, so this is some additional information in the output that you have to understand. Okay, so this thing I have not covered. Dot and dot stands for the green dot stands for pass, and F stands for capital F in red color stands for fail, like that. Okay, here out of all the tests, one got failed, that came in capital F here, and remaining all came in the form of dots from the different files under different packages. So hope guys you understood this additional details about the PyTest. Okay, that I covered by running some other tests for you, test methods for you in this session. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to show you how to generate JUnit XML report. So let's get started. In order to find the flag for generating the JUnit XML report in PyTest, we have to type a command, that is PyTest --help. Okay, it will give you all the list of flags with detailed information of each and every flag, where you will find out one of the flag that is meant to generate the JUnit XML report. So how to do that? For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm ID, where we have the sample project. I'll just click on this terminal, and here I type PyTest. You can either type --help, or you can type only PyTest -h. Anything is fine. Press enter. You'll get the list of flags that are available in PyTest for doing a lot of stuff. Okay, so we need to find out the flag for generating the JUnit XML report. So these are all the list of flags that came in. Okay, so -k, -m, like that. We need to find some flag related to JUnit XML. So let's keep on scrolling here until we find that JUnit XML flag. You see, here is a flag --JUnit -XML is equal to path where you want to generate the report. Okay, so using this flag, it will generate the JUnit XML style report file at the given path. So I need to provide this. Okay, so --JUnit -XML is equal to path where you want to generate the JUnit XML report. Okay, so here also I mentioned the same. So these are flags that we have to find. Okay, that we found also with the help of that PyTest -h. So we have to type the command like this, PyTest -array. You know what is -array flag. In the previous sessions I covered PyTest -array. After that, you provide this another flag for generating the JUnit XML report. You have to give this flag, that is -JUnit -XML. Okay. So give me a second. The flag is something like this. -JUnit -XML. -XML is equal to path where you want to generate the report. Fine. I'll switch to this PyCharm ID, and here I'll clear this out and type PyTest. In this project, I am typing this PyTest -array -JUnit -XML is equal to where you want to generate the report, directly under the project. So directly give the name of the report. Let's say JUnit XML report .xml. Okay, like this you have to give the extension as .xml. Now press enter. Okay, this is the command you have to give. PyTest -array -JUnit -XML is equal to JUnit XML report. Press enter. Because it has run the tests which are there under this project. There are around 5 tests. 5 out of 5 tests it has run. And finally, it has generated an JUnit XML file under the project with this name, JUnit XML report.xml file. You can see it here, right? Under the project directly, the report has been generated. That is JUnit XML report has been generated. Right click on this and say open in Explorer. You'll open in your machine. And this is a report you can open in any of the browsers like Chrome browser or Edge browser, any browser. Just double click here, it will open in browser, or right click and open in any browser you want. So now you will see all this XML content. You can see here sample package, test sample, Python file. Okay, test sample file, Python file. Under that, one test sample one got executed. Okay, it got passed. And second test under the same package, that is sample package, test sample file, and with the name of the test is test method is test sample two, but it got failed. You see, under this test case, you have the failure, means it got failed. You got the reasons for the failure, assertion error is there, and all those stuff. And third test case, under the same package, that is sample package, and here we have the name of the Python file as test sample file. Under that, the name of the test method is test sample 3, and it got passed. Now, under the same package, but a different Python file, test sample file 2, test sample file 2, test method got executed, it got passed. And under a different package, sample package 2 package, test spt Python file, another test method got executed, it got passed. Okay, and how much time it took for the test methods to get executed also is coming here, like 0.004 and so on. Okay, so this is what is a JUnit XML report that can be generated with the help of PyTest. Okay, so what is the purpose of this report? Why we need this report? Using this XML JUnit XML JUnit XML report, using this JUnit XML report, we can customize, we can create some customized reports. Okay, by using this XML reports, by reading this XML content, we, on the top of this report, we can generate customized reports. Okay, but that is not required in real time anyhow, but it's good to know or good to have the knowledge of generating this JUnit XML report. If in case there is a requirement where you have to generate a customized report using this generated JUnit XML report, okay, you can generate this JUnit XML report, and by using this XML content, you can generate your own customized reports. Okay, that's the purpose. But we don't have to do that or create a customized reports in real time. But if in case there is a requirement, you can generate this JUnit XML report, and using this XML content, we can create a customized report on top of it. Okay, so that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to show you how to generate an HTML report in PyTest. So let's get started. In order to generate an HTML report using PyTest, first we have to install this PyTest-HTML in PyCharm IDE. Okay, to install that, we have to run this command, that is pip space install space PyTest-HTML. In the terminal of the PyCharm IDE, we have to run this command. So let's switch to this PyCharm IDE where we have the sample project. Now click on this terminal, and here in the terminal, type the command pip space install space. What is the command? PyTest-HTML is the command. Okay, type PyTest-HTML. Now press enter. It will install PyTest-HTML in the PyCharm IDE. So it's installing. You see it got installed. Now, along with that, also along with the installation of this PyTest-HTML from this terminal, just select this project, select this file, and go to settings. Once you go to settings, you'll get this settings dialog. Under the project, you have something known as Python interpreter. Select that and click on this place option. And here, search for PyTest-HTML. Now, once you get this PyTest-HTML, select install package. In a while, PyTest-HTML will get installed here. You see, PyTest-HTML got installed successfully. Now close this, say OK. That's it. Okay. Now we have the required PyTest-HTML got installed. Now we can generate this HTML report in PyTest. So how to generate the report after installing this PyTest-HTML in the explained way? Okay. To generate the HTML report, we have to run this flag. Okay. PyTest-HTML is equal to this -HTML is a flag is equal to the path where you want to generate the HTML report. Okay. That you have to give here. So again, go to this PyCharm IDE, go to the terminal, clear it out. Now, in this project, there are some test methods which need to run with the help of PyTest. After running the test, we have to generate a report, the HTML report. For doing that, we can do something like this: PyTest-array space -HTML is equal to, this is the flag we have to use for generating the HTML report. We have to use hyphen HTML is equal to, in double quotes, give HTML PyTest report dot extension is dot HTML here because it is a HTML report. Okay, like this, you have to give the command PyTest hyphen array hyphen HTML is equal to HTML PyTest report dot h. You can give any name here, and extension should be dot HTML. Now press enter. It will run the test methods. All the 5 test methods it will run. One of them is failing and 4 are passing. And it has generated a HTML report under the project here. You see, this is a HTML report which got generated. HTML PyTest report.html. Okay. Now, say open in Explorer. This is HTML report. You can open in any browser. Right click and say open in. Okay, open with any browser you can select. I'm selecting the Chrome browser. It will launch the Chrome browser containing the HTML report. Okay, you see this is HTML report we got. HTML PyTest report. This is the name we gave, and extension is the HTML. And it has automatically collected the environment details like which operating system and all those stuff, which version of Python, etc., etc. Total 5 tests are there, and all the 5 tests took 0.37 seconds. Out of the 5 tests, 4 tests got passed, 0 got skipped, 1 got failed, 0 errors, 0 expected failures, 0 unexpected passes. Okay, and only 1 test that got failed. These are the details why it got failed. Assertion error details got displayed here, and remaining all got passed. You can see that the output of this test methods also got printed here. Okay, in the report. So out of 5, 4 got passed, 1 got failed, and these are the details. So this is how we can generate an HTML report in PyTest. Okay, first we have to install this PyTest-HTML in PyCharm IDE from the terminal and from the PyCharm IDE options. And after that, we have to run this flag. PyTest-HTML is equal to path of the report we have to give that will generate the HTML report file. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about markers in PyTest. So let's get started. In PyTest, we can mark any test methods with user-defined markers like smoke, sanity, regression, or any name you can give while marking the test method in PyTest. These are user-defined markers. So let me practically demonstrate this user-defined markers in PyTest for you. So how to mark the test methods? We have to write this @PyTest dot mark dot any name, any user-defined marker name you can give here. This line you have to write before the test method. So let me show you this practically. I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE where we have the sample project having some test methods created inside this Python files. Test sample Python file, test sample file to Python file, test SPT Python file. All these test methods were created as part of the previous sessions. I'll open one of the Python file where you can see 3 test methods, 3 sample test methods. So what I will do is I would like to mark these test methods with user-defined markers. Okay, any name I can give @PyTest. This is how we have to mark the test methods with user-defined markers. @PyTest dot mark dot. You can give any name. I'm just giving this. I'm just marking this particular test method with user-defined marker known as smoke. You can give any name here. Okay. Over the mouse on @PyTest and import this PyTest. Here, one more test method is there. I'll mark this with another name. PyTest dot mark dot. I'll say regression. Just give some line. Warning will go off. Here, @PyTest dot mark dot. Here also, this one also I'll say regression. Okay. So there are 3 test methods. In this 3 test methods of this test sample file, one I marked as smoke, other 2 I marked with user-defined markers known as regression. Okay, smoke, user-defined marker, regression. You can name it, literally name this test methods or mark this test methods with any name, any user-defined marker name. Similarly, we have other files. Okay, I'll open this other Python files where we have some other test methods. Here I'll provide PyTest. Okay, here I'll say PyTest dot mark dot. I'll give some other name. Let's say I'll give smoke here again. Over the mouse on @PyTest and import this PyTest. That's it. Now I have one more file here. Also, I'll say @PyTest dot mark dot smoke. I'll say okay like this. After that, I have to import this PyTest. Done. So like this, I marked their total there are how many test methods? 1, 2, 3, 4, and the last one is fifth one. Total 5 test methods are there. In that 5 test methods, 3 test methods I marked with smoke. You see, in each and individual Python file, I marked one test method as smoke. So 3 out of 5 test methods got marked with smoke. Remaining 2 test methods got marked with regression user-defined marker. Okay. Now, how to take advantage of these markers? How to take advantage of these markers? I'll show you. I'll just click on this terminal. I'll just say clear. Okay. So now let's run these test methods with the help of markers. Okay. I want to run the test methods which are marked with only smoke. There are 3 out of 5 test methods in this project are marked with smoke. So if I use that marker for running these test methods, only that 3 test methods out of 5 test methods should run. So how to do that? For that, I'll write PyTest -array. This is the common. As you know from the previous session, we can write -array. And after that, you just give this flag known as -m. This -m flag. Okay. After this -m, you just give the name of the marker. So I just zoomed it out and something got broken. Let's wait. So after -m, you just enter the name of the marker. For example, smoke. I just enter smoke here. User-defined marker I'll enter. SMOKE. Now if I press enter, only the test methods which are marked with smoke will run. Okay, this is what is a command I gave. PyTest -array -m flag for marker. And here we have to specify the user-defined marker that you want to run the test methods having to run with. Okay, just press enter. Only the test methods having that smoke as a marker, user-defined marker will run. Here, how many test methods got run? 3 test methods. You see, 3 got run. And remaining 2 got deselected. They didn't get run. Out of 5, only 3 got run. Okay. So test sample 1, test sample file 2, test SPT1 from different Python files. The test methods which are marked with a user-defined marker smoke has run. What if I want to run the test methods which are marked with the user-defined marker regression? For that here, I have to write PyTest -array -m again. -m stands for marker, followed by the name of the marker, user-defined marker regression. Press enter, only 2 test methods will run. You see, out of 5, only 2 got run, in that 1 got failed, 1 got passed. Okay, these are the 2 test methods which got run. Like this. What if I want to run both smoke and regression user-defined markers? The test methods which are marked with either smoke or regression I want to run. In that case, I have to use some regular expressions. Okay, so I have to specify the regular expressions. After -m, I have to give this regular expression like smoke or regression in double quotes I have to mention. Let me show you what I have to do. PyTest -array -m flag for marker. In double quote, give the regular expression that is smoke or regression. The test methods which are marked with the user-defined marker, smoke, or the test methods which are marked with the regression marker will run. So total 5 out of 5 test methods will run. In one will fail and 4 will pass. Total 5 got run. Like this, we can run the test methods with the help of user-defined markers. Okay. So this is the advantage of using markers. Using markers, we can mark the test methods with user-defined markers and thereby categorize the test methods. And while running this test, we can customize which test to run, which category of test to run. Okay, smoke related tests need to be run, or regression related, or both smoke and regression. Okay, with the help of regular expressions, you can use any combination to run the test methods. Okay, so this is all about the user-defined markers in PyTest and how to use them and what is the purpose of using them in PyTest. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about custom markers in PyTest. So let's get started. First of all, why do we have to create these custom markers in PyTest? Let me explain. In the previous session, I created some user-defined markers. That is, I marked some test methods and specified them with user-defined markers like smoke, regression, etc. When you run such tests, in the output, you will get some warnings. Okay, I'll show you that in the session. In this session, I'll show you how user-defined markers will result in some warning messages. To overcome such warning messages given by this user-defined marker test, we have to create custom markers. Okay. So why do we need custom markers, or why do we have to create custom markers? To overcome or resolve the unnecessary warnings given by this user-defined market test, we have to create this custom markers. How to create and all I will cover in this session. First, let me show you the warning messages which are resulted by this user-defined marker tests, okay, or user-defined markers. Further, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE where we have the sample project. Under the sample project, we have the sample Python files. Under the sample Python files, we have this sample test methods which are marked with this user-defined markers like smoke regression, which I have done in the previous session only. Okay, in the previous session itself, I marked this test method with smoke user-defined marker, this test method with smoke user-defined marker, and this test method with the smoke user-defined marker, and these two test methods with regression user-defined marker. There's no problem with this user-defined markers, but when you run them, you will get some warning. You will not get errors, but you will get some warnings. Let me show you that warnings. PyTest -m. Let me queue smoke or regression here. Okay, these are regular expression. I showed you in the previous session, right? How to use the regular expressions. Smoke and regression related marked test methods you have to run. That means all the 5 out of 5 tests will run. Press enter. You will get, you see, all the 5 tests got run. 1 plus 4, total 1 got failed and 4 got passed in the test methods, and total 5 out of 5 test methods got run. But the problem here is in the output, we got these warnings. You see, PyTest unknown mark warning regarding smoke. User-defined marker smoke. For that reason, we got this warning. Okay. Here also user-defined marker regression is giving you this warning. And here regression smoke. For each and every test, there is a marker, user-defined marker. For each and every marker, we got this warning. To overcome this warning, itself, you see in the output itself, the PyTest is suggesting that is this a typo? You can register custom marker to avoid this warning. PyTest is saying that you can register a custom marker to avoid this warning. How to register a custom marker then? Okay. So for each and every user-defined marker here that is specified before the test methods, we have to create a custom marker. For that, the process is we have to simply create this pytest.ini file under the project. So right-click on this project. Okay. So before creating this pytest.ini file and before creating that and running the test, we got these warnings. But after creating this file, that is pytest.ini, it will be created like this. Here you create square bracket and say pytest. Under this, you write down this part, markers is equal to first marker is what is the user defined marker? Smoke. If it is smoke, put a colon and write down some description. This is a smoke test. Okay. Smoke test marker. Like this, you write some explanation. One more marker we have in this test is user-defined marker we have in this test is regression. Is a regression test marker. Like this, you write some statements. Once you create this pytest.ini file, specify this pytest under the square brackets and provide this and create this custom markers. Right here, custom markers are created now in this pytest.ini file. Now, if you run this, you'll not get these warnings. Okay, they will be resolved. Clear? And simply say pytest -m smoke or regression. This smoke and regression are, specified as now custom markers. Okay, they are no more user defined markers. They are now custom markers specified in the pytest.ini file. Because of which, when I run it, you will not get any warning message. You see, you didn't get any warning message. Smoke or regression, I have run here. You see, there is no warning message here. All the tests got run without any warning message. This is how we can resolve or overcome the unnecessary warnings given by these user defined markers. Okay, by specifying them as custom markers in the pytest.ini file. So hope guys you understood what exactly are the custom markers in this session and how to overcome the unnecessary warning messages given by these user-defined markers with the help of custom markers by creating this pytest.ini file, etc. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to skip a test from running by specifying it with an inbuilt marker in PyTest. So let's get started. In PyTest, we have an inbuilt marker. On specifying this inbuilt marker before a test method, that particular test method will skip from running. That is, it won't run during the runtime. Rather, it will skip. So what is that inbuilt marker in PyTest? That inbuilt marker is none other than the skip inbuilt marker. If you specify this @pytest.mark.skip before any test method, then that particular test method is not going to run during the runtime, rather it's going to skip. So the purpose of using this skip inbuilt marker is to skip the test from running. Let me practically show you this. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE, where in this one of the sample Python file under this project, we have these three test methods. And all these three test methods as shown here are specified with some user-defined markers. Here, smoke is a user-defined marker. Regression is another user-defined marker. Regression is another user-defined marker. This I have covered in the previous session, right? How to use this user-defined markers I covered in the previous session. Now, in place of one of these user-defined marker, I'm going to specify this skip inbuilt marker, okay? Maybe I'll select this second test and replace the skip with regression with skip. But skip is a inbuilt marker. Smoke and regression are user-defined markers, but skip is an inbuilt marker in PyTest. And on specifying this skip inbuilt marker before any test method, that particular test method is not going to run, rather it's going to get skipped. So only if I run this Python file using the PyTest, it will run only the first and last test. It will not run the middle one because it will be skipped from running. And rather you will see this test method under skip, one skip kind of thing in the output. I'll go to the terminal and here I'll run the test, okay? So I'm currently under the project, and where is this Python file that I have to run using PyTest? That Python file is nothing but a sample file is under this sample package under the project. So first let me go to that package cd. What is the package name? Sample package. After going to the package, now we have this Python files. I would like to run one of the Python file. I'll simply write PyTest space, give the name of the Python file you want to run using PyTest, test underscore sample file, okay, .py. This is a Python file you want to run. And if you run this, there are three test methods inside this Python file, but all will not run. Rather, only two will run. The middle one will get skipped. Okay. If I say RA here and press enter, only 2 out of 3 tests in that particular Python file has run. One got skipped. You see, this particular test got skipped. Okay. That is test sample 2 got skipped. Test sampled. Only 1 and 3 got run. Test sample 1, test sample 3 got run. But test sample 2 got skipped here. Okay. So this how we can skip a test from running during runtime by specifying that test method with this inbuilt marker known as skip inbuilt marker. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about expected fail and expected pass inbuilt marker in PyTest. So let's get started. If we specify this inbuilt marker before a test method that is going to fail, then in the results, that test method will come under expected fail instead of normal fail. Okay, instead of failing, it will come under the expected fail category. And if you specify the same inbuilt marker before a test method that is going to pass, then instead of that particular test method coming under pass category, it will come under expected pass category. PyTest has some extra categories in the results. Instead of only fail, pass, and skip, right, we also have expected fail and expected fall. And if you specify this inbuilt marker before the test methods, which are going to fail or pass, instead of they coming in the results as pass or fail, they'll come under expected fail and expected pass categories. Okay. So let me demonstrate this inbuilt marker for you in this session. So how does this inbuilt marker will look like? This is how it looks like. Xfail is the name of the inbuilt marker. If you specify this before a test method that is going to pass, instead of coming in the results as pass, it will come as expected pass. If you specify the same inbuilt marker before a test method that's going to fail, instead of the test getting failed, it will come under expected fail category in the results. Okay. So expected failure, avoid failing in the results. If you want to avoid failing that particular test in the results, you specify this inbuilt marker before the test method that's going to fail. Instead of failing, it will come under expected failure category. And instead of passing in the results, instead of avoiding passing in the results, if you specify this Xfail inbuilt marker before a test method that are going to pass, instead of coming as pass in the results, it will come under expected pass section. Okay, let me demonstrate this so that you'll understand more about this inbuilt marker, that is Xfail inbuilt marker. I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE, where we have the sample Python file containing 3 test methods. I want to run this Python file, okay, with the help of PyTest. So before doing that, so here there are 3 tests. which are specified with some user-defined markers like smoke integration. Here, an inbuilt marker skip is mentioned as part of the previous session. So instead of skip, I'll provide here dot xfail. Okay, I'm just changing the inbuilt marker from skip to xfail. This test method is actually going to fail. Okay, because asset false is there means this test method is going to fail. We know that it's going to fail. Instead of this test method coming and falling in the results as fail, I'm just mentioning the marker as xfail. So it will not come under the fail category, rather it will come under expected fail category. Okay. We know that in advance that this test method is going to fail and we are putting that in the xfail category. That is a expected failure category. Similarly, this test method is going to pass. We know that in advance. Okay. And instead of seeing this in the pass category, okay. So since it is an expected pass, I'll just write xfail here. That is inbuilt xfail marker. So this test method, which is going to come under the pass category by default in the results, will now come under the expected pass category. Okay. Now run this test. This Python file containing these three test methods. The first one will come under the pass category. The second one will come under the expected fail instead of fail. And third one will come under the expected pass instead of normal pass. So only one will come under the pass. Remaining two will come under expected fail and expected pass. Okay. So I'll write PyTest. Okay. I have to run this test that is there in this Python file. Test underscore sample file.py -ra or something. You just do and press enter. 3 tests will run. Okay, total 3 out of 3 tests and the Python file will run. In that first test, okay, is falling under pass category. Okay, normal pass category. It's the second one which is expected to come under failure is not coming under the fail category. Instead, it is coming under the failed category, expected failure category. And third one, which has to by default come under the pass category, is now coming under the XPassed category because we specified this inbuilt, okay, inbuilt marker known as xfail. As you already know, if you specify that, it will avoid the failure in the results, it will avoid passing the results. Instead, the test methods will come under the expected failure and expected passed category in the results. So that's all about this inbuilt marker and how to use this and the purpose of using this inbuilt marker in PyTest. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to parameterize a test by using an inbuilt marker in PyTest. So let's get started. There is an inbuilt marker in PyTest. On providing or specifying this inbuilt marker before a test, the test can be parameterized. What do I mean by parameterizing a test? That means the same test can be executed the number of times that you are passing the data. If you are passing multiple sets of data, let's say 4 sets of data, the same test is going to run 4 times. If you are passing 10 sets of data, the same test, which is parameterized by using an inbuilt marker in PyTest, is going to run 10 times. Okay, this is what is called as parameterization, where the test will be converted into data-driven format. Okay, so which inbuilt marker in PyTest we have to use for parameterize a test so that it can run that many number of times that are equal to the number of sets of data that you are passing to the test? The marker is nothing but parameterize marker. Parameterize marker. So let me practically demonstrate this marker for you. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE where we have the sample Python file under this project. I would like to run one of the tests by parameterizing it. Remaining 2 tests I'll remove here from the previous demonstrations. There were 3 tests here. So I have removed 2 out of 3 tests. So only 1 test is there. And that single test I would like to parameterize. So for that here, I have to use an inbuilt marker known as mark.parameterize. Okay, this is what? Para, P-A-R-I-M-E-T-R-I-Z-E. There is spelling mistake here. You can see P-A-R-I-M-E. After M-E, T-R-I-Z-E. Okay, this is what is the actual inbuilt marker name, parameterize. Okay, now after you specify this, then what you have to do here is you have to provide circular brackets. Okay, after this marker, just provide the circular bracket and in that provide double quote. Okay, in that provide double quote and write down the names of the parameters. That is, for example, username, password are the 2 names I would like to give. You can give any names here, A, B, A, comma, B also you can give. After this, put a comma. After this, put a comma. After these double quotes, which have the the number of parameters. So after that, put a comma and provide circular brackets, a list. This is nothing but a list in Python. In that, provide circular brackets. The number of circular brackets should be equal to the number of data that you would like to pass. How many sets of data you want to pass? Let's say I would like to pass 3 sets of data. So I provided 3 circular brackets. In that, again provide one double quote for username, one double quote for password, one double quote for username in the second set of data, and one double quote for password. Here, because there are 2 parameters. Third circular bracket again for username double quote, for password also double quote. Now fill the double quotes. So let's say I would like to fill like this. Arun, password is 1234. Okay. Then Varun, here also the password is 1234. Here, let's say one more username, that is Tarun, and here the password is 1234. Like this, 3 sets of data are there. Okay. I have used this inbuilt marker known as parameterize, and I supplied 3 sets of username and password. Okay. This is the format we have to provide. This is how the marker, inbuilt marker, has to be specified. Now, there are 2 parameters, right? The same 2 parameters you mention in the test method. Username, comma, password. This is a way to parameterize the test. Okay. So here, for printing, write down print. I would like to print the same username and password. So I'll say username plus, I would like to give an hyphen here for just for printing purpose, and password. Like this you give. And now, after giving this, go to the terminal. Now run this particular Python file having this single test, but it is a parameterized test, which is going to run how many times? 3 times, because I am passing 3 sets of data and parameterizing this test by passing 3 sets of data. So this test, single test, that is test sample 1, is going to run 3 times. The first test, first run, Arun will be passed to username and 1234 will be passed to password, and they will get printed here. And in the second run, Varun will be passed to username, 1234 will be passed to password, and it will run for the second time by printing Varun 1234. And for third time, the same test will be run by passing this third set of data, Tarun will into username and 1234 into password, and they will be printed. This is how the test will be running 3 times because of 3 sets of data. This is a way to parameterize. Now let's run this. So already the focus is there under the sample package where this file is available. I'll simply write on PyTest space, the name of the Python file I would like to run, test sample file.py, right? Test sample py, under which this test parameterized test is there. Here I'll say -v or -ra, anything you can use, and press enter. You see the three times the same test got run. Test sample 1, test method got executed how many times? 1, 2, 3 times. You see 3 times it is passing. And the first set, Arun 1234 has been passed. In the second set, Varun 1234. Third set, Tarun 1234. Okay. And if you would like to see the output, better to run this command with instead of -v, you just say -ra. You'll get the proper output also. I'll simply say clear and say PyTest, the name of the Python file you want to run, test sample file.py file, and -ra. You see 3 passed, and you'll get the output also. You see, when test sample 1 got executed for the first time with this set of data, it printed Arun 1234. Okay, the print statement has printed username -password. That is Arun 1. The second run, the same test method has printed Varun 1234. And in the third run, the same test method has printed Tarun 1234. 3 times it got executed. This is how we can parameterize a test with the help of inbuilt marker in PyTest. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to run your PyTest tests from command line. So let's get started. Till now, we have executed our PyTest tests from the PyCharm IDE editor, either from the terminal or from the edit configuration or from the editor itself. Okay, these are the ways I have covered so far. In the PyCharm IDE, in order to run the PyTest tests, okay, I have to go to the terminal, right? I have to go to the terminal, and here I have to run PyTest like this. PyTest -v or -ra, whatever that is. Okay, it will run the test. This is one way. From the terminal, I can run the commands. Okay, but the terminal belongs to the PyCharm IDE editor. Okay, and other way is like edit configuration. You can set the edit configuration for PyTest here and click on this run option. It will run the test. This is another way. Or there's another way where you can open the any Python file having a test method, PyTest test method, and just click on this run option. Okay. From the editor also we can run. These are the multiple ways of running the PyTest test from the PyCharm IDE options. That is terminal, edit configuration, and from the editor. But I'm going to show you another way, that is by using the Windows command prompt. Okay, from the Windows command prompt, using its command line of Windows command prompt, we are going to run the PyTest test. How that is possible? Let me practically demonstrate in this session. So in this PyCharm ID, I would like to go to the location where this project is available in my machine. Right click on this project name and select Open in Explorer. You will be taken to the place where this project is saved in my machine. This is the project. Go inside the project folder and here select this project location and type CMD and press enter. From this project location, a command prompt will launch. Okay. From the project location, this command prompt is going to launch. You see, this is the command, Windows command prompt, which got launched from the location inside the project. You see, the same path is there. You see, C users Arunyam, my username, Python projects, PyCharm projects. Under that, the name of the project, we are inside the project. Now here, we can run the, without the need of any PyCharm IDE options or anything, we can run the PyTest tests. How? Simply write the command PyTest, okay, and run it. All the tests in that project will run. You see, 5 tests, total tests in this test methods in this project has run from these different packages and all, different Python files and all in that project. And you can also give other commands, that is different flags we have learned, right? -v is another one flag, okay, where verbose, when compared with this output, you got more information. That is one way. And then we can also give, here we are not getting any output. Print statements are not getting printed in this PyTest -v. We can also give something like this, PyTest -v space -s. -s will print the print statements along with the verbose matter. More details, you'll also get the print statements printing here. Press enter. You see, along with the execution, you are getting the print statements printing this output. Okay, the print statements execution is also coming. Results are coming, and also you can give PyTest -RA if you want to see the failed test and pass test together, right? You can give PyTest -RA. Will give you per test by test the output and everything it will give. And also it will give you all the list of tests that got done. Okay, so it is a verbose, more than verbose, you can say. I generally prefer to use PyTest -RA, or you can also use PyTest. You can combine this V and S like this. PyTest -VS. This is also fine. The same output you will get. Okay, either you can use -V space -S or -VS. Both will give you the same result. Like this, any command you can, of any command of PyTest you can run here from here. Okay, whatever you are able to run from this PyCharm IDE's terminal or edit configuration, whatever it is, right? The same commands we can run in the Windows command prompt. Okay, we just have to go to the location of the project. Okay, after going inside the project, open this command prompt at that location. That is till the project location. You just go there. Okay, when you type CMD here, it will automatically open, and then you run your PyTest commands. Okay, it will run the PyTest test. This is how we can run or execute our PyTest test from Windows command line. Okay, so that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to group the tests in PyTest. So let's get started. In order to group the tests in PyTest, we have to use user-defined markers. Okay, in PyTest, we have to use user-defined markers in order to group the tests in PyTest. How to do that? Let me show you practically. With the help of user-defined markers, we can group the tests in PyTest. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE, where we have the sample Python file under this project having some sample test methods. Now, if I have to group this test methods into different groups, then I have to specify user-defined markers before this test methods. For example, here, I would like to mark this under smoke test category, whereas this one under regression. Let's say this one under regression, this one under sanity, this one under regression. Like this, if I have to group this different tests under different groups, then I have to use user-defined markers like this. PyTest dot mark dot. Now specify the user-defined marker. that you want to group the test under, that is smoke. Under smoke group, I would like to categorize this or group this particular test. Now hover the mouse on @PyTest and import this PyTest. This one got grouped under the smoke group. Okay. Whereas this test method, I would like to provide the marker, user defined marker dot, I'll say regression. This test method got grouped under regression group. Okay. With the help of user defined markers, we can group the tests in PyTest. PyTest dot mark dot. This one also under regression, I would like to mark. Okay. Group and PyTest dot mark dot. Let's say this is sanity. And let's say this is smoke. PyTest dot mark dot smoke. Like this, you can group the tests under different groups like smoke. You see, under smoke, there are two tests. In this particular Python file, I grouped two tests. That is sample1, sample5 under the smoke group. Whereas sample2 and sample3 under regression group. Sample4 under only one test method here under the sanity group. Now, if I have to run the test from a particular group, then I have to go to the terminal here. After going to the terminal, clear it out and clear. It's not getting cleared. That's okay. Here, I'll write PyTest, then mention like hyphen vs space, and now give hyphen m. Hyphen m is a flag in PyTest which stands for marker. Now we have to specify the marker. So if I specify smoke here, smoke marker, that means the tests which are grouped under smoke, okay, smoke group will be running. That is only two tests will be running, sample1 and sample5 will be running. Now press enter. You see, there are three tests running, three passed actually, three deselected and one warning. So I have to run in a different way. So I should not be running like this. Let me run something like this. Under the package, I have to run only this Python file. Okay, I have to run the test methods only from this Python file. For that PyTest space, and give the name of the Python file, test underscore sample file dot py. Now only the test methods under this Python file. Okay, there are 5 test methods. So only from this test methods they will run. Okay. Now hyphen vs hyphen m. This is a flag for marker. Which marker marked test method smoke marker. Okay, smoke. Just press enter. You'll see that only 2 got run. Okay, remaining 3 didn't get run. 3 deselected, and out of 5 tests, only 2 got run and they got passed. They are nothing but, here you can see which test methods got run. Sample1 and sample5. Okay, sample5 is grouped under smoke and sample1 also grouped under smoke. Only these 2 test methods got run. Now, if I want to run the test methods from regression, that is sample2 and sample3, how to run that? Here, say clear here and write down PyTest, which Python file under which the test methods are there, sample5.py. Now say -ra or -vs or whatever you want to give, and then followed by -m, and now give regression. Only 2 test methods again will run. So test sample2 and test sample3. So test sample2 is from regression group and test sample3 is also from regression group. Okay, like this we can group the tests in PyTest and run them accordingly. Okay, if I give sanity, then only 1 test will run. Okay, only 1 test will run. Remaining all will be deselected. 4 will be deselected. Let's try that also. PyTest. Give the name of the Python file under which test methods are available from where you want to run. .py -ra -m, and give the name of the group, that is sanity, running. Now you see 4 got deselected, only 1 got run. That is nothing but test sample4, which is grouped under sanity. Like this, you can group the tests in PyTest and run them accordingly. With the help of user-defined markers, we can group the tests in PyTest. Okay. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain what is a fixture in PyTest or what are fixtures in PyTest. So let's get started. In PyTest, we can run some test methods, right? That I have already shown and demonstrated in the previous sessions. How to run the PyTest tests, I've already covered in the previous sessions. But here is something about fixtures that you need to understand and how they are related to this PyTest test. For example, without fixtures, what will happen here is in PyTest, you can create some tests. Let's say test 1, assume that this is one of the test method, test two, like that any number of test methods you can create and you can run them with the help of PyTest. With the help of PyTest commands, we can run this test and this test will run for sure. But what if before running this test one and test two kind of code and right, you want to run some setup code. Okay, if you take an example of Selenium automation, before running this particular test, let's say login with valid credentials. Let's say this is login with valid credentials, login with valid credentials test. Before running this code related to this login with valid credential test, you have to run some setup code for launching browser and for opening application app URL. Okay. After opening the browser and opening the application URL in the browser, then only you can perform this login with valid credentials code test. And after this is done, you need to run some closure code, okay, or tear down code, whatever you can call. Here, this is a prerequisite code which need to be run before the test code runs. And after the test code runs, you have to run some closure code where you are going to log out from the application and close the browser, okay. Here we are opening the browser and opening the application URL before this test code is executed. Once the browser is open and application URL is open in the browser, then you are going to perform this particular test. And after the test is done, we are going to log out from the application and close the browser. Not only for this test, for this test also. For example, this is like a login with, for example, login with valid username and invalid password. This is another test. Okay, this is another test. Before the code related to this particular test is run, we have to first launch the browser and open the application URL. And after the code for this particular test is done, we have to log out from the application and close the browser. For every test, we need to run this prerequisite code. And after every test is done, we have to run this closure code, right? So how to make sure that along with this test, how to make sure that this prerequisite code will run before the test methods and this closure code will run after the tests are run. This is possible with the help of fixtures, okay? We can run this setup code before the test and this closure code after the test with the help of this fixtures in PyTest. So how this is possible practically, I'm going to cover in this session. For that, I'll open this PyCharm IDE and I will demonstrate all these things for you. Okay, how to run the setup code and tear down code before and after the each and every test in this PyTest with the help of fixtures. I'm going to cover, okay? So for now, there is one sample Python file, test sample.py file under the sample package of this project. Here I'm going to create the same two test methods that I have given in this example, login with valid credentials and login with valid username and invalid password. Methods, test methods I'm going to create, test underscore login with valid credentials. This is one test. You can create any number of tests, credentials, okay? This is one test. And here, I'll not write the real Selenium code, but I'll just write some print statement representing that code running. The code related to our testing, test login with valid credentials. Okay, that if this print statement is printed means this particular test method is getting executed. Okay, now similarly one more test method I'll create. So test login with valid credentials. Okay, and here one more test method, test login with valid email and invalid password. This is another test method. Print testing test login with valid email and invalid password. Another test got executed. Okay. If another test got executed, this print statement will be printed. So I can run these two tests without any problem, right? Without any setup code and tear down or closure code, we can directly run the test. But in real time, this is not the case. So here I'll simply say clear. And under this project, under the package, we have this Python file under which we have this two tests which we can run with the help of PyTest. How to run? Simply say PyTest-vs. Okay, PyTest-vs, and followed by, you can give the package name under which this Python file is available. That is a sample package /, and give the name of the Python file under which two test methods are available for sample. Press enter, and you can see two tests got passed. So you can see the output coming here when these two test methods got executed. Testing test login with valid credentials got printed, and testing test login with valid email and invalid password. But for every test here, before every test runs, I have to run some setup code, right? In Selenium automation or whatever it is. First, I have to launch the browser, then open the application URL. For that, I'll create one method, that is def. I'll just name this method as setup. You can name it anything, setup, prerequisite, or whatever you can write. Here, I'll write on print launch browser. Now print launch, open application URL, application URL in browser. Like this two steps, this setup code need to run before every test method. For every test method, before every test method runs, the setup code need to run. For that, I have to mark this setup method with a fixture. How to mark that? @PyTest dot, I have to say fixture and give the circular brackets. Now hover the mouse on the @PyTest and import this PyTest here. Okay. Now this particular method has been converted into a fixture which need to run before every test method, but it's not going to run. So what you have to do here is the name of the fixture method you have to provide here in the circular brackets of this test methods. For example, setup, right? The setup is the name of the method. This name we have to provide here. Then only this setup fixture is going to, this code is going to run before every test method runs. Okay, now let's run this and see what kind of output we are getting. PyTest -vs sample package /test underscore sample.py and press enter. You see, before every test method, the fixture code has been executed. The setup code has been executed. That is open launch browser, open application URL in the browser. After that, test login with valid credentials. Then for the second test method also again, browser got launched, the setup method got, fixture method got executed, open application URL in the browser, and testing test login with valid email and invalid password. Now, what about the closure code? After these two test methods, after every test method got executed, you need to run some closure code which will log out from the application and close the browser. So here, if I write this print log out from application, and print close browser. If I write like this code will run before this test methods. So what I have to do? See, this code need to run after the test method, but here, because all these 4 lines belong to the same setup method, these 4 lines will run before every test method. That's not right. You can see that here. Again, I'll go to clear and run the command PyTest -vs in the package that is sample package. Name of the package is sample package /test underscore sample file dot sample.py, right? Sample.py, and press enter. You'll see that all these 4 lines in the setup method will run before every test method. That's right. That's not right. Launching the browser, opening the application URL, the closure code is also running before the test method. After closing the browser, the test is getting executed. That's not correct. Here also, launch browser, open application URL, log out, and close the browser. Then only the test is getting executed. That's not right. I want these 2 lines to run after the test methods, after the test method code get executed. How to do that? So in this method, here I'll write down. After these 2 lines, I'll provide a keyword known as yield keyword. Okay. This yield keyword will separate the setup code from the tear down code. Now this fixture method has not only the setup code, but also setup and tear down I'll see. Okay. I'll copy this name and paste that in this test methods like this, setup and tear down. With the help of yield keyword, we are separating the setup code from the tear down code. Now, first it will launch the browser, then open the application URL in the browser. The test will be performed. After that, it will log out from the application and close the browser. The second test also same thing will happen. First, it will launch the browser, open the application URL, then the test will be performed. And after that, it will log out from the application and close the browser. Okay. With the help of yield keyword, we can separate the setup code from the tear down code. Now run the code. Clear. Now say PyTest -vs under this package known as sample package. We have that tester sample .py file. You can see now the setup code, then test, then tear down code will run. Launch browser, open the application URL, setup code is done. After that, the test is getting run. Testing, test login with valid credentials. And after that, log out from the application and close the browser. The tear down code is running after the test. With the help of yield keyword, this is possible. Okay. Here also, launch browser, open the application URL in the browser, the test code got executed. After that, the closer code like log out from the application and close browser. This is what is expected. So with the help of fixtures, we can run the setup code before the test methods run and tear down code after the test methods run. This is what is the purpose of the fixtures, and this is how we have to use fixtures in PyTest. Okay, fixtures will help us in creating this setup code and tear down code, which can be run before setup code, which can be run before the test runs, and tear down code, which can be run after the test runs. Okay, with the help of yield keyword, we can separate the setup code from the tear down code, and we have to specify the name of the fixture in the test methods. If you don't specify, this will not work. Okay, if you don't specify before this test method and after the test method, this code is not going to run. Okay, you can see that here for one of the test method, I have removed this mentioning of this fixture method name in the test method. Only for this first test method it is there. For the second test method it is not there. Okay, only for the first test method, setup and tear down code will run before and after the code get executed. And but for the second test method, it's not going to happen. Go to the terminal, clear it out, write down PyTest-vs under this package known as a sample package, / under this file, sample test sample.py file, press enter. Only for one test method, the setup and tear code, tear down code will run. You see, for the first test method, first launch browser is happening, opening the application URL in the browser, and test is getting executed. That is login with valid credentials. After that, log out and tear down code, that is log out from application, close browser. For second test method, you see there is no setup code running, launch browser is not happening, open application URL in the browser is not happening, closure code is also not coming, log out from application, close browser is not happening. Only this direct print statement of the second test got run. Okay, that's the reason if you want the setup code and tear down code for every test method, you have to mention this name of the fixture in the method. Okay, like this, then only it will work. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Let me try it again. This time it will come. PyTest -vs PyTest-vs sample package / test underscore sample.py. Press enter. You see, for every test method, setup and tear down code has run. Okay. So hope guys you understood what exactly is a fixture in PyTest or what exactly are fixtures in PyTest. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate creating a fixture inside conftest.py file. So let's get started. Why we have to create a fixture inside conftest.py file? I'm going to cover in this session. In the previous session, I covered what is a fixture and what is the purpose of creating it. Now, in this session, I'm going to cover why we have to create a fixture inside conftest.py file. So let's get started. So in the previous session, this is an example I have taken. In this project, I created a package. Under the package, there is a sample Python file. In that sample Python file, there were 2 test methods and I created a fixture. This fixture code is going to run before and after every test method, right? Before this particular test method gets executed, the setup code, which is coming before the yield keyword in this fixture, is going to run. That is launch browser, open application URL in the browser. After these 2 lines are run, then the test method will run. That is testing, test login with valid credentials will be running. After that, whatever the code that is coming after the yield keyword, that is a closure code, will run after the test method. The same will apply for this particular test method also. That is before this test method, these 2 lines will run. After this test method, these 2 lines will run. This is what is the purpose of the fixture. But what if I have more than one Python file? Here only one Python file is there. So I have to create the fixture only one time here. But what if, let's say I'll create one more Python file. I'll just name that as test_register, let's say. Okay, I'll just give a different name. And here also I'll create some test methods, def test register with mandatory fields. This is one test method. I'll just simply say print testing test register with test register with when this test method gets executed, this print statement should be printed. Okay, mandatory fields. Similarly, I create one more test method, def test register with all fields. With all fields. Print. Here I'll write a dummy print statement. Test register with all fields. Like this, one more test method I created. I'll just give a gap here. Now, for this test methods also, I need some setup code to run and tear down code to run. So what I have to do here is, I have to copy this fixture method into this file also, like this, and have to provide the name of this. Let me import this PyTest. After that, I need to provide the name of this fixture inside this test methods, so that the setup and tear down code will run before and after this each and every test method. Okay, so here we have too many blank lines. Remove one blank line. Let's see, it's gone. Here also one. Yeah, that's good. Now you see, if you have multiple Python files and for the setup and tear down code to run before and after every test method in each and every Python file, I need to copy this fixture method into each and every Python file. I have to duplicate it. Now there are only two Python files. What if you have one more Python file? Let's say test search, one more Python file. Now here also I'll create some two test methods. Test search for a valid product. This is one test. I simply say print testing test search for a valid product. This is one test method. I'll create one more test method just for the sake of sample. I'm creating multiple test methods. Test search for an invalid product. This is another such test case. Print testing test search for an invalid product. Okay, now I have two. Now here, now there are two test methods. For these two test methods also, I need to run some setup and tear down code before and after every test method. So again, I have to create a fixture here. So I'll copy the fixture from here in one of the Python file and move it here. Okay, and copy it here, paste it here. Now we have three Python files, and in each and every Python file, we have some test methods. And for the setup and tear down code to run for these test methods, I have to duplicate this fixture method here and there. You see, everywhere I have to duplicate it. Three places I have this fixture method created, right? This is what. So if I run this, this is going to work, but this is not a proper approach, because here we are duplicating the fixture method everywhere, right? If I have to run it, I'll simply run like this: PyTest -vs, and under the package sample package -ra. No, not required. PyTest -vs sample package. You just run it. Let's see what will happen. Under the package, whatever the files are there, total 6 tests are there. Under this package, there are 3 Python files having two. Every Python file has 2 test methods. Okay, 2 test methods like this. Okay. So before and after every test method, this setup and tear down code should run. Let's see whether it has run or not. You see this one, test register with mandatory fields. First, it is launching this is setup code. Setup code has run. After that, the test got run and log out from the application, close browser. Now, second test method in the test register, launch browser, setup code, test got run, and tear down code has run. Now, under the test login, setup code, test, closure code. Setup code, test, closure code for login, second test method. Now search. For search, there is a problem. Why there is a problem in search is because we didn't mention the name of this fixture in this method like this. Okay, that's the reason it has not run the setup and tear down code for these 2 test methods. Now, after providing this name of this fixture inside these methods, now let's run again. Clear PyTest -vs, name of the package under which we have these 3 Python files. where test methods are available. Six tests, and this time for search also, setup code. For search also, they got run. You see, launch browse setup code, search test, and tear down code. Setup code, search test, and tear down code. For every test, the setup and tear down has run this time, right? This is what we generally do. But there is a problem in this approach. That is, we have duplicated this fixture everywhere in the Python file. What if there are 100 Python files like this kind of stuff, and in each and every Python file, you have to copy paste this fixture everywhere and duplicate it? That's not a good approach. So what I will do here is I'll create some file known as conftest.py file. Okay, let me create that under this package. I'll just create that Python file. I'll just name that as conftest dot. Okay, it's nothing but conftest Python file, conftest.py only by default, conftest.py. And now move this fixture into, from one of the file, just move this fixture into this conftest.py file and import this over the mouse and import this PyTest. Okay, done. Now we have this fixture inside this conftest.py file. You don't have to create the fixture in every file. Okay, the fixture is not required to be created in every Python file. You just remove that fixture from each and every Python file. Only one place you just provide, that is conftest.py file. And all these Python files are going to access this fixture from that centralized file known as conftest.py file. Okay. So this is the advantage of creating the fixture inside conftest.py file. Still, we are going to give the name of this fixture in every test method. You see, setup and tear down is provided still inside this test methods of each and every Python file here. But fixture is not duplicated in every Python file. Rather, it is provided only once in this conftest.py file, which is at the centralized location. Now let's run this code and see whether it is still working or not. After centralizing this fixture and removing the duplication of the fixture from every Python file and moving it into the conftest.py file, so is the same output we are getting or not? Okay, is the setup and tear down code running before and after each and every test method in these Python files, multiple Python files or not? Let's find it out. PyTest -vs, name of the package under which we have this Python files, sample package, and you see under sample package we have this Python file. Press enter. You see 6 passed, and you see now for every test, you see for every test the setup and tear down code has run. You see setup code, test, tear down code, setup code, test, and tear down code, setup code, test, tear down code. It's working still, right? Even after moving this fixture into the centralized location, that is conftest.py file, the test methods in each and every Python file is working fine. That is setup code is running before every test method in this Python files, and the tear down code is running after every test method in this Python files. So this is why we have to create fixtures or fixture inside conftest.py file to centralize it and to avoid the duplication in multiple Python files in the project. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use this attribute known as auto use attribute in PyTest fixture. So let's get started. How to create this PyTest fixture and how to use it has been already covered in the previous sessions. Now in this session, I'm going to cover how to use this attribute known as auto use inside this PyTest fixture and what is the advantage of using it inside the PyTest fixture. So let's get started. So this is how we have to use auto use attribute in a PyTest fixture. Okay. So you write this @pytest.fixture before a method, right? That you want to convert into a fixture in your PyTest. So in that fixture, in the circular brackets, you specify this attribute known as auto use is equal to true. What will happen if you specify this attribute in the fixture? I'll cover in this session. Okay. I'll switch to this PyCharm ID where we have this sample Python files. Okay. There are 3 sample Python files as an example in this project, which contain some individual test methods, right? And in each and every test method, we specified the name of the fixture. You see, in each and every test method of this Python files, I provided the name of the fixture, that is setup and tear down. Where is fixture available? Where is this fixture method having this name available? In the conftest.py file I created in the previous session, you remember, right? So you see, this is a fixture which contains some setup and tear down code, and this setup code will run before every test method in this Python files, and this tear down code, which is coming after the yield keyword, will run after each and every test method of this Python files. But how it is running? Because in each and individual test methods, we specified the name of the fixture. You see, setup and tear down is the name of the fixture method here. Okay, since I specified this name here, this fixture code, that is setup and tear down code, is running before and after every test method in each and every test method of this Python files. But what if I remove this name of this fixture method? Okay, that is there in the confidence.py file. If I remove the name of this method, that is fixture method, will the setup and tear down code will run for each and every test method here? It will not run. Okay, that's not going to happen. If you remove this, the setup and tear down code will not run before and after every test method. I'll prove that to you first. I'll go to the terminal. I'll just clear it out and type PyTest -vs, and I'll give the package name under which these three Python files are available having the test methods. And when these test methods run, this fixture is not going to run. That is setup and tear down code is not going to run before and after this test methods now, because I removed the fixture method name from this test methods. Okay. So here, let me give the package name under which this Python files are available. So I'll give sample package and press enter. All the 6 tests will run, but you see the setup and tear down code has not been run. So none of the test methods, for none of the test methods, the setup and tear down code is not run. You see, if it has run, it would have printed launch browser, open application URL. Then it would have printed testing kind of thing for each and every test method. But here you see, for every test method, the setup and tear down code has not run, because from these test methods, I have removed the name of the fixture method. Okay. So is there any way still after removing the name of the fixture method from this individual test methods inside this Python files, this setup and tear down code will still run? Yes, that is possible. When you specify, when you go to this fixture method and here beside this inside this fixture circular brackets, if you specify auto use is equal to true, then you don't have to mention the name of the fixture method here. Automatically, the setup and tear down code will run for each and every test method now. I don't have to specify the name of the fixture in each and every test method inside this Python files when I specify this attribute auto use is equal to true. When this is specified inside the fixture, then there is no need of specifying the name of the fixture method inside this test methods of this Python file. Now, since I provided this attribute auto use is equal to true inside this fixture method, now let me run without providing the name of this fixture method inside this test methods of this Python files, and it should be able to run the setup code and tear down code before and after every test method of this Python files now. Okay, so I have to say clear actually, and now write PyTest -vs and name of the package under which these Python files are available, sample package, and press enter. You see all the 6 test methods got run, and before and after every test method here, before and after every test method here, you see the setup method has setup code from the fixture has been run, and test method has run, and tear down code. Before and after every test method, the setup and tear down code has been run this time. You can see that for all the 6 test methods in these 3 Python files. Okay, so even though I didn't specify the name of the fixture method in this test methods of these Python files, okay, still the setup and tear down code has been executed because of this attribute specifying. Okay, because we specified this attribute auto is equal to true, we don't have to specify the name of the fixture method in the individual test methods of the Python files. So hope guys you understood what is the purpose of using this auto use attribute in PyTest fixture in this session. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use scope attribute in PyTest fixture. That is how to specify the scope attribute in PyTest fixture. So let's get started. There are 5 varieties in which you can specify the scope attribute in PyTest fixture. That is, you can specify scope is equal to function in the PyTest fixture, or scope is equal to session in PyTest fixture, or scope is equal to class, scope is equal to package, scope is equal to module in PyTest fixture. Out of these 5 types, the first 2 are the important ones. That is, scope is equal to function, scope is equal to session. Let me practically demonstrate the first 2 scope types now. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm ID, where we have the sample Python files containing the test methods. Okay, there are 2 test methods in every sample Python file here. For sample, there are 2 test methods. And here we have this fixture method created inside this confidence.py file as part of the previous sessions, right? Now, In the previous session, I covered this attribute that is auto use is equal to true. Along with this attribute, you can also specify one more attribute that I'm covering in this session. That is none other than the scope attribute. You can specify the scope attribute in this fixture. You can simply say scope is equal to, there are 5 varieties, right? Scope is equal to function, class, module, package, session, any of these things you can write. I'm going to cover function and session in this session. So in double quotes, I'll give function as a first variety. So when you specify function here, this setup code will run before every test method and tear down code will run after every test method. Okay, before every test method, the setup code in this fixture method will run. After every test method got executed, the tear down code will run. Okay, because the scope is function level. That is for every test level, before the test, setup code will run. After the test, tear down code will run. Okay, so here there are 6 tests. So before every test, the setup code will run, and after every test, the tear down code will run. That's what is mean by scope is equal to function. Let me show you that. So let me run this test. I'll open this, I'll right click on this project and say open in Explorer. I'll go to the location in my machine where this project is available, open this project, and here I'll type CMD. It will open in command prompt. The path will directly come in command prompt, the project path. Here I'll type the PyTest commands for running this particular test. So for every test, before the test, the setup code will run. After the test, in all these Python projects, Python files, the tear down code will run. Okay, PyTest -vs. Okay, that's it. PyTest -vs, all the tests will run. No? Press enter. You see all the 6 out of 6 tests got run, and you see the setup code got run, then test got run, and then tear down. For every test method, setup code, test, and tear down. Setup code, test, tear down. Setup code, test, tear down. Like that. For every test method, setup code, test, and tear down got run. Because the scope is mentioned at which level? Function level. So by default, if you don't specify scope attribute also, its scope is equal to function only. Okay. So if I remove this scope is equal to function, you will get the same output. Because by default, the scope is set to function level only, whether you specify here or not. Internally, it is specified as scope is equal to function only. Okay, let me run this without specifying that scope is equal to function. PyTest, yes. You will get the same output. All the 6 out of 6 tests will run. Every test, setup code, test, tear down code. Setup code, test, and tear down code. For all the 6 tests, the same thing happened, right? Now, I'll explain the second one, that is scope is equal to session. Okay, in place of scope is equal to function, or by default, whatever, if you don't specify, both are scope is equal to function only. Now, if I specify scope is equal to session, what will happen here? I'll simply say scope is equal to session. If I give scope is equal to session, what will happen is before all the tests, the setup code will run only one time. Setup code will run only one time. After that, all the tests will run. All the 6 out of 6 tests will run. At the end, tear down code will run. Okay, only one time the setup code will run for all the tests at only one time. Instead of every time for every test it is running, the setup code is going to run only one time in the beginning of the session. And during the session, all the 6 tests will run one by one. Okay, and after the 6 tests got completed, tear down code will run. Only once it will run. Only once it will run. Okay, so when scope is equal to function, this setup and tear down has run for each and every test. But here, this setup code will run only one time when the scope is set to session, and the tear down code will run only once after all the tests are done. Okay, before all the tests are executed, setup code only once. After all the tests are executed, tear down code only once. Okay, so let me say CLS and say PyTest -vs. You will see that only one time the setup and tear down code will run. Let me run it again. PyTest -vs. You see, here the setup code has run in the beginning only once. After that, all the tests, test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4, test 5, test 6, all the 6 tests got executed, and the tear down code has run only once at the end. So this is what happens when you set the scope to session. Okay, so it's better not to provide the scope, or if you provide that as scope is equal to function, so that the setup and tear down will run for every function. If you specify scope is equal to session, only one time before the test, all the tests, and only one time after the test, the tear down code will run. Okay, so this is how we can change the value of the scope, and accordingly the things will change on the PyTest fixture. Okay, the setup and tear down code will run either once or each time once for each and every test method. Okay, depending on the scope specified. So remaining things you can try out by yourself. These are the important ones that I wanted to cover. I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to run the tests in parallel mode using PyTest exist. So let's get started. In order to run the tests in parallel mode, we have to install this PyTest exist. So let me explain all these things in detail in this session. So I'll switch to this PyCharm ID where we have this project. First, I'll create a package. I'll just name this package as sample pack. Under this package, I'll create a Python file. I'll name this Python file as test underscore sample. Under this Python file, I'll create some test methods. def test one. Okay. And here, I would like to write some Selenium Python code. Okay. In one of the previous sessions in this series, I covered the Selenium WebDriver for you in Python, Selenium Python WebDriver. So with that knowledge, I'll be writing the code here. If you have not installed Selenium in your machine, go to the terminal and here type pip install space Selenium. Press enter. The Selenium will be installed in your PyCharm ID. This is very simple. Okay. And just to double check, you just go to select this project, go to file, go to settings. Under the project, select Python interpreter, click on plus, and here type Selenium, and you'll get the Selenium option here. Select that and say install package. So Selenium will be installed. Okay. From the terminal, you can install, and also you can double check by installing from this PyCharm ID, this option. Okay. Once it is installed, close this, say OK. That's it. Selenium is now installed in your machine. Now under this test method, you can write the code of Selenium. So how to write the code? You can write WebDriver, say dot. Now hover the mouse on WebDriver and import this from Selenium. Okay, import this WebDriver from Selenium. Now write WebDriver dot Chrome. It will launch the Chrome browser. So it will return you some driver. Now simply say driver dot maximize window, and after that driver dot get. Here we have to provide some URL. For example, we are testing, Omayo. Okay, Omayo website. I'll open the website for you. omayo.blogspot.com. Copy this URL and paste it here in the get command. And after that, just give some time to sleep. Let's say some 5 seconds. Hover the mouse on this and import this from time. Import time. Okay, that's it. Okay, this is the one, right? Let me cross check. Hover the mouse. Import this from Python time. Okay, that's fine. Now, after that, I would like to quit the browser, driver.quit. That's it. This is one test. Similarly, I would like to create other tests. So let's say I would like to create some 3 to some 6 tests, let's say. Test some other website, let's say tutorials, Ninja website. So tutorials underscore ninja. And go here to this website, tutorialsninja.com/demo website. Copy this URL. And here, replace this URL with this URL. Okay. This is another test. Similarly, I'll copy this. And here, test. I'll give one more website. So I have to give some different websites here. I'll go to this and then, this is one website, selenium143.blogspot.com website. Copy this URL. Just put that website here. Here I'll say Selenium, test Selenium143. Selenium143. And I'll create one more test. I'm just creating some different tests. That's it. Okay. Just for the case of example, I'm creating this multiple tests. Then one more website I have to give. Let me give this Selenium by Arun website. Copy this URL. Selenium by Arun. And here update the URL. Done. After that, You can give any other websites. For example, here compendium dev website I'll give. Copy this. And I'll copy paste this one and say compendium dev website. And here I'll copy this URL and paste it here. So how many tests have been completed? Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more I'll create. Final one. Just for example case, I'm creating this many tests. I'll just say some other website I'll have to pick. Okay, this is not working. This one I'll take jQueryui.com. jQuery UI. jQuery, simply say jQuery. And here I'll give the URL of that website. That's it. Now we have some sample tests. There are around 6 tests inside this test sample.py file. So if I run it, the test will run in a sequential manner one by one. I'll show you that, okay? After one test, the next test will run. After this test, next test will run. Okay, in alphabetical order, the test will run anyhow. Okay, according the names according to their in alphabetical order, they are going to run. So let me run them. How to run them? Right click on this project, say open in Explorer, and go to the project. Type CMD here. Now here give the command PyTest. Okay, PyTest, that's it, I guess. Let's see whether it is running all the tests or not. PyTest and press enter. One by one, they will be running. Okay, after one test, the next test will. You see, one test is running. Only one, that is omea.blogspot.com is running. After the browser closes, the next test will start running. You see, now the next test will start running. Like that, one by one, 6 tests will run. It's preparing the second test. You see, the second test is running. That is tutorialsninja.com/demo. And now after this, third test will start. It's preparing the third test, and which is none other than selenium143.blogspot.com website. So it will close now. Now fourth test will run. It's preparing the fourth test. You see, in sequential manner, the tests are running one by one. There are 6 tests and they are running in sequential manner one by one. This is going to close now. So let's see how many tests are going to run. 1, 2, 3, 4. Total 4 completed. Fifth one. After fifth one, I gave the time, that is time.sleep as 5 seconds. So it's waiting before closing the browser. Otherwise, it would have been fast. The last one, jQuery.ui.com. After waiting for 5 seconds, it is going to close the browser. It's also done. Now all the 6 texts got completely executed. I think so. So we should get 6 passed. That's fine. But I want to run all these tests not in sequential manner. Rather, I want to run them in parallel mode. How to do that? To do that, first I have to install this PyTest-xdist. After installing this PyTest-xdist, okay, I can run them in parallel mode. Okay, so how to install that? Go to this PyCharm ID, and here go to the terminal, and here the CLS and pip install PyTest-xdist. This you have to install PyTest-xdist. You have to install. Let it install. And after installing from the terminal, you again, for safe side, go to this, select this project, go to File, Settings, select this project. Under the project, we have Python interpreter. Click on plus and type here, search here for PyTest-xdist. You'll get this Python xdist. Click on install package. In a while, Python xdist will be installed. You'll get some green message here. You see, Python xdist is installed successfully. Close this, say OK, that's it. Python xdist has been installed. Now you will be able to run this test in parallel mode. So in this command prompt, you just type PyTest, okay, -n, and give the number. How many tests you want to run in parallel. Let's say I would like to run 6 out of 6 tests in parallel and press enter. At a time, all the 6 will run. You see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Total 6 are running. Total 6 browsers will launch. You see, all the browsers are launching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see here, right? All these browsers are launching at the same time. Parallelly, they are running. The tests are running in a parallel way. All the 5 tests are running. You see, 1, 2, all the 6 tests are running. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tests are running in parallel mode. So after waiting for 5 seconds, everything will close. All the browsers will close, you see. So this is how we can run the tests in parallel. All the tests got run. And you can see 6 dots here. That means all the 6 got passed. Okay. Everything has run parallel. This is how we can run the tests in parallel using PyTest exist. Okay. We have first install PyTest exist. After installing, then you can run this command. Okay. -n. This is the flag you have to give and the number of instances. If I give 6 means 6 tests will run. Well, if I give 3 means 3 after 3 will run in parallel. Okay. First 3 will run. After that remaining 3 will run. Okay. In out of 6. Like that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to run individual tests in PyTest by changing some options in PyCharm IDE. So let's get started. For example, in this PyCharm IDE editor, if you have multiple tests that can be run with the help of PyTest, in that multiple tests, if you want to selectively run one individual test, okay, separately you want to run one individual test instead of running all the tests together in PyTest. For that, which options have to change in this PyCharm IDE that I'm going to cover in this session. So let's get started. In PyCharm IDE, we can change these options that are available here at this location. So for that, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE editor where we have the sample Python file under this project, and the sample Python file has multiple test methods. You see, there are around 6 test methods. I don't want to run all these test methods together. Rather, I would like to run only one selective test method. Okay. Out of the 6 test methods, I would like to pick one of the test method, let's say second test method. So tutorials ninja related test method, I would like to run. Okay. How to run that? This particular test, I would like to run individually or separately instead of running along with other tests. Okay. Separately, I want to run this test. For that, I have to change some settings. For that, I need to select the project and click on this file option and then select settings. I'll get this settings dialog. And under the settings, you select this option like tools option, expand the tools option. After expanding the tools option, you will find something like Python integrated tools option. Select that. In the Python integrated tools, you will see some field that is default test runner, where by default unit test is selected. Okay, instead of this unit test, I need to change this option to PyTest. Now, say apply and say okay. After changing this default test runner to PyTest and say okay, in a while you will get these options. You see, beside every test, you will get these run options. These are from PyTest. Okay, these are coming from PyTest. As I mentioned, I would like to run the second test. I don't want to run all the tests. Rather, I would like to run only this particular test. So I'll just click on this run option, which is appearing beside this second test. Okay, this option is coming only because of we changing the settings here. Okay, now run this. You see, you got this option run PyTest for sample. Okay, just like that. Only one test will run. Tutorials Ninja test is running. You see, only Tutorials Ninja test is running. Remaining all tests will not run. After 5 seconds, this browser will close and the test will be done. You see, only one test got executed, that is the selected test. This is possible by changing this PyCharm IDE options. Okay. So hope guys you understood how to run the individual test in PyTest by changing some PyCharm IDE options. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use hook functions which act like fixtures in PyTest. Either we can use fixtures in PyTest, or in place of that, we can also use hook functions. There's alternative way also to run the setup code before every test function and to run the tear down code after every function. We can either go with the fixtures or we can go with the hook functions. Okay. Why we have to learn both? When one of the solution is available, why we have to learn both? Because some people may use fixtures, some people may use hook functions. It's better to have the knowledge of both. If there's a possibility of running the setup code and tear down code, not only with fixtures, but also with hook functions, different people will try to use different stuff in different places. So it's better to have the knowledge of both. So in this session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to use the hook functions to run the setup and tear down code with the help of PyTest. Okay, so let's get started. So there are different hook functions we have in PyTest. So using which we can run the setup code and tear down code. Like we have done, fixtures have done the same thing, right? Fixtures purpose is also same to run the setup code and tear down code. Similarly, hook functions also, by using this hook functions, we can run the setup code and tear down code. So what are the different hook functions we have? Setup function of function, tear down function of function, setup module of module, set tear down module of module. Okay. So coming to the fixtures, I already covered in the previous sessions. Okay. What is a fixture and all here I covered in the previous sessions. Now in this session, alternative to fixtures, you can use hook functions that I'm going to cover. The same kind of output you will get with the hook functions also. The output you got with fixtures for running the setup and tear down code, the same you will get with the hook functions that I'm going to cover in this session. So let's get started with this. So let me switch to this PyCharm IDE for practical demonstration where we have the sample Python file under this project. In this Python file, I'm going to create some sample functions like test1. Okay. So I'll just create some sample functions, print of test1, I'll say. Test1 executed. Otherwise, copy this and create some other test functions. Test2. Here also test2, I'll say. Then test3. Here also test3, I'll say. Test4. Here also test4, I'll say. I'll create some let's say six test methods here for sample. Test5. And finally, the last one I'm creating, for example, that is test6. Test6 executed. These are the six test functions we have, for example, in this case. And to run the setup code before every test function and to run the tear down code after execution of every test function, I'm going to depend on hooks in this session. Okay, I'm going to use hook functions in this session. Instead of using fixtures for that purpose, I'm going to use hook functions. Okay, an alternative method. So how to create this hook functions as given here? The name should match exactly the same. Okay, the names of the hook function should match exactly. You cannot give a different name for the hook functions. So here def space setup underscore function. This name should be exactly the same. If you modify any a bit of it, it's going to work in a different manner. Okay, it's not going to be a hook function anymore. Okay, so hook function should have the exact name. And in the circular brackets, you have to give function. And for example, here I'll say print launch browser. I'll say in the beginning, I'll say launch browser. And this setup code should run before every test function. So it's going to run because this is a setup function. This is a setup code which need to be executed before every test function. Now, similarly, I can create a tear down. That is closure function, closure code for running the closure code. This name of this closure tear down function also should be exactly matching. You cannot have a different name. Here I'll say close browser. I'll say close browser, launch browser, close browser. Okay, launch browser and close browser. Now, run this test. Okay, now run the test and see that the setup code will run before every test function and tear down function code will run after every test function gets executed. So to run this, I'll right click open this project in Explorer so that I'll be taken to the project location in my machine. I'll go inside the project and type cmd from here and the command prompt will launch from my project location. Okay, here I would like to run the PyTest command, PyTest space -ps. All the six tests will run and before every test, the setup code will run. Setup function hook code will run, launch browser and the test will run and close browser. Launch browser, test, close browser. Launch browser, test, close browser. Launch browser, test, close browser. Launch, test, close. For each and every of these six test methods that I have in this example, before every test function, test method, this setup code got executed, and after every test method got executed, the tear down function, hook function got executed. Okay, code got executed. So this is how it's going to work. Similarly, we have setup module and tear down module. But the difference between setup function and setup module is setup function will run before every test function, whereas setup module will run only once. Before all the test functions, only once it will run. And once it is run, all the test functions will get executed. And at the end, Once all the test functions get executed, then tier down module will get run. Okay. Instead of each and every function, this will run only once before all the functions and after all the test functions. Okay. So let me change this setup function to setup module here. And here inside the circular brackets type module. Here also tier down module you write down. Inside the circular brackets, you write down module. Now run this. Here launch browser will happen only once before all the test functions get executed. After launching the browser, all the test functions will get executed. Then after all the test functions get executed, close browser will happen only once at the end. So here I'll go here and say CLS and PyTest -vs. You can see that clearly here. Launch browser happens only once. After that, all the test functions, test methods will get executed. Finally, close browser will happen. So hope guys you understood how to use different hook functions in PyTest. Okay. The hook functions are going to work similar to the fixtures, where fixtures also are nothing but running some setup code and tier down before and after the functions. Whereas similarly, hook functions also will do the same thing. Okay, so they will also run the code before and after the functions. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate about soft assertions in PyTest. So let's get started. What exactly are the soft assertions? In order to understand soft assertions, I need to compare the soft assertions with hard assertions, which I have used in the sessions so far. Okay, in all the previous sessions, if anywhere I have used some assertions, those are hard assertions. Now in this session, I'm going to cover the soft assertions. To explain the soft assertions, I need to compare the soft assertions with the hard assertions. So let me compare the soft assertions with the hard assertions that we have used so far. On the left side, I'm writing hard assertions. Okay, these are the assertions I have used so far. In the previous sessions and all, wherever the assertions were used, those are the hard assertions. And on the right side, I'm using soft assertions. Okay, I'm writing soft assertions. So if I compare these hard assertions and soft assertions, you will be able to understand soft assertions. So hard assertions are the assertions when they fail, we'll stop the test there itself. Okay, let's say there is a test. Let's say this is a test and you are running this particular test and somewhere in the test, there is an assertion. Okay, somewhere in, during this is a code that I have written for performing this test, and one of this line, let's say this particular line, there is a hard assertion, and that hard assertion will do some verification, and that verification process has failed. Okay, something is not as expected. So this statement is going to fail the test, and when it fails, it will stop the test here itself. The remaining code which is coming after this statement, assertion statement which failed, will not be executed. This code will not be executed because this is hard assertion. Hard assertions are very strict, and once they fail, they will stop the code from execution. Okay, remaining code which is followed by the statement which has failed the hard assertion, right? The code will not be executed. Okay, no matter which code is there, it doesn't matter. All this code will not be executed. That is hard assertion. Unlikely. Okay, so coming to the soft assertions, they are completely different from the hard assertions, where if you repeat the same process, okay, there are some code in this particular test, and in one particular line you have used the soft assertion, and let's say the soft assertion during the verification process has failed. In that case, the execution will not stop here. The execution will not stop here. Even though this particular soft assertion is failing, the verification, some verification is being done by the soft assertion and that got failed. And even though it's failing, the code will not stop here. Even though this line fails, the code will not stop here. Remaining lines also will be executed. Okay, it will continue the execution of the remaining code of this particular test. This is what the soft assertions are. Okay, so hard assertions. Coming to the hard assertions, let's say in this particular test, if you have multiple assertions and all these assertions are hard assertions, if first assertion, let's say this is assertion 1, hard assertion 1, the second one hard assertion 2, this is hard assertion 3. Let's say there are 3 verifications that you have to do as part of this test, or 2 or 3 verifications, whatever it is. When you run this particular test, if first hard assertion fails, then remaining 2 verifications will not be done. Okay, so remaining assertions will not be verified because the code will stop here itself, because this is a hard assertion. But coming to the soft assertion, if you have multiple soft assertions mentioned in this particular test, if the first soft assertion fails, it will fail this particular step, but the code will continue the execution, and remaining soft assertions, even though they are failing also, they will be verified. Okay, because the program will continue. In this case of soft assertions, you will get multiple results. Okay, multiple verification results you will get. But in hard assertions, if one of the assertion is failing, only that particular result you will get and remaining assertion results will not get. So this is at a high level, the difference between the hard assertions and soft assertions. Now let me practically demonstrate these hard assertions and soft assertions. Okay, for that I'll switch to this PyCharm ID. Okay, I'm going to practically demonstrate this difference between the hard assertions and soft assertions. So these are some steps we are going to follow during the practical demonstration. I'll switch to this PyCharm ID where we have this sample Python file. Inside the sample Python file, I'm going to create a test method. Let's say test, let's say Omayo or something. One name of the test method I'm giving. And here inside this, I'm going to write some Selenium automation code. Let's say instead of writing Omayo, I'll write other application that is Tutorials Ninja. I'll take this application as an example for this test. I'll open this application that is tutorialsninja.com/demo application. So once you are on this application page, I want to verify the title of this page. Okay, I want to check the title of this page. So first of all, to check the title of this page, first I have to open this browser, then open this application URL, maximize this browser window. And then after opening the application URL in the browser, I have to verify this title, right? So let me copy this URL and come back to this test. And here I'll write down WebDriver dot. In one of the previous session, I already have installed Selenium in this project. So hold the mouse on this WebDriver and import this from Selenium library. Now say WebDriver.Chrome. WebDriver.Chrome. And this will return you some driver. Now using this driver object reference, I'll maximize the browser window. Here, Chrome browser window got launched. Now here we have maximized the browser window. After that, I'll open the application URL. For that, I'll use some get command. In double quotes, I'll paste the application URL of this application. Once the application URL is open, now I will perform some verification, some assertion I'll perform where I'll retrieve this title and check whether this title is matching with the expected title or not. Okay, as part of this test, automation test, I am going to do that. For that, what is expected title? Expected title is equal to expected title is your store. In double quotes, give your store. This is the expected title. Okay. Now, what is actual title? How to get the actual title of this page? Using the automation script, how to get the title? Driver dot title. This will get you the title. Actual title. Now, expected title, that is actual title, which is retrieved using Selenium automation script from the application page, should match with whatever you are expecting. Okay. For that, I'll write some assertion. Assert actual title dot equals expected title. So this is an hard assertion. This is an example of an hard assertion. So if this assertion fails, the remaining steps will not be executed. So here let's assume that this particular test not only has one verification or one assertion, I have multiple assertions. What I want to do next is after verifying the title, I want to type some product name, valid product name, say HP into this search box field. So let's type HP into the search box field. I'll inspect the search box field and create a locator for this. It has name locator, copy this name locator and come back here and write down driver dot find element by dot. Okay, import this by from Selenium library and now say by dot name, comma, give that name locator of that particular search box field and I'll type the product name into the search box field, send keys HP. Okay. After typing HP here, I would like to click on the search button, inspect the search button. So I need to create a locator for this button. So simply say Control F. I'll copy one of this class of this button and say double slash button, double slash button contains, I'm creating an XPath expression, at the rate class, comma, in single quotes give that one of the class of that particular button. Here still two elements are getting located. Two buttons are getting located. How to segregate that? Because they both have button LG. Maybe I'll take another one, button default, BT and hyphen default. Now only one button is getting located. That button is nothing but the search button. Okay. So copy this XPath expression for locating the search button. Now come back here and here write down driver dot find element by dot. Okay. XPath. Give the XPath expression of that button and say dot click. That's it. After entering HP text into this search box field, I'm clicking on the search button. Now, in the search results, I got this product. Okay, HP product got displayed in the search results. That's okay. So I want to verify this HP product in the search results, whether it got displayed or not. For that, I'll inspect this link, HP product link. It's a link text. Copy this text between the tags of the anchor tags. And here write down private dot find element by dot link text. Give that link text of that particular product. I would like to retrieve the text between the tags. Okay. Or I'll simply say driver dot final by dot is displayed. Okay. If it is displayed, it will return true. Here I'll provide an assertion. Assert of is displayed. So if it returns true means this element got displayed on the page and the test will pass. If it is not displayed, if this product is not displayed, then assertion will fail. But here there are how many hard assertions in this particular test? Intentionally I created two hard assertions. One hard assertion here, another hard assertion here. So, for example, your expected title is your store ABC. In this case, what will happen? The actual title will be only your store, and that actual title is not going to be equal to the expected title, and here hard assertion will fail. Here, verifying title is a simple thing, right? It's a simple thing. For that, we don't have to fail the entire test, right? Right? We don't have to stop the test from execution just because of you, the title is not matching. Here, the main intention of performing this test is to see whether the searched product is coming in the search results or not. This is a main assertion. This is not the main assertion. Verifying the title is very simple. Okay. Just because of this, if your test is failing means that's not a good approach. Okay. This is very simple assertion. It should not be a hard assertion. It should be a soft assertion instead. Okay. When you have multiple assertions and this is the main assertion and this is not the main assertion. This is a simple assertion. Okay. Whether it verification is failing or passing doesn't matter much. Okay. Still the test need to continue and this is the main assertion that need to get executed, but that is not going to happen because both are provided as hard assertion. This is hard assertion. This is not a hard assertion. Main assertion is a hard assertion and normal small check is also a hard assertion. In this case, what is the problem? When you run this test, if one of the first hard assertion fails, the test will stop there itself and the main assertion will not be verified. Okay. Only this will fail the test and the execution will stop here. This is the problem. You can see that now. Okay. I'll show you how that is done. Here I'll quit the browser after this driver dot quit. Now you know that this particular assertion is going to fail because intentionally I added ABC. So the expected title should be your store only, but I added ABC because that is assertion need to fail. When this assertion fails, the test will stop there itself because it's a hard assertion. Remaining steps will not be executed and the main assertion will not be checked. Okay. I'll go to this location of this project in my machine and run this from the command line. Go to the Explorer. Here's a project. I'll go inside the project. And here I'll select and type CMD. The command prompt will open from this project location. And here I'll type PyTest. Okay, here I'll type PyTest like VS or something. Okay, and press enter. The test is running. Test tutorials in Java. Test method is running now. You see, it got failed. It has not typed HP and it has not searched for the HP product, which was the main intention of creating the test. But the test got failed because of another assertion where, you know, the title of the page is not matching. Your store is not equal to your store ABC. Because of that, the test got failed. Remaining steps or the remaining assertion has not been executed because these two assertions are hard assertions, right? Hard assertions. Hope you understood the problem with the specifying all the hard assertions in the same test. Now, what I want to do here is instead of using these hard assertions in the same test, what if I convert this all the assertions into soft assertions and if anything fails, I would like to report that. Let's say I want to verify both of the tests. Both of these assertions I want to verify. Even though one assertion fails, it should verify the remaining assertion also. How that is possible? By converting these hard assertions into soft assertions, it is possible. So how to convert these hard assertions into soft assertions so that both of these assertions will be verified as part of the test. For that, we have to follow some process. That is, we have to install PyTest soft assertions. Okay, we have to install this PyTest software. By default, we don't get software sessions in PyTest, we have to explicitly install this PyTest software sessions. So for installing this, let's go to the terminal. And in the terminal, type pip space install space PyTest hyphen soft space assertions. Soft space assertions. It is assertions, not assertion, assertions. Okay, PyTest soft assertion. Now press enter. PyTest soft assertions will be installed in a while. So it got installed. Now similarly, go to select the sample project, click on file, click on settings. After that, select this project. Under the project, you will find this Python interpreter. Select that. After this loads, click on this plus icon and here search for PyTest hyphen soft hyphen assertions here also and select this and say install package. You see it got installed. Now, once it is installed, once the process is done, let's wait for the process to be completed here. So close this, say okay, that's it. So some process is going on. Let's wait for the process to be completed. Once the process is completed, once that particular got installed, okay, PyTest software sessions got installed. Now, what we have to do here is we have to use this particular flag while running the test from here. Now we are going to convert the hard assertions that are specified in the test into soft assertions by specifying this extra flag. After installing this, you can specify this extra flag hyphen hyphen soft hyphen asserts. Okay. So here I'll write down PyTest hyphen vs space hyphen hyphen. Two times you mention hyphen hyphen soft hyphen asserts. Okay, soft asserts. That means you're converting the hard assertions into soft assets. Okay, by specifying this extra flag after installing this PyTest soft assertions by specifying this extra flag, that is hyphen hyphen soft asserts. Hard assertions in the test will be getting converted into this both hard assertions will get converted into soft assertions. And if any of the assertion fails, the remaining assertion will be continued. Remaining steps will be executed. So I'll do one thing. I'll fail both the tests, both the assertions. Here, anyhow, your store should be there. I added ABC to fail this particular assertion. Even though this particular assertion fails, it has now been converted into soft assertions by providing this extra flag here. Okay. So even though it fails, the remaining code will be executed. And here, I'll also add ABC here also. The product name should be HPLP365, but I am adding ABC. So it will not be displayed and this assertion also will fail. Intentionally, I am failing two assertions. Both assertions will fail since they are now converted into soft assertions because of this extra, okay, extra flag. Okay, so we'll get both the results. Okay, the results, the verification results of both the assertions will come in the output. Press enter. The test will run. Okay, there is a problem here. That is soft asserts unrecognized argument. It is saying, let's find it out what's happening. So let's do one thing. Let's run the same command from the terminal instead of from the Windows command line. Let's run that from the terminal. Somehow it's not working from the Windows command line. The command PyTest hyphen soft asserts is not working from Windows command line for me somehow. So let me run that from the terminal of this PyCharm ID. So I say PyTest space hyphen soft hyphen asserts and press enter. So it's working now. You see, both the assertions were verified and you got a table here. In case of soft assertions, you got a table. You see, assert actual title is not matching. And also on the top of that, you got some other exceptions like no such element exception. That is because of this element ABC. Okay, HPLP3065 ABC element is not there. Only HPLP3065 will come. Intentionally, I was failing this assertion. So here it's clearly saying no such element, unable to locate element. Okay, this ABC. So we got two assertions. So here this assertion got converted into the soft assertions and hence. So this is how we have to convert the hard assertions into the soft assertions just by providing this flag while running. That is, we just need to provide this flag that is hyphen soft hyphen asserts flag. Okay, and that too you have to run this command from the terminal. Okay, not from the Windows command prompt. It is not working from the prompt. So better to run this from the PyCharm ID's terminal itself. Okay, after installing this PyTest soft assertions, you have to run this so that you see all the assertions. If you have multiple assertions, just because one assertion is failing, the test will not stop there itself. Rather, all the assertions will be verified because they got converted into the soft assertions. Okay, so we'll get the results of all these assertions in the results because of the soft assertions. So hope guys you understood how to use soft assertions in PyTest. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to integrate Selenium code with PyTest. So let's get started. This is the first part. So I have few more parts coming in as part of this integrating Selenium code with PyTest, where we are going to learn a lot of new stuff regarding PyTest. So let's get started here with this session where we are getting started with integrating Selenium code with PyTest. So here is the practical demonstration. Let me switch to this PyCharm ID. I'm going to create a new project here. I'll select this. Once you launch PyCharm ID, you will be provided with that new project option. Select that. And here in the selected area, you just give the project name. Okay, just mention some project name here. Let's say Selenium Python PyTest. Okay, I'm just giving the project name like this. You can give any name. I'm just giving Selenium Python PyTest as the project name. Or you can also end with the PROJ. Okay, project. PROJ stands for project. Selenium Python PyTest project. Now after this, just simply click on create. The project will be created in a while. Let's wait for the project to be created in this PyCharm ID. You see the project got created here and it's creating the virtual environment. So let's wait for this virtual environment to be created. Let the process be done. Let's wait until the progress is done here. I'll pause this session and resume once that environment is created. Okay, almost done. You see, it's almost done. Now it's scanning files to index and all. And by default, it will create some main.py file that you don't need now. You can delete this. Okay, you can close this and delete this main.py file, which is coming by default. So simply say delete. Okay, the main.py file, which is coming by default, got deleted. So it's still doing some process here. After we create the project, some process is still going on, indexing Python, SDK and all. Let's wait for the process to be completed. You see indexing is going on. Let's wait. So fine, this is the project that got created now. Selenium Python PyTest project with that name. Now, what we have to do now is under this project, I'll create a package. Right click on the project and select a new package. I'll select this Python package and I'll just name this as sample package. Okay, sample, or I'll just name this as a test. I'm going to give the name of this package as test package. Click on enter and the name of the package test is created. Under this package, I'm going to create a Python file. right click new Python file, select the Python file, and what kind of name I would like to give. So since I would like to run this particular things with help of PyTest, the name of the Python file should start with test underscore. I'll just give this as search. Okay, test underscore search as the name of the Python file. Press enter. And in this Python file, I'll be creating some test methods. Before creating any test methods, first we have to install PyTest. In this project, I have to install PyTest. How to install PyTest? For that, I have to go to this terminal. In the terminal, I have to type pip install space, pip space install space PyTest and press enter. Now PyTest will be installed in this project. Let's wait for the PyTest to be installed. It's installing PyTest. Yeah, now it's done. Now, after this installation is done from this PyCharm IDE's terminal, as I have shown here. Now select this project and click on File and select Settings. And once the Settings dialog comes, now select this project. Here is a project, select that, expand that. Under that, you will find Python interpreter. So existing packages will load here. You see, there is no, there is PyTest already there here. If it is not there, you can install. We have installed it from this terminal, right? So it is there. If not, you can click on this place and search for PyTest here and select that and say install package. Okay, no problem. Any way you can install from the terminal, or you can come to this place and search for that and install. You see, PyTest can be installed from here also. Close this and say okay. Okay, that's it. Now PyTest has been installed in this machine. Now we will be able to run some test methods with the help of PyTest. So first what I will do here is I'll create some test methods. I'll simply say def. I'll name the test as test underscore. If you don't provide this test means this will not be recognized by PyTest and this method will not be running. Okay, test underscore search for a. I'm writing some search related test valid product. Okay, so like this, create a function or method. So on which application I'm trying to write the automation code, I'll tell you. This is the application. I'll open this application URL and verify or test this search functionality. I'm verifying the search functionality. The first functionality is like verify searching for a valid product. Test searching for a valid product. Now here I need to write some Selenium code. So to start with, I have to write WebDriver dot. Now hover the mouse on WebDriver. You cannot import because in this project we have not installed Selenium yet. For that, go to terminal and here type pip space install space Selenium. Press enter. Selenium will be installed in this project. Let's wait for the Selenium to get installed in this project. PyTest is already installed. Now we are installing Selenium. Either you can install Selenium from this terminal. For double check, you can also install from the other options. Okay, so once it is done, I'll go there and install Selenium from there. So let's wait for the Selenium to be installed. It's still going on. Let's wait for this to be completely installed. Now it got installed successfully. Now select this project, click on File and select Settings. Again, go to this project and Python interpreter. So here we should get the installed packages, already installed packages. So see, already PyTest is already there. Selenium is also there. 4.8.3 version of Selenium is there. Okay. So if not installed from terminal and all, you can also install from here. Just search for Selenium here. Search for Selenium here and you'll get this Selenium. The same version is coming. Click on install. This is another way of installing Selenium package in your PyCharm IDE projects, either from terminal or from here. I generally do both because of I'll get double confirmation. Okay. I generally do that. That's okay. But you can, if it is working for you, you can just get stopped at terminal and you can start with. Okay. But I confirm with this kind of options and all. Now, after that, after installing Selenium, right, let the progress complete. Let the process complete. Discovering some binary modules is coming. Let it complete. Yeah, still ready, installing and all. Now everything is done here. Now hover the mouse on WebDriver and now you are getting import. Earlier you are not getting. Select this import and say Selenium WebDriver. It will be imported. So after this, WebDriver dot I have to launch the Chrome browser. So I will say Chrome. Okay. And it will return you some object. That is that object will be referred with the help of driver. Okay. The object created here will be referred with the help of driver. Now, after that, what I would like to do here is I would like to write some script for searching for a valid product here. So after opening the Chrome browser, I would like to maximize the browser. For that, by using the object reference, I'll say maximize Windows. So the browser will get maximized. After that, I have to open this application URL. I'll copy this URL from this application and simply say driver.get double quotes, paste it. That's it. It will open the application URL. After opening the application URL, what I have to do? I have to enter the HP product into this search box field. How to enter? I'll inspect the search box field and create a locator for that. There's a name locator. Copy this and now write down driver dot find element by dot name. It's not coming because you have to import by class. Over the mouse on by and import this from Selenium library. After that, say by dot name. Give the name locator of that search box field and simply say dot send keys. In the send keys, type the product that you want to enter into the search box field, that is HP. After typing HP into the search box field, what I want to do, I want to click on the search button. Inspect this. This is the HTML code of that search button. I'll create an XPath extension. I'll copy one of the class here, that is btn default class, and control F / button square bracket contains in that first attribute I'll give as @ class and one of the class of that particular button, that is okay, that just now I copied, right? But on default I am going to paste that. Press enter. You see it's locating the search button, right? One of one, it is locating the search button. Copy this XPath expression for locating the search button and here come and say driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression and say dot click. Once I click on this button, it will search for this given HP product. And in the search results, you got this HPLP 3065. Now I would like to inspect this thing. And this is the link text. Copy this text between the tags and now write an assert statement, hard assertion. Let's say assert driver dot find element by dot link text. Give the link text locator of that particular product and say dot is displayed. That's it. If that particular product is displayed in the search results, it will return true and the test will pass. Otherwise, the test will fail. After that, you have to quit the browser. Driver dot quit. Now let's run this particular test. Since PyTest is installed, Selenium is installed, we'll be able to run this particular test with the help of PyTest. So for that, I'll go to the terminal. And here, I would like to give the command, that is CLS for clearing. And after that, I'll give PyTest. Okay, PyTest. That's it. PyTest is enough. It is going to run. Press enter. It should launch the Chrome browser, maximize the browser window, open the application URL, then type HP into the search box field. After loading, it will enter and press search button and quit the browser. Okay. And let's see whether the test got passed or failed. Let's see whether the test got passed or failed. You see the test got passed. Here only one test is there that got passed. Now let's create one more test. Okay, we can create any number of tests. So this is getting started here. Okay, so we have created only one test here for now. This is just getting started where we created one Selenium Python test and we have run the test with the help of PyTest. So here in this session, I started integrating Selenium code with PyTest. I'll continue this in the next session. I'm going to create multiple tests here. Okay, not only this test, along with this test, I'm going to create multiple tests and run them with the help of PyTest. So that's all for this session. See you in the continuation session, that is the next session. For this integration part, this is still left out. It's not completely done. We just get started with here I can say getting started with getting started with integrating Selenium code with PyTest. Getting started, I'll write. Okay, getting started. This is the first session. Slowly we'll increase the number of tests and I will try to resolve the challenges with the help of PyTest and all those stuff. Okay, this is just a get starting session. the next few sessions are going to continue. So see you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to continue integrating Selenium code with PyTest. So in the previous session, I created one Selenium test and have run with the help of PyTest. Now, this is a continuation session of the previous session where I'm going to create multiple Selenium tests. I'm going to run them with the help of PyTest. So let's get started. So let's begin the practical demonstration. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm ID. As you can see here, as part of the previous session, I already created one Selenium test. Similarly, I would like to create few more tests. Okay, multiple tests I am going to create. The second test I am going to write def test search for an invalid product. So I'm going to search for an invalid product. So what I want to do is I want to open this browser, launch the browser, maximize the browser. After launching and maximizing the browser, I would like to open this application URL tutorialsninja.com/demo. Okay, after opening this application, in the search box field, I would like to type an invalid product. Let's say Honda. Okay, Honda is not sold on this website. I'll simply say Honda, which doesn't exist on this website, and click on the search button. The moment I click on the search button, in the search results, I'll not get any product related to Honda because such product doesn't exist. So instead, I'll get this message. There is no product that matches the search criteria I'll get. I have to verify whether this text is coming or not. When I search for an invalid product, whether I'm getting this particular message or not is something I have to test the particular test. So for that, to do this or to make this happen, I would like, we have to automate it, right? For that, in the second test, I'll write again the same steps I have to write. I have to repeat these steps. You see, driver is equal to webdriver.com, driver.maximize window, driver.get. These steps will be repeated. These three steps got repeated. After repeating these three steps, after opening the application URL in the browser, here in the search box field, the previous step also I have done the same thing. So I'll copy paste the step. But here, instead of HP, I have to give Honda. Okay, that's what is the difference. After typing Honda here, I have to click on the search button, which is similar to the previous step, test. That is, I'll copy this and paste this step. Okay, so driver.find element, I have to click on the search button. I'll click on the search button. Now I have to verify whether this particular message is coming in the search result because such product with the name Honda doesn't exist on this website. There's no product that matches the search criteria should come. How to do that? For that, I have to write some assert statement, assert space. Let me inspect this. Once I inspect this, there's no product that matches the search criteria. You see, this is part of the paragraph tag. There is some text between the paragraph tag. I have to get this particular text and verify. But there's no proper locator here. So I'll locate this particular paragraph with the help of the ID of this particular input field. I'll copy this ID attribute value of some other element. I'll simply say Control+F /input @ I'll create an XPath expression. Just observe what I'm trying to do. And I located this input field. That is nothing but search button. And with the help of this, I would like to locate this paragraph. Okay, then what I'll do is I'll say for /. I'll simply say following -sibling : P XPath axis. Okay, press enter. You see it's locating the required text. You see this particular text is getting located, right? Copy this XPath expression for locating that particular text with a proper locator. Now come back here and write down driver.find element by .xpath. Give the XPath expression and say dot. I have to retrieve the text between the paragraph tags, right? So I have to write text command of Selenium, and the retrieve test I need to compare with the expected text. This is the expected text. Okay, this particular text should come. So here I will write some text like this. Otherwise, I'll write something like this. Expected text is equal to double quotes. I'll give this particular text. Okay, and here I'll write down dot equals this expected text. The retrieved text using Selenium should match with this expected text. That's what I will write. If it is matching, means the text is passed. Now I would like to quit the browser. Okay, I have to quit the browser. So I'll write something driver.quit. The second test I have created. Let me run this test to see whether this is working fine or not. Okay, let me run this particular test to see whether it is working fine or not. Further, I'll click on this button. So if you don't get this button by default, what you have to do is select this project, click on File, click on Settings. Okay, sometimes you may not see that run option. So now go to tools. Under tools, you will see something like Python integrated tools. Under that default test runner is auto detect, or some other option may be there. Like in some cases, unit test will be there. Change that to PyTest. Say apply, say okay. Okay, better to change that to PyTest. Now, if you click on this run, right, it will run with the help of PyTest. This test will run with the help of PyTest. Only this particular test will run. All the tests will not run. Okay. So click on this run. Only this particular test will run. Select this option. The second test, search for an invalid product, will run. Let's see whether it is working fine or not. You see, search for an invalid product test is running. So we have successfully created second test. Let's see whether it is working fine or not. We will search for Honda, and let's see whether it is passing or failing. Let's wait for the results here. So it's still loading. You see, it got passed. Okay, it got passed. 100% passed. One passed. Okay. So now I have created two tests. Now let me create one more test. Just for example, I'll create 3 tests here in this example. So 2 tests completed. Third test I'm creating. It will be a bit easy to create third test. Test, search without providing any product. So I'm going to search without entering any product name. Okay, that means after going to this application URL, in the search box field, I'm not going to enter any product name. Without providing anything, I'm going to click on the search button. And in the search results, I should get the same message because I'm not searching for any product, right? So it should give the same message like there is no product that matches the search criteria. And if this message comes to, the test is passed. So for that, most of the steps will be repeated. I'll copy paste the entire test here. And I'll just modify this. Here, I should not enter anything. Into the search box field, I don't have to enter anything. Either you can remove this entire step or just remove this. Okay, don't enter anything using the send keys command. Okay, keep it blank. And then click on the search button. And then there is no product that matches such criteria should come. And this same assertion statement will be there and will go to the browser. Now let's run this test and see whether it is working fine or not. So we already have changed the settings, right? Like to run using PyTest, that individual test. Okay, let's wait whether this test is working fine or not. It should get passed. So this is how we have created multiple tests. Okay. So let's wait for the use. It will not search for any. It will not enter anything in search box field and search, and you should get that message. And let's see whether the test is passing or failing. So you see, 3 tests got passed. Okay, the third test also got passed. Now let's run all these 3 tests together. Okay, individually we can run from here, or we can run them together. So how to run these 3 tests together? So for that, we can go to the terminal, and here simply say TLS and simply type PyTest and press enter. When you say PyTest and press enter, whether these tests are part of any package or anything, right? Anywhere in this project, PyTest will detect them and run them. Okay. Since these test methods are starting with test underscore, even the Python file name also is starting with test underscore. The package name, it is not required for the package name to start with test underscore. Okay, it can be anything. Package name can be anything, but the Python file and the test under the Python file should start with the test underscore. Then only PyTest will detect. Anywhere in the project, the PyTest will be able to detect. Okay, press enter. All the 3 tests should run one by one. Okay, now 3 tests should run one by one. All the 3 such tests should run one by one. So let's see whether 3 tests will pass or fail. You see, HP product has been searched. First test is completed. Now second test will run. We are running multiple tests using PyTest. Multiple Selenium code return tests with PyTest. Second test is running. Honda, done. Third test is going to start now. That test is starting now. Third test without searching for any product. So it's also done. Now let's see the results. 3 tests got run. For the first 2 tests, already dots came in green color. That means they got passed. And third test also green. Total 3 tests got passed. Okay. With the help of PyTest, we were able to run multiple tests. But there is a problem here. The problem here is some steps are repeated. You see, these first 3 steps in every test are repeated. Opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser window, and opening the application URL. Again, here also same thing. Here also we have duplicated the steps. This is not a correct approach. Okay, even though the tests are passing and all, but in every test you are repeating these 3 steps. Okay, and at the end also this step is getting repeated. closing the browser is also getting repeated. How to overcome this problem? I'm going to cover in the next session. Okay. So in this session, we were able to run multiple Selenium tests with the help of PyTest. In the next session, we'll continue the session with some other things where we will be overcoming the problem of duplicating these steps across multiple tests in this Python file. Okay, that's what we are going to solve in the next session. How to remove the duplication of these steps, because the same steps are repeated in all the tests. It should not be the same. Okay, so we should not write duplicate steps everywhere. Okay, how to overcome this problem, I'm going to cover in the next session. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. This session is a continuation of the previous sessions, where in the previous session we created some multiple Selenium tests and we have run them with the help of PyTest. But there was a problem in the previous session. That is, in this multiple test, there was some duplicate steps. Okay, in every multiple test, there was some duplicate steps which is common across multiple tests. So that's not a correct approach. We have to remove that duplicate steps from the individual multiple Selenium tests. So how to remove them? We have to move them into a single fixture. Okay, to a single PyTest fixture, we have to move these duplicate steps so that we can remove the duplication of the steps across multiple Selenium tests in PyTest. So let's do that. So let's get started with this practical demonstration. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm ID, where you will see in this sample Python file, you will see 3 tests here. And across these 3 multiple tests, there is some duplicate steps. You see, this first 3 steps in every test method is same. Driver is equal to webdriver.chrome, driver is equal to webdriver.chrome, driver is equal to webdriver.chrome. Not only that, driver.maximize window, driver.maximize window, driver.maximize window. Even this one, driver.get of URL, get of same URL, get of same URL. These 3 steps are common, right? Across multiple steps. That means multiple test methods. So we have to remove this duplication. Okay. So instead of writing the steps again and again in every test method, if you have 100 test methods, 100 times you have to mention this steps in a duplicate way. So that's not a correct approach. Rather, in the same Python file, I'm going to create a fixture. So def, I'll just name this fixture as setup and tear down, let's say. Setup and tear down fixture. And here put a colon. And I'll move these 3 steps here. I'll cut from here and paste it here. Okay. Right. Let me copy paste again. Cut from here and paste it here. Okay. After pasting, remove from the individual test methods. Okay. So here also remove the duplicate steps. Here also remove the duplicate steps. Once you remove them, you see you are getting some errors. You say driver is not recognized here because driver is created here in the fixture method. Then how can you access driver here? There is a way. That is, here under this fixture method, you just create a global. You make this driver global. Okay. You see, once you make this driver global in this fixture method, it can be accessed in all the test methods inside the same Python file. Okay. You see, everywhere the errors are gone after making this driver global. Okay. Then after that, driver is called webdriver.chrome. Everything has come. So here, just give one line. Error will be gone. Here also, global variable driver is undefined at the module level. That's okay. That's okay. Not a problem. Here we are defining it, so not a problem. So then what else we can do? So we have removed the duplicate steps from the individual test methods and we have moved into, we have to make this particular test method as a fixture. How to do that? At the rate PyTest dot write fixture. Okay, write fixture and provide circular brackets. That's it. So just write one line here. There are warnings will be gone. This is a fixture now. And now you have to copy this name of this fixture and paste it here in all the test methods. Okay, in all the test methods, you may paste it. Now this is a setup code only we have created so far. Here we have duplicate tear down code also. So for the tear down code to run after every test method, I have to use a yield keyword followed by this closure code, that is driver.quit. Now press enter. Yes, that is done. Now here also remove the driver.quit because it is moved to the fixture method. So duplicated steps we are removing from individual test methods. Okay, after creating the fixture in this Python file. So yield keyword will separate the setup code from the tear down code, as I already covered in the previous sessions. Okay, so this setup code will run before every test method and this tear down code will run after the test method. Each and every test method gets executed. After every test method, this tear down code will run. So, and we have made the driver global and it should work for all the test methods now. So this is what we have to do, guys. This is what we have written and we have to do now. We can run this multiple test, which doesn't have duplicated code across multiple test methods. So let's go to this terminal and type CLS command. It will clear the things. And now type PyTest and press enter. That's it. Okay. It will run all the tests inside this Python file under this project. Let's see whether all the three tests are running properly or not. So open the browser, maximize the browser, open the application URL, and it should run the test. And after that, it has to close the browser also. You see, one test is completed. And in this session, we remove the duplication of steps across multiple test methods. Rather, the common steps are moved to the fixture method. Okay, and we made the driver global so that driver can be accessed across the test methods in the same Python file. So let's see, the second test is running, second or third one actually. Okay, so everything got passed and without any problem, the test got executed. We were able to run the test in a proper way without the duplication of steps across multiple test methods in this session. So that's all for this session, and there is still more that I need to cover as part of this things. This session is not completed yet. It started here, getting started here, where we started integrating Selenium code with PyTest here. After that, we have created multiple Selenium tests. Then third step, we removed the duplicate steps from this multiple Selenium tests, and we have run with the help of PyTest now. Now there is few more things, okay, that I'm going to cover in the next session. What is other thing is like we may not have only single Python file. We can have multiple Python files having multiple tests. In that case, how to work with that, okay? So in the next session, I'm going to create some other, Python files. Here only one Python file is there, test search. Similarly, I'm going to create test login, test restart, like that kind of test I'm going to create in the next session, okay? Now Python files and test methods in our individual Python files I'm going to create in the next session. This series is going to continue. So see you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue the previous sessions. That is, in the previous sessions, we have started integrating the Selenium code with PyTest. Then we created some multiple Selenium tests in a single Python file. After that, we have removed the duplicate code from these multiple tests and we have moved them into the PyTest fixture, okay, as part of the previous session. Now in this session, we are going to create multiple Python files. And under this multiple Python files, we are going to create multiple test methods. So let's get started. Okay, let's get started with this practical demonstration. Further, I'll switch to this PyCharm ID, where you can clearly see there is only one Python file at this moment containing multiple tests, and the duplicate steps already have been moved into the fixture. Okay, this is what is the current situation. Now let me create some other tests. For sample, I'll create, for every Python file, I'll create some 2 or 3 tests going ahead. So already this search Python file has 3 tests. Similarly, I'll create one more Python file. I'll just name this as test underscore, I'll say login. Okay. Login related test I'm going to write, as you can clearly understand from the name of the Python file. Here I'll create a test method. I'll say test underscore login with valid credentials. This is one of the tests I'm creating, credentials. Now here, let me write the code, WebDriver. So first of all, before writing this code, let me show you that I'll be automating this particular scenario. That is, I have to go to this application, launch this application in this browser. And after that, I need to click on this My Account and select Login and be taken to the login page where I have to enter some valid credentials, okay? Some valid username and valid password, and click on the login button and I'll get logged in. This is what I have to automate, okay? So let's get started. So first I have to open this application URL in the browser. I'll copy this URL and here I'll write the code, WebDriver dot. Now hover the mouse on this WebDriver and import this from Selenium. After that, I have to say Chrome and this will launch the Chrome browser and it will return you some driver. That is object of this driver. This driver is an object reference to that particular object. Now driver dot, I have to maximize the browser window. This will open the Chrome browser. This will maximize the browser window. After that, I have to open the application URL. The double quotes give this URL. Okay. After opening this application URL, what I have to do? I have to go to the login page. Okay. Now to go to the login page, I have to click on this My Account option. Let me inspect this My Account option. So once I inspect that, I'll get this, this My Account span tag and all the stuff. I'll copy this. I'll double click on this text between the tags and I'll create an XPath expression double slash span text is equal to My Account. Okay. Now press enter. You see, this is locating the single element, that is my account option, drop menu. Copy this and now write the code. Driver dot find element by dot XPath. So it's not coming. So by dot. Now hover the mouse on by and import this from Selenium. After that, by dot XPath and give the XPath expression of that my account option and say dot click. After clicking on that, after clicking on this my account, now select the login option, inspect this, and this is the text between the tags. Driver dot find element by dot, that is link text. Okay, that is link text. Give the text between the tags, locate this login option, and simply say dot click. Just click on the login option and you'll be taken to which page? Login page. Once you're taken to this login page, I need to enter the email address into this email address field. I'll inspect this email address field. It has an ID. I'll copy this ID locator and write something like this. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID of that particular field, email address field, and say dot send keys, and in double quotes, enter this email address. Copy this email address and paste it. That's it. Okay, this is a valid email address that I am entering into the email address field. After that, I need to enter the valid password into the password field. For that, I'll inspect this password field. It also has an ID. I'll use this ID as an ID locator for locating the password field. Driver.find element by dot ID. Provide the ID of that password field and say dot send keys. And here I need to enter the password, that is valid password 12345. This case, okay. Let me enter the valid password 12345. After that, I need to click on this login button. I'll inspect this login button. Now I'll create an XPath expression, value login is there. Copy this and create an XPath expression for locating this login button. / input at the rate value is equal to, give that login text. Okay. So this is locating, this XPath expression is locating this login button. Copy this XPath expression and now write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression for that login button and simply say dot click. Now it will click on the login button with valid credentials and the user should get logged in. How can we confirm that the user got logged in successfully? So any of these options that only logged in user will have, that we have to verify as displayed. Okay, then it is confirmed. You see, edit your account information is not available for non-logged in user. Okay, so only the people who generally log in can edit their account information, or the people who generally already logged in, right? They can change their password, but the one who has not logged in cannot change the password. So if you verify for any of these options, the display of any of these options, right, that only logged in user can do, then that confirms that the user got successfully logged in. I'll just verify this for this option, edit your account information option. I'll inspect this. I'll inspect this and copy this link text. And here I'll write down assert driver dot find element by dot link text. Give the link text of that option, which is displayed only for the logged in users. Is displayed, I will say. If this is displayed is returning true, means the user got successfully logged in and the test will pass. Otherwise, the test will fail. After that, I'll simply quit the browser. Driver.quit. Now let me run this particular test and see whether it is working fine or not. So let me run from here and see whether it's getting passed or not. Like this, we'll create one more test in this particular Python file. So I'll just create only 2 for sample. You can create any number of, but I'll just create only 2. Has to click on the my account option and after that enter credentials and login, and let's see whether it got passed or failed. Okay, so let's see this particular test in the test login.py file got passed. You see test passed is coming 100% and 1 passed. Okay, so this is done. Now let's create one more test, def test login with invalid credentials, or yeah. Or what I can do here is login. Otherwise, I will take one more test, that is a simple test I will take. So I'll go to the login page and I won't enter any credentials and click on the login. I should get this warning message. This is what is the test. Okay, that will be easy. So I'll take that. I don't want to waste your time. So I'm just taking a simple test. Test login without entering credentials or providing credentials. Okay, anything you can name without entering credentials. This will be very easy. Copy this, paste it here. And here, don't enter any email address, don't enter any password. And when you click on the login button, what should happen? You should get this warning message. You should not get logged in. Rather, to pass this test, you should get this warning message. If you are able to log in, means the test is failed. If you are getting this warning message, it means the test is passing. Okay. So how to verify this warning message? I'll just select this warning message and inspect this. So I'll copy this warning message from here. First of all, warning no match for email address and password is the message. Here I'll write down expected warning message is equal to, in double quotes, give that warning message that you are expecting. And after that, I have to retrieve using Selenium and compare that. So when I inspect this warning message, I'll get this div tag. So this doesn't have a proper ID or something. So I'll go with the top parent tag as an ID, copy this, and here write down control F /div at the rate ID is equal to, give the ID of that, ID of that div section, and under the div section somewhere here we have this message. So I'll just write down slash, under this div we have this div. Okay, so here one of two is coming, I'll just say one here. So only one of one is coming now, and that is nothing but this message. In between the message, you see the text is there, but not only the text, but there's some I tag is there. Okay, so we only want the text to be retrieved, but that's not possible. So what I'll do here is I'll take this XPath expression, which will retrieve the I tag along with this warning message. I'll copy this XPath expression. I'll copy this XPath expression, and here I'll write down. After a set, I'll write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. I'll say give the XPath expression that you have created. And here instead of is displayed, I'll remove this is displayed. So with the help of this XPath expression, I'm locating this part, and in between the div tags, whatever the text and I tags are there, I want to retrieve that. I'll simply say dot text. This will retrieve the text between the tags. So along with the I tag, it will come. But here instead of saying equal, I'll say contains. Contains I have to say, because this retrieved text not only contains the text but also the I tag. So I have to say contains. Contains what expected warning message should be there in that particular thing that got retrieved. So instead of equal, you have to use contains. Then it will be fine. Then if it is, if the message is coming, warning message is coming, means the test will pass and we will quit the browser. Let's run this test and see whether this particular test is passing or failing. Let's run this. So users should not get logged in. Rather, you should get that warning message and the test will pass when you don't enter the credentials. Very simple test I have taken. We'll click on my account and no credentials, and let's see whether the warning message came or not. The test is passing means the warning message came. You see the test got passed. That means both of the tests got passed. But as already covered in the previous sessions, this particular test has some duplicate steps, and this particular test also has the duplicate step. The setup code is there here in the beginning of this test, right? The setup code is there, which is duplicated across multiple tests, and also tear down code like quitting the browser is also duplicated here. So for removing that, what I'll do, I'll create a fixture, right? Fixture method, def setup and tear down. Okay, setup and tear down, some name I'll give. You can give anything. So on the top of this, I'll write down @PyTest dot fixture and give circular brackets. That's enough. Okay. So it's already imported. PyTest is already imported, so no problem. Now here, under this, I'll move this. I'll just move this 3 lines. But here error will come, as you already know. Here also I need to move. I need to remove this. But driver problem is coming, so I have to create. I have to declare that driver as global. Then errors will be gone. You see, errors are gone everywhere. Now, just put a yield keyword here as covered in the previous session. Yield keyword and followed by driver.quit. From all the tests, remove the driver.quit. From here also, remove the driver.quit. That's it. Now we have removed the duplicate code. Let's give some extra line. So the warning will be gone. Now, we should be able to run this 2 tests. Okay, with the help of this fixture where common code, that is duplicated code across multiple test methods is now made common under the fixture method. So this, the code which is coming before the yield keyword should run as a setup code. That is before the test method code runs, the setup code will run, and after the test methods got run, driver.quit will run for every test. Okay, so that's the process. Now let's run this test. So for that, I'll go to the terminal, and here I'll say CLS, and I'll say PyTest. So PyTest followed by, and currently where, under the project, and this Python file is under the package. So I'll write down here PyTest test. Okay, and just give that slash and followed by the name of the Python file that you want to run. That is test_login I want to run. There are 2 tests under this Python file. .py also you have to give. You should not miss this extension. And press enter. Let's see, only these 2 tests should run. Okay, what is the problem here? Test login without entering credentials. So So some issue is coming here. Let's see what is the problem. Test package under that test login.py I said. Okay, this is fine, but okay. Okay, there is a problem here. That is, I forgot to do one thing. That is, the name of this fixture method, I have to copy paste inside this test methods. Otherwise, it's not going to work. The setup and tear down code will not run for this test methods. You don't specify the name of this fixture file under here. Okay. So that's the reason the error is coming. Now again, let's go here and run the test. TLS, PyTest, PyTest space. Under the test package, I have to write test underscore login .py. Press enter. This time it should work. 2 tests should run one by one. And both of them should get passed even after removing the duplicate code. One got run already. Now second one is going to run. Second test. So the page is loading. So let's wait for the page to load completely. After the page is loaded, then it will work. Okay. So the 2 tests got run and both of them should get passed. You see 100%, 2 got passed. That's it. Now we are able to run the login test in this session, right? That's not enough. We have to create few more tests. One more Python file I'll create for sample. Okay, so one more Python file I'll create for sample. So, yeah. So what I'll do here is I'll go under the test package and create one more Python file. I'll just name this Python file as a test register. Okay, this is the last Python file I'm creating for this session. And after that, we'll go to the next part anyhow. So here already we have test search containing 3 tests, test login containing for sample 2 tests. You can create any number of tests, but I'm creating only 2 tests here. In register also, I'll try to create 2 tests with simple tests I'll pick and create. So here, what I want to automate here is after going to the application, I want to go to the register page. And create an account. Okay, I want to enter the details and create an account. First, I would like to create an account with only mandatory fields. In the next test method, right? I would like to create an account with all the fields. First, with mandatory fields, one test I will create. Test underscore. Okay, create account with mandatory fields. So here I'll write down WebDriver dot and hover the mouse on WebDriver and import this WebDriver from Selenium. After that, I'll simply say dot Chrome. It will return you the object that we'll refer to the object with this driver object reference. Driver dot maximize window will maximize the browser window. After that, driver dot get in that give double quotes and give this URL that you want to automate. Copy this URL and paste it here. After opening this application URL, I want to go to the register page. For that, I have to click on my account. Already in the previous test, right? We have written the code for clicking on the my account. I'll copy this and paste it here. Why to waste time? So after clicking on the my account, then I have to click on the register option. I'll inspect this register option. Mostly it is a link text. You see there is a text between the tags, so it is a link text locator. So copy this and write down driver.find element. Here import this by before that and write down by dot link text. Give the link text locator and simply say dot click. It will click on the register option and you will be taken to which page? Register page. In this register page, I have to enter only the mandatory fields. You see all the fields which are marked with asterisk symbol are mandatory fields. I'll inspect this first name. And there is an ID. For each and every field in this form, there is mostly an ID. Copy this ID to locate the first name field and simply write down driver.find element i.id. Give the ID locator of that first name field and say dot send keys. And here in the double quotes, give the text. So I want to enter my name Arun here. Otherwise, I'll refresh here once again. I would like to enter my name Arun here. So I'll copy this Arun and paste it here in the double quotes. Okay. Now after this, after entering Arun here, I would like to enter my last name. Motori. Copy this and paste it. So to enter that, first let me inspect this field and it has an ID, input last name, copy this and write down driver.find element by dot ID, give the ID of that and say dot send keys and give last name Moturi. And after that, inspect this email address field. Also has an ID. Copy this ID and write down driver dot find element by dot ID email address field ID and say dot send keys and give some email. But here every time we have to give a new email. Okay, if you give one new email, next time when you run the script, right, that will become old email. Existing email it will become. So with the existing email, if you try to create an account, you will get a warning message saying duplicate email kind of warning message you will get. So it's better to give every time a new email. How to give that? For that, we have to write some code. Okay, we have to generate some timestamp and write some code. Okay, so let me write that for you. Okay, just to save time, I'll be using ChatGPT or whatever it is, or Google search or whatever it is to get the code for generating a timestamp in Python. So I'll go with ChatGPT for now, ChatGPT, and click on this OpenAI ChatGPT, which auto generated the code for us. And here I'll write down uh, Python code for generating timestamp. Let's see. Something is happening here. You see time dot str of time, and some format is given here. And when you print it, the timestamp will be printed. Okay. So let's utilize this code. What is the output for above code? Let's see what it will give. Okay. You see, this is the output. Okay. So timestamp will come in this format. Can you replace? Uh, hyphen and space and underscore and colon symbols with underscore in above printed output? Let's see what will happen. Let's see whether it will write some code for us. You see, I'm not doing anything. ChatGPT is writing everything for me. It's replacing all the underscores with hyphen with underscore, space with underscore, and colon with underscore. And this output will get. This is what is expected output I want to get. And with this output, I want to generate an email. Every timestamp, every time when you run this again, right, you will get a new timestamp. Okay, like that. Okay, so at least seconds will change. So this is the code. So I'll do one thing. I'll just copy this code. I'm not writing anything. I'm just copying this code, and here I'll create a function. Just to save time, I'm doing that. Otherwise, I can write by myself. But I'll say generate email timestamp. Okay, I'll just modify this code a bit. So not just timestamp, but email timestamp I'm going to generate whenever you call this method, right? Okay. So whenever you call this method, it will return you some email timestamp. Okay. So this is the code I'm copy pasting. Over the mouse on this time and import this from time, import time. That's it. This is the format, and we are replacing all the spaces and hyphens and colons with underscores so that we'll get this kind of timestamp. That's all. So here I'll simply say return timestamp. Instead of returning the timestamp, what I'll do here is I'll say plus double quote, I'll say @gmail.com. If I want to add something like before also I can add. I'll just give Arun. After that, timestamp, appending the timestamp that is generated here without spaces and all. And at the end, @gmail.com will be there. This you will be returning. Okay. Okay, that's it. So when you call this, it will generate a timestamp. Every time a new email will be created. That's what is the intention. Otherwise, once you run the script right with one fixed email, new email, next time it will become an existing email. Okay. So with this approach, every time a new email will be entered into the email address field. So here in send keys, I'll call this function. Instead of typing directly, I'm just calling this function, which will return the email timestamp, which will be new always. So every time a new email will be entered into this field. Okay. So with this, we are done with the help of ChatGPT. So some Arun, let's say timestamp will be created like this 14 underscore 04 underscore, let's assume. Okay. 04 underscore 2023 underscore 16 hours 57 minutes let's say 0.5 seconds or whatever it is for sample @gmail.com. This kind of timestamp email will be returned. After that, I have to enter the telephone field. To copy this ID of the telephone field and write the code here. Driver.find element by.id of the telephone field locator and say dot send keys. And here I'll give the telephone number as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. After that, after entering one telephone number here, would like to enter the password. I would like to enter the password as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the locator. Driver dot find element by.id locator for password field. Send keys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Similarly, I would like to enter password confirm also same. This is ID for the password confirm field. So driver dot find element by.id, give the ID for the password confirm field dot send keys. Again, give the same password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the password because both passwords should match here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And after that, only mandatory fields. I'll be selecting this privacy policy, inspect this privacy policy. It has a name locator. Copy this and here write down driver.find element by dot name. There is a name locator, right? Agree is a name locator here for the checkbox field. And simply say dot click. It will select the checkbox field. After selecting the checkbox field, I would like to click on the continue button. The value continue is there. Only this button is there. So let's create an XPath expression out of it. Copy this value, value attributes value, and say control F / input @value is equal to give the value of that value attribute. You see it's locating that continue button. Copy this, come back here and write down driver.find element by.xpath, give the XPath expression of that continue button and say dot click. Click on the continue button and account will be created. Okay. Once you do that, the account has to be created. How can we confirm that account has been created? If you get this heading, your account has been created. This proves that, okay, this text is coming means on the page means the account has been created. So this is the expected text. I'll write down that here. Expected text is equal to double quotes, give that expected text. Now here write the assert statement saying assert how to retrieve this particular text using Selenium, inspect the text. And you see in between the h1 tag it is there. On the top of that ID is there. Copy this ID and write down the XPath expression /div @ID is equal to give the ID of that parent tag. And under that h1 is there /h1 you say. It will locate this heading and the text is between the tags. So copy this. I'll simply write down driver.find element by.xpath, give the XPath expression and say dot text, retrieve the text with the help of Selenium. And we have to compare that with equal. Okay, equals this expected text. If it is equaling means the text got passed. And finally, I'll say driver.quit. This will close the browser. Now run the script and see whether it is working fine or not. Run this. Every time it will create a new email address because of that function. So it has launched the browser, maximize the browser, open the application URL, should go to the register page and enter all the details. You see timestamp email has been created and let's see whether the test got passed or failed. You see the test got passed, it is working fine. Okay. Similarly, I can create one more test method which doesn't take at all any time because that test is nothing but mostly the copy paste of this test where instead of creating the account with only mandatory fields, I'm going to create the account with all fields. Okay. So when I go to the register page here, only mandatory instead of and all are mandatory fields mostly, right? First name, last name, email, telephone, everything we have done in the previous session, right? Privacy policy, everything. But only this newsletter option is not mandatory. But in this session, since I have to create an account by providing all the fields, I have to select this S option. That's only the new thing, okay, in this particular test. So let me create the test. Def create account by providing all fields. You can give any name. I'm just giving this name, providing all fields. Okay, how to do that? Copy paste all this code. This code is same till here. Okay, only one new step will come. What is the one new step? Now here, after entering the password and confirm password here, I just need to select this as radio option, inspect this. Only one step is left. That is that I'm doing. Here value is equal to 1 is there for this input field. Input value is equal to 1. Copy this 1 and write down here / input at the rate value is equal to, give that value. That's it. 1 of 3 are coming still. Okay, so here what is coming? Let's see. Some other thing is coming. Now this one is for this one. So name is equal to newsletter also I'll add. I don't know whether I can copy name at the rate name is equal to newsletter. Now you see only one is coming. That is nothing but this S radio button. Copy this and write down here driver dot find element by dot xpath by dot xpath. Give the xpath expression and say dot dot click. Dot click out, right? You see with this we are done with all the tests. Okay, I've created 3 tests in search, 2 tests in for sample in login, 2 tests for sample in register also, register Python file also. Okay. Now let's see whether this particular test is working fine or not with all fields account is getting created or not. Let's see. So why this option is not coming? The option should come now. Somehow it's not coming. Yeah, here I have to write test underscore, otherwise it's not come. Okay. You see, if you don't provide test underscore, you see it's not detecting. Now if I provide test underscore, this option is coming, so I can run with PyTest. Run it. So let's see with all fields the account is getting created or not. Yeah, account got created with all fields. So let's see whether the test is passing or failing. Yeah, test is passing. So all the tests are working. Now what I will do here is I will move the common steps, the duplicate steps in all these multiple test methods into that fixture. You remember, right, in the previous Python files also we created that. So here I'll say def, setup and here down I'll say, here down, here down. And I'll move these steps here, these 3 common setup code steps. I'll move that here and I'll make this driver global as usual, global driver, errors will be gone. And after that, this driver.quit, I'll move into the yield. After yield keyword, I'll put this driver.quit. So that it will fall into the tier down code. Okay, driver.quit. Then here also the setup code I'll remove because it's part of the fixture method now. I'll make this method into a fixture method in a while. Remove this driver.quit also. And that's it. Go to the top and write down here at the rate PyTest dot fixture and provide a circular brackets and give the name of this fixture method in this individual test methods. Then only the setup and tear down code is going to run for each and individual test methods. Now let's run this Python file. Only this Python file I want to run. For that, I'll go to the terminal and simply write down cls PyTest space under which package we have this Python file under the test package slash, and then here I'll give test underscore register.py file and press enter. That's it. Only this test methods under the register Python file will run. 2 test methods should run one by one and both should get passed. Then we are good. 1 is done and it got passed because we got that green dot in the output console. Now second is running. Let's see whether it will pass or fail. You see, this is also getting passed, most probably. You see, green dot came means it got passed. Green dot came. 2 got passed. So this is working fine. So, so have we followed everything well? The answer is no still. Why? Because here, even though we have 3 Python files, and in one Python file, we created some 3 test methods and 1 fixture. Similarly, here also we removed the duplication of the code by creating a fixture. In this Python file also, we removed the duplication of code across multiple test methods in this Python file by creating fixture, but still we are duplicating something, that is across the Python files, we are duplicating this fixture method. You see, the fixture method, say fixture method is created here. The same steps, you see, there's not at all any difference. The same thing, same setup code in the same, this Python file and this Python file. Same tear down code in this Python file, this Python file. Here also the same thing. Again, the same fixture is created here also. That means across the Python files, this fixture method is duplicated. Across the Python files, this fixture method is duplicated. That we have to clear. So that I'm going to explain in the next session. Okay. So here we are going with the different sessions, right? Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. In part 5, I'm going to cover that. where I'm going to remove this duplication and make this even more common. So still it is duplicated. Across the Python files, this fixture method is duplicated. I have to remove that, okay? Remove the duplication of the fixture method and make it common. How? I'm going to cover in the next session. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. This session is a continuation of the previous sessions where we are going to create a common fixture in conftest.py file. So let's get started. In the previous session, we have created multiple Python files where each and every Python file contains its own fixture method, right? So that was the case. But there was a problem. In the previous session, there was a problem where if this multiple Python files has its own fixture, that means you're duplicating that fixture method in all the Python files. So we should not be duplicating. So how to make it common? To make it common, to make this particular fixture common across multiple Python files, have to move that fixture code into the conftest.py file. So that I'm going to cover in this session. So let's get started. And let's get started with practical demonstration. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE. As I mentioned in the previous session, we created multiple Python files containing its own test methods. Okay, whereas test search will have test methods related to search functionality. Login Python file has its own test methods related to login functionality, and test register Python file has its own test methods. But at the same time, here each and every Python file, we have created a fixture method, okay, which will run the setup and tear down code for this test methods in this same file. Okay, login also has its own fixture method, which will run the setup and tear down code for each and every test methods that are provided here in the same file. Whereas this fixture method in the test register will run the setup and tear down code for the test methods inside the same file, okay, inside the test register.py file. But there is a problem. That is, even though it works, but this fixture is duplicated. Across the multiple Python files, this particular fixture is duplicated. You see, observe this fixture code, which is same as the fixture code that is there in this another Python file, which is same as the fixture code that is there in this another Python file. So how to overcome this problem? How to remove this duplicate fixture method from individual Python files and make it common so that all these Python files can access this fixture from a centralized place? Okay, we have to create it only once, and from that central location, these Python files have to access this fixture method. How to make that possible? For that, we have to create conftest.py file. Okay, so let's create that under this package. Let's create this conftest py file, conftest, and you don't have to write .py because Python file, if you select means automatically it will create conftest.py file. Now from one of the Python file, let's move this duplicated fixture method. Let's cut it from here and paste it here. That's it. Now hover the mouse on this PyTest and import it. And similarly, hover this mouse on WebDriver and import it from Selenium. The errors are gone in this conftest.py file, and we have made it centralized. Okay, the fixture method is now made centralized, and we can remove that. Already it is removed from this one of the Python files. Okay, so from this test search, we have removed this fixture method. Similarly, let's remove the fixture method from the other Python files. From here, we have removed, that is from test login, we have removed that duplicated fixture method. From here also, let's remove. So from all the Python files, we have removed the duplicated fixture method, and we made it centralized by creating that or moving that into the conftest.py file. Only at a centralized location, that is conftest.py file, this fixture method is available. In all the individual Python files, we don't have the fixture method. But with this way of doing, you got one problem. That is, once you make this fixture method centralized, these individual test methods are unable to access this driver. From where they can have to get the driver? They have to get the driver from this fixture method. You see, this is the driver. Even though it is global, it's still not working. Okay, even though this particular driver is global, still these Python files are unable to get this driver. Okay, because fixture method is now part of a centralized location conftest.py file, which is separate Python file, and this test methods are part of the individual other Python files, which are not able to access the driver. So how to pass this particular driver from this conftest.py file into this individual Python file so that these driver errors will be resolved? That I'm going to cover in the next session. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. This session is a continuation of the previous sessions where I am going to use fixtures decorator. So let's get started. In the previous session, we have created a common fixture in conftest.py file by removing the duplicate fixture from the individual or multiple Python files. But after doing that, we got a problem. As I explained in the previous session, we are unable to pass the driver from this common fixture to these individual Python files. So let me show you that again. So what we have done is from this individual Python files, we have moved the fixture method here and made it common for all the Python files. But by doing that, by making this fixture method, moving from this individual Python files into the conftest.py common file, and by removing the duplicate code from this individual Python files, one problem got solved, but it has led us to another problem where this particular driver is not recognized here. The individual Python files are unable to receive the driver from this fixture, that is common fixture method that is there in the conftest.py file. How to solve this problem? How to pass this driver from this conftest.py file into this individual Python files so that these errors will go off. For that, we have to follow some process where we have to create this use fixtures decorator. We have to use this use fixtures decorator that I'm going to cover in this session, in this practical demonstration. So what we are going to do here is, first step is we have to move these particular test methods in these individual Python files under a class. So let's create a class here, class space, give the name of the class like tester underscore search, etc., and put a colon. Now move this, just select all these test methods and just give the indentation. Yes. So what is the problem here? Class name should be camel case. So here class name should be camel case. It cannot be like this. Okay. So how can I make this as a camel case? Test search. You can just make it as a test search. You see the error is gone. Okay. So still test is there, so no problem. Okay. The class name is starting with test so that PyTest can run this test methods under this class. Okay. So similarly here, go here to this another Python file and also move this two test methods under the class. Okay. Its own class. Class test login colon. And now provide the indentation before this test methods, so that these test methods belong to this class. That is also done. Then go to the third Python file. Here also move this test methods under the class like this, class test register colon. That's it. Now move all these files under this class by providing an indentation here. So things are good. This is the first step. After creating the classes inside this individual Python files, now above these classes, you have to write one statement, that is @PyTest dot fixtures. Okay, so not fixture. So it is @PyTest dot use fixtures like this. Okay, you have to write this @PyTest dot use fixtures. And inside this use fixtures, you have to provide the name of this fixture method. Let's copy this name, setup and tear down, and here in the double quotes, paste it. That's it. Now remove this setup and tear down from this individual test methods. Like this. Okay. Now do the same thing. Here we have removed, right? But we are getting some error and all. How to solve these errors and all, I'll tell you later. Okay. Here you see, in the circular bracket, below the circular bracket, we are getting some small error. How to solve it, I'll tell you later. So here, come back here and repeat the same steps. And before this class, again, write PyTest dot use fixtures. Use fixtures. Before this class, we have to write, and in the double quote, and give the name of this common fixture. Okay, that we have created under the conftest.py file. Paste it here and remove this from the individual test methods. This name of the fixture, remove from the individual test methods. Again, we are getting some errors here and the driver problem is also not solved yet. But these are the steps. These are the steps we have to follow. We have to create a class, move these test methods inside the class, and on the top of the class, you have to use this decorator, that is @PyTest.useFixtures. And you have to give the name of the common fixture that is there in the conftest.py file. Okay. So slowly the things will be solved. So let's come back here and here also again write PyTest.useFixtures and double quote. Give the name of this common fixture that is there in the conftest.py file in this last Python file also. Done. And remove this from the individual. Remove that from the individual test methods. Okay, like this. Okay, we are good so far. Okay, we are done with whatever I have to cover in this session. So still the problem is not solved. As you can clearly say, driver is not still passed from this common fixture into this individual test methods of this classes and all. But we are on the way. So what are the other things that I have to make sure so that that driver will be passed from this common fixture into this individual Python files that I'm going to cover in the next session. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session where I'm going to solve the problem for you. So that's all. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. This session is a continuation of the previous sessions where we are going to use request fixture to solve the problem that is still unresolved in the previous session. In the previous session, to resolve a problem, we have used use fixtures decorator, but that has not solved the problem completely. In addition to these use fixtures, we have to use request fixture that I'm going to practically demonstrate in this session, which is going to solve the problem entirely. So let's get started with the practical demonstration in this session of using request fixture to solve the problem. So here is the PyCharm ID where we have used use fixtures in the previous session, right? I made this test methods part of these classes, and above the class we have used use fixtures. And in this, we specified the name of the fixture that is made common in the conftest.py file for this individual Python files. But still, the problem is not solved. This driver is not still passed to this test methods inside this class, right? Even after using use fixtures. So how to solve this problem? For that, we have to use this request fixture. Before I start using the request fixture here, first of all, let's solve other problem. You see, here in the circular brackets, we are getting a error. The reason here is because of Python. In Python, when you create some test methods inside a class, the first parameter should and must be specified as self. Otherwise, you'll get error. Okay. So here also give self. Here also give self. You see, the problem is getting resolved, right? So here the problem is resolved. So too many blank lines. Let me reduce the number of lines here. Here also number of lines, let's reduce. The problem is solved here. This particular error is gone. Here, let's go to the test login, and here also let's write self. So self should be the first parameter for the test methods inside a class in Python. So this is related to Python. So we are solving the problem like this. Here also let's write self. This one problem I have resolved now. And the next problem that we have to resolve now is how to pass this driver. You see, you are getting error here because the driver from this fixture is not being passed to this test methods inside this class. So how to solve that? For that, we have to use which fixture? Request fixture. Okay. So in this setup and tear down fixture method, here you provide request. Okay. Request fixture you provide here. And you can remove this global driver that is not required anymore. And once you launch this browser and all, now you need to pass this driver to this individual test methods inside the individual Python files. So for that, I have to use this request fixture. I have to say request dot cls dot request dot cls dot driver is equal to driver. I have to specify. So what I am doing here, by using this request fixture, I am making this driver, this particular driver that I created in the fixture, part of the classes. Okay, part of the classes that are using use fixtures here. So here I'm passing request.cls.driver I am saying, and here I'm passing the driver. Now this driver is part of the classes that are using these fixtures. Now still the error is not gone. Why? Because you have to use self keyword here. Okay, self dot driver you have to say. Then here also self dot driver. Errors are being gone. You can see that I'm able to access the driver from this common fixture in the confidence.py file with the help of this self after passing the driver with the help of this request fixture. Okay, this is the process. Simple. So everywhere, wherever you're getting the error with the driver, just attach self keyword. So let me copy paste to save some time. Self dot, self dot, self dot. Wherever you see error, you just pass self dot, self dot, self dot. Now all the errors in the one of the Python file has been cleared. Now let's go here and here also. Self dot driver, self dot driver, self dot driver. Everywhere, just put self keyword. the errors will be gone. Now the driver also is being passed from this common fixture into this test methods, right? Of this particular class, because this driver is now belonging to the class, as I mentioned here, using the request picture, I made this driver part of the class. So that's the reason from this picture, the driver is coming and we are using it here as part of the class. So this is the funda, okay? So let's come here and here also everywhere, wherever you see the error, just put that self dot driver thing, self keyword. So almost done. Here also, let's put self. You see all the errors are being on off and the driver is getting passed from the fixture, common fixture into this individual test methods of this individual Python files. Here also we have to put self, otherwise it's not going to work. And reduce the number of lines because inside the class only one line is enough. Outside the class, method should have at least 2 lines in between. Okay, here, what else is there? I just put expected. It is not required. That's not right. So any other errors? Here the errors are gone. Here the errors are gone. Here also mostly the errors are gone. Only left out with one error. Let me solve that. So how to solve this error? I'm calling a method which is part of the class, right? So when you're calling a method which is part of the class, with the help of self keyword, you have to call. Okay. When these methods are inside the class, you have to call that method from the class within the class with the help of self keyword. Okay. Wherever you see that error, just write self dot. Okay. The errors will be gone. This is also done. Okay. Python stuff is done. And you see PyTest stuff is done where how to pass the driver from this common fixture into this individual test methods in this Python files is also done. Now let's run this and see whether this is working fine or not, okay? After moving this particular into a common fixture thing, whether this test methods inside this individual Python files are working or not. Total, there are how many tests? In this search, there are 3 tests. In this login, there are 2 tests. In this register, there are 2 tests. That is 3 plus 2 plus 2, 8, 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 2, 7 tests are there. Let's run all these 7 tests together. So for that, I'll go to this terminal. I'll run that. I'll simply say PyTest and run it. That's it. I don't have to give any other stuff here. Just simply say PyTest and all the tests inside this test methods inside this any of these Python files of this package will run without any problem. Okay, PyTest will figure it out. So module PyTest has no attribute use fixtures. Okay, there is a problem. One more problem here. That is here I have to mention hyphen scope is equal to class. Okay. How to mention scope is equal to class. Let's write this again. PyTest, run it. Still the error is coming. Module PyTest has no attribute use fixtures. Then how? Okay, sorry, where I am using. Okay, this is not the thing. Sorry. This is not the thing. I have to go to conf test and here I have to mention that. I mentioned at a long location. Scope is equal to class. Now let's see CLS PyTest. Let's try this out. Okay, module PyTest has no attribute use fixtures. Okay, so set up and tear down. We have mentioned that, right? Module PyTest has 1 minute. Let me check this problem. So here I made one mistake. That is, I forgot to put mark here. Okay. So I have to say PyTest dot mark dot use fixtures, not normal use fixtures. I have to provide mark dot use fixtures, which I forgot. So here also let's change. Everywhere where I have to use fixtures, I have to say at the rate PyTest dot mark dot use fixtures. So here also PyTest dot mark dot use fixture. That was a mistake. Now let's run this. Simply say PyTest here and run. Let's see whether 7 out of 7 tests are running or not. You see, it is working fine. Okay, small mistake was there. So I directly mentioned at the rate PyTest dot fixtures, use fixtures. Instead of that, I have to say mark dot use fixtures. Okay, I forgot to provide mark. Okay. Looks like there is few more mistakes. We have to resolve them. Let's see. Some things are still failing. 2 failed, 5 passed. Why they got failed? Unable to. Okay, maybe this is this coming from login without entering credentials. login without entering credentials. Okay, why it got failed? Okay, so where it got failed, let's find it out. We are getting some no such element exception and test login without entering credentials. Test create account by providing all fields. Okay, and some other okay, without entering credentials, it is failing. No such element, no such unable to locate the element. Which element? Link text selector login is this should work fine. Okay, why it's not working? Let's open the application and see what's going wrong here. Let's open the application. tutorialsninja.com/demo. It should work fine. When I click on this my account, I should get this register and login options, but they are not coming. It seems register, login, everything is fine. So let me run it again and see. Unable to locate the element. It's saying. After clicking on my account, driver.find element by.export, everything is fine. And simply say PyTest again. This test is running. Login. Okay. Looks like after that, immediately some other problem is happening. Okay, I got it. What's the problem? I got it. I'll solve that. Okay. Okay. This is failing because of this scope mentioned scope. That is, I have provided scope is equal to class. So this setup and tear down is only running one time for a class. Okay, for every class before this test methods, for both test methods, only one time setup code is running, and tear down is also running only for one only after the class. So that's not a thing. Here scope should be still function only. By default, it's function. So I have removed the scope is equal to class from this picture. Let's see whether it works. PyTest, run it. Yeah, it's working fine, it seems, this time. After removing that scope is equal to class. Because when I say scope is equal to class, it's only working one time for a class. Okay, setup code is running only one time for a class. So here setup need to run every time for every test method. Before every test method, setup code need to run. Okay. Now it's working fine. All issues got resolved. So done, almost done. I think last test, I guess. Maybe last test. There any more tests? Yeah, few more tests are there. Total 7 tests should run one by one. Is there any more tests? In such, there are 3 tests. Maybe last test in such is running now. In this, it may become 7. Let's see. Total 7 tests should run and everything should get passed. Is it done? Yes, it's done. 7 tests. 7 out of 7 tests got run. So this is how we can, use a request fixture to solve the problems. Okay. In this session, I not only use the request fixture to solve the problem, but many other problems I have solved. So hope that you'd be able to utilize all these solutions I have given you in this particular session. So with this, we are at a good place. Okay. We were able to use all this stuff. Okay. This is a series of stuff like integrating Selenium code with PyTest, running multiple Selenium type tests with PyTest. And after that, we have created the PyTest fixture in the, okay, to remove the duplicate steps in Selenium test. Then we have created multiple Python files having multiple test methods. And then we removed this duplicate fixture and moved that into a common place, that is context.py file. But here the problem started where the driver is not getting passed. For that, we have used use fixtures, okay, to use this common fixture we have created a class and specified the use fixtures. Then that has not completely solved the problem. We got few more problems that have resolved finally in the last session of these things. That is use request fixture. Okay, with that everything got solved and we were able to run the tests across multiple Python files which are using the common fixture which is created inside the test.py file. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to generate Allure reports. So let's get started. In the previous sessions of this series, we have generated the normal reports like JSON reports and HTML reports, which are kind of very basic and basic looking. Now let's generate the Allure reports, which are advanced and good looking reports. So let's get started here. So to generate the Allure reports, we should have Allure installed in our machine. But to install Allure or to have Allure in our machine, we have to follow some prerequisites where we have to install Java, Node.js. Okay. Without Java and Node.js, we cannot install Allure in our machine. Without installing Allure, we cannot generate the Allure reports. So let's go step by step. By following this session blindly in a step-by-step manner, you will be able to generate the Allure reports. So let's start with the first step where we have to first install Java in our machine. So Allure requires Java to be installed. So for that, I'll open any browser and in that I'll Google search for download Java space JDK and press enter. In the search results, you'll get this link from Oracle. Just click on that link and you'll be taken to this web page. So scroll down and here you will see Java 20, Java 17. So which version I have to take? To decide that, I'll go to new tab and here I'll search for Java versions. Okay, Java versions. And in the Java version, scroll down and you'll get this Wikipedia page. Click on that link. In that Wikipedia page of Java version is free. You will find a table here with a list of Java versions. So we have to install Java, which is of LTS version. You see Java, which this Java SE just SE8 is LTS version. LTS stands for long-term support. Once you install, you will get the support for long period of time. You see Java SE8, which got released on 18th March 2014, has a support till December 2030. Okay, you see long time, right? So similarly, after this Java SE8 LTS, other latest versions also came in LTS. Non-LTS are there, LTS are also there. SE11 LTS is there. After these are normal non-LTS versions. After that, SE17 LTS is there. And SE21 LTS is not yet released. It is going to be released in September 2023. When I am recording this session, it is 15th April 2023. So a lot of time is there. So currently, the latest LTS version of Java we have that we can download and install is Java SE17. Instead of going with normal versions, I go with the LTS versions. Okay. So Java SE17. So I'll pick this Java 17, which is an LTS version. In that Java SE17, so I'll take the latest version. That is when I am recording this session, the latest version is 17.0.6. So I'll go with this latest version. And here I'll select Windows. And I'll select this x64 installer. Click on this bin.exe file. It will download Java in our machine. Okay, so Java is getting downloaded in our machine. As you can see, it got successfully downloaded. Let's go to the location where it got downloaded in my machine. So here is the place where it got downloaded. I'll double click on this exe file. And I got a user access control dialog. I'm selecting yes. In a while, you'll get the installation wizard for installing Java. Preparing to install. Click on next. Click on next. Just simply keep on clicking next until it is completed. So we are currently installing Java. So that without Java, we cannot have Allure in our machine. So first we have to install Java, the way I'm showing you here. After the Java installation is done, then go with you see the completion is done. Completely it got installed, Java SE, okay, so and so version got installed. Click on close. Now we have successfully installed Java in our machine. Now let's go with the Node.js. Okay, let's install Node.js. For Allure to be installed, we need Node.js. Okay, without Node.js, we cannot install Allure. So let's install Node.js. The simplest way of installing Allure in your machine is with the help of Node.js. Okay, so there are other ways also without Node.js. There are other ways like Scoop and all those stuff. But I personally feel Node.js is kind of very easy. So what I will do here is to install Node.js, I'll open this browser and here I'll Google search for download Node.js like this. When I say download Node.js, I'll get this link in the search results, which will take me to the downloads page. And here I'll simply click on this Windows installer, which will download the x64 version. 64-bit version of Node.js. Okay, Node.js is getting downloaded now. Let's switch. As you can see, the Node.js got successfully downloaded in our machine. So let's go to the location where it got downloaded. This is the location. Just press enter here once. Okay, double click on this MSI file of the Node.js. Installation wizard came. Click on next. Accept the agreement. Click on next. Keep clicking on next until the installation is done. Without don't change any option there. Simply click on S, the user access control, and in a while, the Node.js will be installed in our machine. Let's wait for the Node.js to complete with the installation. So currently the Node.js is getting installed in our machine. So second step, this is first we have installed Java, then we have installed Node.js. After that, in the next step, we are going to install Allure. Okay, Allure command line tool we are going to install as part of Allure. So if you are installing this Allure command line tool means automatically you are installing the Allure. Okay, that's what is the thing. So how to install this Allure command line tool? With the help of this npm. So if you have to use this npm way of installing Allure software, right? So to get this npm, we have to install Node.js. Okay, if you have not installed Node.js in your machine, you cannot use this npm commands. Okay, Node package manager. Okay, with the help of Node package manager, if you want to install some software packages, okay, then we have to have Node.js installed in our machine. Then only we'll get this npm commands working. Okay, click on finish. The Allure, the Node.js got installed successfully. Now we can install this Allure command line tool with the help of this npm commands. So open the command prompt in your machine. Just type cmd here, and you'll get this command prompt option. And in the command prompt, type this command npm install -g Allure. You can see that command here while you are typing. Okay, just drag this, and just by looking at this command, you can type npm space install -g space Allure command line and press enter. So Allure command line will be installed in a while. Let's wait for the installation to be completed. You see, added one package and it got installed. To verify whether this Allure got successfully installed, I'll type the command Allure space --version. This is the command. Okay, this is the command we are typing. Okay, so we got the version means it got successfully installed. And now let's add the Allure to the system path, system environment variables. So for that, let's go to since we have already installed Allure just now. Now we can go to one location in our machine. Let's go to the C drive. In that, go to the users folder. In that users folder, go to the username folder that is currently active in your machine. Under the username folder, you will find some hidden folder. If you are not able to find the hidden folder, go to view here and show and see whether this hidden items option is enabled. If this is selected, means you can see the hidden folders also. The hidden folder name is app data. Open that hidden folder. In that, you will find the local, low, and roaming. You have to go inside the roaming. Inside the roaming, you will find something like npm. This will come only when you have installed, Node.js and you have installed some Allure and all those stuff, right? This npm will be created. In that, node modules are there. Only one module we have installed, that is Allure related module. Go inside this node modules, and this is the one we have installed. In that, Allure command line will find this bin folder. Go inside the bin folder. Select this path, copy this, and now type here edit system or whatever you type, and you'll get this option, edit the system environment variable. Select that. It will open this dialog. Advanced tab is selected. Click on environment variables. Now select under system variables, select path, click on edit, and without touching any other stuff, click on new and paste it here. Till the bin folder path of this Allure command line, you paste it and say okay, okay, okay. That's it. So we have added the Allure to the system path. So with this, we are done with the third step. Now the fourth step is, okay, now the fourth step is open PowerShell as administrator. Why we have to do that and all, I'll tell you. So if you go to this terminal or something, and here you type Allure here, not here, otherwise, let's open this part only. Let's open what we have to open. We have to open the PowerShell as administrator, right? Let's open the PowerShell. Just type PowerShell here. And instead of opening it directly, right click and open it as an administrator. Okay, just make sure that you are opening the PowerShell as an administrator and select this. In a while, the PowerShell will be opened. It looks similar to the command prompt. So Windows PowerShell. In that, type Allure and press enter. You see nothing came. It's select an app to open Allure. It is saying I cannot do that. So Allure it is not, nothing is coming here. So that means Allure is not working fine yet. So what we have to do is after opening the PowerShell as administrator, as our Allure command is not working. So we'll do one thing, check current execution policy. Okay, there is this command you have to run. So just run this command in this PowerShell. Okay, to make this command work, we have to do this get hyphen execution policy and press enter. So it is restricted. That's why this command is not working. So for Allure scripts to work and all right, this should not be restricted. Rather, instead of restricted, it should be changed to remote sign mode. Okay, remote sign. How to change it to from restricted mode to remote sign mode? In the output, we got restricted when I run this command, right? When I run this command, instead of restricted, I should get remote sign. For that to happen, I have to change the execution policy. To change the execution policy in the PowerShell, I have to say set hyphen execute. Instead of get, I have to use set. Let's use that. Here I'll write set space set hyphen execution policy and set it to which mode? Remote sign mode. Okay. The space instead of restricted, we are changing the from restricted to remote sign and press enter. It will ask you to confirm. I'll just say Y and press enter. After that, now type the same command, that is get execution policy, to see the current execution policy. It got changed from restricted to remote sign. Okay. Once it is changed to remote sign, now run the same command. Initially, we run the Allure command, right, where we didn't get anything. Now let's run the Allure. It's asking me something still. That's okay. Just once or something I'll say. Okay. I don't know why it is asking me, but it should be working fine directly. So Allure command is not yet working for us. So run Allure command in PowerShell, it is saying. Let's see, it should work actually. Allure, I'm not getting any output. I'm getting this kind of stuff. Okay, fine, no problem. Well, let's don't worry about that. It should be working, but maybe something got changed. Edit system environment variables, path, edit. Okay. C users. I'll do one more thing. I'll just add one more path. I'll go to this C drive users. Same location I'll go, Aruniam. In that, I'll find that app data. I'll go to the roaming. And in that npm, I have to go. In that, here we have copy this path and paste it here. Let's see whether it will work or not. npm, say okay, and say that's it. Here we have Allure and all, right? Maybe it may work. So open that PowerShell again. Open the PowerShell now. As administrator, you open PowerShell, right click, run as administrator. Just click on S and say Allure. Still, it is not working. That's okay. Let's ignore that for a while and see whether other things are working or not. It's not compulsory that this may have to work. Maybe I'll type the Allure here in the command line and see what will happen. Allure. Here it is working. Okay. In the PowerShell, the things are not coming. Maybe I have to check this in command line, Windows command prompt. Windows command prompt. Okay. I was checking in that PowerShell, right? Instead, I have to check in this command prompt where you see when I type Allure, right, these options are coming. That means it is working fine. Okay. It's fine. Okay. So this was a small mistake here. I have to run this command, Allure command in the Windows command prompt. If you are getting that options and all, then we are good. So with this, we are done with the fourth step also. Then go to the last step where we are going to generate the Allure report in our project and all. So this is the project that we have created so far till the previous session, right? Here. Okay, this was the last session. So in the last session, this was the state of the project where, Selenium Python scripts are there. So this test methods having the Selenium Python scripts and everything are there. Everything should pass here. So whereas this Python file has three tests, such tests, login 2 tests are there, register 2 tests are there. I want to run all the tests. And after running, I want to generate some Allure reports. How to make that happen? For that, we have to complete the last step. Already Selenium, Python, PyTest, everything is configured in this project. Now, coming to the Allure report generation, how to do that? For that, first we have to install this Allure PyTest. Okay, how to install? Go to the terminal here, and here install pip space install space Allure hyphen PyTest. This package we have to install, this Python package. After installing this, for double check, just select this project, select file, select settings, go to this project, select this project, select Python interpreter, and here click on plus symbol. And here type Allure hyphen py or PyTest. You'll get this option, Allure PyTest, install the package. In a while, Allure PyTest will be installed in our machine. So this is double confirmation for which I'm installing this. Sometimes terminal may or may not work. So always when I install some packages, right, I'll not only install from terminal, but also make sure that I'm installing from PyCharm IDE also. It may not be required always, but sometimes, okay, I feel that, okay. So I will make sure that I install from both places, okay. Even though one is fine, but still I double confirmation, I'll install from both places. After that, I'll have to run this command. I have to run this command that is in the terminal itself. In the terminal itself, CLS, and type this command PyTest space. Here we have to give this attribute that is hyphen Allure dir hyphen Allure dir is equal to, in the double quotes. In the double quotes, you have to give the path where you want to generate the report. So here reports folder is not there. Under this project, reports folder is not there. So what I will do is this command itself will create the reports folder for you. I'll simply say /reports. Dot means project location. Under the project, directly under the project, you create a reports folder. There you generate the Allure reports. Okay. Create this Allure directory, reports directory, that is reports. This is a command. This is a command you have to give. PyTest hyphen Allure dir is equal to, in the double quotes, give /reports. Now press enter. Reports folder is not there, it will be created now. The scripts will run now. While the scripts are running, you can check. You see there is a reports folder created. After all the scripts are executed, you will see some JSON files created under the reports folder. Let's wait for all the tests to run now. So some total 7 tests are there. Let's see whether all the tests will pass or fail. Everything should be passed. Second also got passed. You got the green dot, means second test also got passed. Third test is running now. Total 7 tests are there. 3 such tests to log in to register are there, as I have covered in the previous session. Fourth one, I guess. So fourth one completed. Now fifth one will run. 5, 6, 7, 3 more, including this 3 more. 3 more tests should run. Sixth one. Now sixth test will run. Total 7 tests are there which need to run. Let's wait for every test to run. So sixth test is running now. Now the next last and final test, seventh test. After that, it will give us the results whether got passed or failed. The last test is running now. Done. It's 100%, and all the 7 out of 7 tests got passed. Now, if you observe that here a reports folder got created with this command, and if you expand the reports folder, you got some JSON files. You'll be getting some JSON files. But I want some Allure report, not this JSON files. Okay. So that's the problem. So this command, when you give this command, it's not going to generate the Allure report directly, but it will create the reports folder. Under the reports folder, it will create some JSON files. On the top of these JSON files, we have to generate the Allure reports. For that, we have to run one more command. Okay, that is final step command. What we have to do is don't run this command in the terminal here. You may not get the results. So do one thing, right click on this project, say open in Explorer, go to this project location in your machine, go inside this project folder, select this path and type CMD and press enter. The command prompt, Windows command prompt will open at this project location automatically here. And here we need to type one command. The command is allure space serve space path of reports. So here I have to write allure space serve space in double quotes. Where is the place where the reports folder is available in the project? /reports, right? You remember. Under the project, directly under the project, under the reports folder, we have that JSON reports, JSON files. Using that JSON files, the serve command will generate an HTML Allure report for you that you will see now. In a while, you will see a report being opened in the browser. It's generating. You see, a report is being generated. It's opening here, you see, in your machine. This is the Allure report. 7 test cases were there, and all the 7 test cases got passed. And they have clearly given us, like in the test login, there are 2 test cases which got passed. Okay, you can see the results here. All this stuff, setup code, tear down code, okay, how much time it has taken. So a lot of stuff is there, right? A lot of stuff is there. You see, total 7 tests, 2 from test login, 2 from register, 3 from search. This kind of very advanced and good looking report will be created with the help of Allure. Okay, we can generate a good looking report with the help of Allure. So in the previous sessions, we have created some reports, but they were not good looking. They're very basic, like HTML and JSON reports were very basic. But this report, this Allure report is looks very advanced and a good looking report. Okay, advanced and good looking report. So that's why people opt for generating the Allure reports in the project. So there is no coding you have to do, just you have to do the configurations and all. So software to be installed. If you take care of these steps right, then everything will be fine. Just with the simple commands, you'll be able to generate the Allure reports. But you have to make sure that all these steps are satisfied. Then only Allure reports will be generated. So hope guys you understood how to generate the Allure reports in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to attach screenshots in the generated Allure reports. So let's get started. In the previous session, I have shown you how to generate Allure reports. Now in this session, I'm going to show you how to attach screenshots in the generated Allure report. So let's get started with the practical demonstration. And here is the code we have to write that I will demonstrate in this practical demonstration. First, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE. Let's say I would like to run this test methods which are there in this test search.py file. I don't want to run all the tests because it will take a lot of time. There are total 7 tests that I have created in the previous session. If I keep running them, it will take a lot of time. Rather, if I run this test search.py file, it has only 3 tests. It will not take much time. So in one of the tests, I would like to take a screenshot. Okay, in one of the tests that is shown here, I would like to take a screenshot. So wherever you want to take a screenshot, you write this line. Okay, generally in real time, we take the screenshot for the failed test. But here, I'm not going with that approach. Rather, I would like to take the screenshot, whether the test passes or fails, doesn't matter. I would like to take a screenshot. So wherever you want to take a screenshot, whatever the situation may be, you just have to write this line. That is, you have to write allure dot. When you say allure dot, you are getting an error. Hover the mouse on this allure and import this allure. You'll get this import allure added. And after that, you write down dot attach. Now in the circular brackets, now write the code for taking the screenshot. Generally in Selenium, as I covered in the previous sessions, right, somewhere here in Selenium WebDriver, how to take the screenshots I covered, right? So let's take screenshot of a, you see, taking screenshots using get screenshot as file, okay? Get screenshot as file or whatever as PNG. A lot of commands are there, okay? A lot of commands are there how to take the screenshots and all. So here save screenshot is there and we can give the name and all. As file we can say, as PNG we can say, many varieties are there. I'll go with one variety in this session. So get screenshot as kind of thing I'll use, okay? So I'll write down here driver dot, but this driver, you see, wherever you are writing driver, you are using the self keyword, right? as I covered in the previous session, because these methods are part of this class. So we have to provide self, and all these things that are being passed from somewhere else need to be starting with self dot driver, you have to say. So just follow the previous session to understand why we are using self before this driver. Self dot driver dot, here I have to write get screenshot as PNG, I have to say. Okay. So it will take the screenshot. This command will take the screenshot in PNG format. Now say comma. And the next thing is you have to give the name for the screenshot file. So name is equal to second, three attributes we have to give. This is the first attribute. This is the first thing. The code for taking the screenshot in the PNG format. Name is equal to give the name of that screenshot file. Let's say I would like to take the screenshot with the name. This is search without providing any product, right? I'll give the same name. Copy this and give that here. This is the name of the screenshot file. And the last one is the type of attachment type. Okay, in which type of attachment I have to attach in the Allure reports. It should be in PNG format like that. Okay, I'll simply say attachment type is equal to, this is the third attribute, is equal to, here I have to say attachment type, and this attachment type I have to import from Allure library, and after that I have to say attachment type dot PNG I have to give. So this line you have to write. So this is becoming lengthy. That's okay. It's okay to become lengthy. Okay, this is a thing. Okay, this is a line. You can see that here, the code that I have written here. You can see that here. Let me close all this stuff, and that's all. And let me go to this location of PyTest. This is the thing. Allure dot attach. The first argument is self dot driver dot get screenshot as PNG. Second argument is name is equal to, you give some name that you want the screenshot name to be. And third one should be attachment type. Attachment underscore type is equal to attachment type dot PNG. Okay, this code you have to write wherever you want to take a screenshot and attach that to the Allure reports. Okay, we are not just taking the screenshot by using this code, but rather we are attaching the taken screenshot to the Allure report by writing this line, this piece of code. Okay, by writing this piece of code, we are attaching the screenshot to the Allure report. So only in the third test we have written this line, means only in the third test the screenshot will be attached to the report. For the remaining two tests which you are running, no screenshot will be attached. That we'll see anyhow. Now let's run this. So let's run this test and also generate the Allure reports. For that, I'll go to the terminal. Here I'll type PyTest. I don't want to run all the Python files in this project. Rather, I would like to run only this test search.py file, which is under the test package, under this package, under this project. I'll write the package name test / and name of the file test search.py file space. Now give -- Allure dir. I covered this in the previous session. How to generate the Allure report I covered in the previous. Allure dir is equal to, give the location. Here there is no reports folder. Under this project I want to create a reports folder. Just mention the name of the folder /reports. So this reports folder will be dynamically created by this command itself. Okay, this line you have to write. Okay, this code here, this command you have to run. PyTest test search.py Allure dir is equal to /reports. Now press enter. So 3 tests will run. You see, only 3 tests are running because I am specially running test search.py file just to save time. 3 search tests will run. In first 2 search tests, no screenshot will be taken. But in the third one, the screenshot will be taken. Third test of the search py file, the screenshot will be taken. First is done, no screenshot is taken. No screenshot will be taken in the first test. Second test also, no screenshot will be taken. So the second test is running now. No screenshot will be taken. Now third test, in the third test, screenshot will be taken. Okay, because we have included that line allure.attach and all those stuff. Screenshot will be taken, and not only taken but also should be attached to the Allure report. So in this test, the screenshot will be taken. Fine, the screenshot has been taken. How can I confirm that screenshot has been taken? You see, as I mentioned in this command, reports folder should be created. You see the reports folder got created here. I will expand the reports folder. You see the JSON files are there. Not only the JSON files, wherever the screenshot has been taken, a PNG file is also there. You see, this is a screenshot file. You can see that screenshot if you want. Open in Explorer. Go to the location where you see this is a screenshot file. Open this. This is a screenshot. Okay, and it will load. You see, this is a screenshot that has been taken. Now let's confirm whether this particular screenshot will be attached to the Allure report or not. For that, have to run one more command, right? These JSON files will be created, but I want to generate Allure HTML report as I covered in the previous session. To generate the finally, with the help of these JSON files, how to generate the Allure HTML report. Right click on this project, say open in Explorer, go to the location of the project and go inside the project. Once you go inside the project, select this project path and type CMD. Windows command prompt will open at that project location, this project location, and here you have to type Allure space serve space the location where the JSON reports are there. Okay, /reports. Under the reports folder, we have that JSON files and that PNG file. Okay, the screenshot file that need to be attached in the report. That location we have to give and press enter. That's it. Now in a while, it will generate the Allure report, which contains the results of the 3 tests in the search functionality. You see, it is opening the report, Allure report, where you can see 3 test cases, which everything got passed. Now click on this. Under the test search, we have run the test search and 3 tests got run. In the first test, you see there is no report, no screenshot, sorry. There's no screenshot in the first test because we have not added that line, screenshot taking line. The second test also no screenshot is there. But in the third test, apart from the setup and tear down, you got one test body thing having the screenshot here. You can expand this, you see, you can see the screenshot here. With the given name, search without providing any product. With extension PNG, the screenshot has been created. You can click on this to expand and see from the report. Okay, this is a screenshot that has been taken and attached to the Allure reports. So hope guys you understood how to attach screenshots in Allure reports in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to add severity levels with the help of decorators in Allure report. So there are some decorators that we can write or mention in the Selenium Python PyTest scripts. By mentioning that, the severity levels will be reflected in the Allure reports. How to do that practically, I'm going to cover in this session. So this is one of the decorator. So minor kind of severity you are mentioning with the help of this decorator. But let me show you practically how to mention different type of decorators for specifying minor severity, normal severity, major severity, critical severity, okay, to get reflected in the Allure reports. So for that, I'll switch to this PyCharm ID. Before switching, I can say that this session is a continuation of the previous sessions. In the previous session, we have generated the Allure reports. After that, we have attached the screenshot in the generated Allure report in the previous session. Now in this session, we are adding security levels to this Allure reports. Okay, we are reflecting the security levels in the Allure report by mentioning these decorators in the Selenium Python PyTest scripts. Okay, so let's continue. So let's take this one of the Python file, that is test search.py file, having these 3 tests on the search related tests are there. So here, if you want to mention this decorator or specify this decorator, either you can do that at the test level or class level. If individual tests have different this severity levels, like one of the test method is having minor, other one is having normal, for example. In that case, it's better to provide at the test method level. Okay, test method level you can provide. First, let's provide at the test method level by providing different type of severity levels for different test methods. So how to do that? So I'll pick one of the test method here. This is the first test method. In this, before this test method, I'll write @allure dot severity. I would say dot severity. Okay, and in that you provide the circular bracket and write down allure dot severity level, dot, now mention the level. So here, what are the levels we have? Minor is there, blocker is there. You see this yellow color stuff, okay? Minor is one thing, blocker is another one. Critical, then we have something like normal, trivial. These are the things so far. So far, those are the things. Is there any other type? I think here it's blocker, okay? Critical, blocker. Minor, normal, blocker, critical. Let's find it out again. Dot, minor, normal. Minor is there, normal is there, blocker is there, and critical is there. Is there any other stuff? Don't think so. Okay, those are the things. How to mention them? Let's say this is a valid product, right? I'll say this one is critical dot critical. I'll say critical. And similarly, I'll specify the severity level before this another test method also at the rate allure. In lowercase, you have to give allure dot severity, circular brackets, allure dot severity level dot invalid product, right? I'll just name this as minor. I'll say minor. Okay. Here, last one, without providing any product you are searching. So I'll just say that as trivial. Allure dot severity of allure dot severity level dot trivial. That is even below than minor kind of stuff. Okay. Critical is a major kind of stuff, whereas minor is a minor, and below minor we have trivial. So like this, if you want to give different severity levels for different test methods, you can specify this decorators at the test method level like this. Okay, now let's run this and generate the allure report to see whether the severity levels are getting reflected in the allure report or not. This is belonging to the allure report, guys. Allure dot severity you're checking setting. Okay, so how to do that? Go to the terminal. Then after going there, CLS. Now type PyTest. Which Python file? I don't want to run all the Python files. I would like to run only this test search.py Python file. So here we have this test search.py file under the test package. I'll just mention the name of the package under the project. Under the test package, we have this test search.py file having these three test methods. And after that, you have to give hyphen allure dir is equal to give the location where you want to generate the reports. That is the reports folder. Whether it is there or not, it will be created anyhow. And if already existing previous run related JSON files, etc., are there under the reports folder, they will be replaced. You don't have to worry much. Okay. Press enter. It will run the three tests one by one. I'm running only three tests because if I run all the 7 tests in this particular project, that will take a lot of time. So I'm just running only the 3 tests so that it won't take much time. One test is already done. We are left out with 2 more tests to be run. One test got passed already. The second test is running. So let the second test run where you are searching for invalid product like Honda in this test. Let's see. The page is loading. After the page loads, Honda has been entered and the test is done. It is also passed. Now third test, the final test will run now. Okay, in the final test where you will not enter any product details and search without entering any product. Done. All the 3 tests completed and everything got passed. You see 3 got passed. So fine, you can see the reports here. Reports got generated again. Okay, earlier reports were replaced with the latest reports. And now what I will do here is I'll go to this, I'll right click on this project, say open in Explorer. I'll open the Windows command prompt as the project location. I'll go inside the project. I'll select the project path and type CMD here so that the command prompt will open at the project location. Here, I need to generate the allure report. Here, so far, only the JSON files have been generated in the reports folder. To generate the HTML allure report, we have to write allure space serve, CRVA serve. And in that, after serve, we have to provide the location where the JSON files have been generated in the reports folder, /reports, right? That is the location. Press enter. It will generate the HTML allure report now. Let the HTML allure report get generated. So it has opened. Now we can see the 3 tests which have run. Click on that. Expand this. Click on this. So, okay. 3 got passed. It's coming as 3 dot passed. So let's see what is, you say severity is mentioned as critical for this one. Okay, this one is mentioned as critical, whereas this one is minor and the last one as trivial. The severity is coming because of we specifying the decorators in the Selenium Python PyTesting. This allure related decorators we have mentioned. Okay, because of these decorators only, the severity is now reflected in this allure HTML reports here. Okay, this severity section. So hope guys you understood how to add severity levels with help of decorators in allure report. So that's all for this session. But there is one more thing. You can also mention that as a class level. If you don't want to mention this decorators at the test level, And if you want to mention the severity level at a go at the class level for all the tests inside the class, same severity level you want to mention. In that case, you don't have to specify at the test level, right? Here you can write it down. Before the class, you can mention at the rate value dot severity. Let's say here, this is normal, for example, normal severity. All the test methods will have the same severity level mentioned. Okay, let's run this again. Okay, so PyTest, PyTest under the test package, we have this test search dot same command I'm running hyphen allure dar is equal to give the location dot slash reports folder, press enter. The three tests will run. So after the three tests run, we'll have these JSON files created under the reports folder. And after that, we are going to generate the HTML allure report with another command. So the second test is running now. This time the severity level should be normal for all the three tests, because at the class level, I mentioned the severity level for this Python file as, normal. So every test severity that is running should reflect normal in the allure report now. Okay, the third test is running now. It's completed. Total 3 out of 3 tests has been done and everything got passed. Now let's go to this location. And here, you see already we have run in the previous control C. Again, you'll get this, and now write allure serve space dot slash reports. Okay, now press enter. This time we should get normal severity level reflected in all the test methods, because we mentioned that severity level only at the class level this time. All the tests under the class will have the same severity level reflected. Click on this and see that. Let's expand this 3 tests, and the severity level should be normal for all the tests. You see, every test under this particular class has a severity level normal. This is how we can specify the decorator at the class level, and when you specify at the class level, all the tests under the class will have the same severity level mentioned. So this is the thing, guys. So in this session, I covered how to add the severity level with the help of decorators in Allure reports. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to share Allure report. So let's get started. This session is a continuation of the previous sessions, where we have generated the Allure reports and attached the screenshots in the Allure report. And then we have added the severity levels to the Allure report and so on. And this session is a continuation where I'm going to show you how to share the Allure report. Why we have to share the Allure report, why it is not possible. Because whatever the report that we have generated in the previous session is a temporary report. Okay, it's not permanent. Once you run it again, the old one will be gone. Okay, so I'll tell you more about this. So for that, let's go to this PyCharm ID. Allure reports are generally stored at the temporary location. Whatever the reports that are getting generated, right? As I have shown in the previous session, that they are generated at the temporary location. Let me prove that. For example, let me run this particular test. Okay. So here already some reports are generated. You can see the JSON files of the previous run are there. But once I run it again, this will be gone and new files will be placed in place of the old files. Okay. So anyhow, let me go to the terminal and here write down PyTest space under the test package. This is the name of the file, test search.py space. Here I have to give hyphen allure dar is equal to, and give the location. So same reports folder I want to dot slash reports and press enter. The moment I do that, it will run the test, and the files related to the new report will be created under the reports folder. The old files will be gone, new files will be replacing the old files. These old files will be replaced with the new files under the reports folder. So let's wait until all these tests are have run. Let's wait. So second test is running now. Okay. It's done. Now third test will run. Third test has run. Is running. Let it finish. So it's almost done. Yeah. Three tests got executed. 3 out of 3 tests got executed. Okay. Now you can see here under the reports folder, the JSON files and all those stuff got created. Now to generate a HTML Allure report out of these files, I have to right click on this project, say open in Explorer and go to the project location, go inside this project folder and select the project path and say CMD and command prompt will launch like this at the project location. Now here we have to type Allure space serve space, give the location where the JSON reports are available, / reports where the JSON files related to the reports are available. The moment I press enter here, it will generate a temporary HTML Allure report for you. Okay, generating a report to temporary direct. This is not permanent, you see, temporary location. So this, once you close this, right, you cannot see this report again. That's a problem because this report has been generated at a temporary directory, which is going to get deleted. Okay. So what is the temporary directory where this report files are available? This is a location. C users, my username folder, app data, local temp, and something. Copy this, Control C, and just select here and paste, press enter. You got the files. This, you see, this is not a single report. Rather, if you want to open this report, for example, if I have to open the report like this, you see it's not coming at all, right? So you cannot load it using a single file, but there are a lot of folders and files exist together. That report was coming, but since if I close this report, you will not be able to generate again. Okay, even though you double click on index, also you see the details are not coming because it's one time launch. After that, it's gone. But how to share this report? You see, if I close from here, the report is not coming, right? If I close from here, I cannot, there's no possibility of getting this report back. If I close this, whatever I do here, I go to this Allure report folder, where the temporary folder where this report files are available. There are multiple files here. I cannot, when I double click or do whatever it is, the report details will not come. This is a problem. Then how can I share this report? If I have to share the report, how that is possible? There's a way, that is, we can use all these files and folders related to this report. Okay. And there is a way, that is, you have to sign up with this website, that is NetLifi. Okay. You can sign up with this website. For example, I'll show you that website. I'll just open that in incognito mode. NetLifi. Just go to this search, Google search for this NetLifi. You'll get this NetLifi website. Click on that. In the NetLifi, you can deploy the things and all softwares and all those stuff. Okay. So you can deploy the code, etc., etc. Here you have to sign up. I already have signed up, and you can see here already have signed up, and my profile is created here in this netlifi.com. I have to go to the deploy section. Okay, no matter what, where I am, I have to go to the deploy section and scroll down. Here you will see some section. Need to update your site, drag and drop your site output folders like that. You will see some message. So here you can drag and drop this list of folders related to this Allure report. Just go back, and this is a folder in which all the files related to the generated Allure report are there. Drag this folder and drop onto that location where it is asked. You see, need to just drop it here. That's it. Uploading. Once the files of that particular report got dropped here, still uploading. Let's wait. I think it's done. You got a link here on the top. You can see there is a link coming, right? After dropping here, you got a link. Just go to that link and you will be taken to this page where you can see this instance and, report instance and this .app something is coming. Just click on that. The report will be open. Now this link having the report and the details, you see, this is not temporary. Now this is permanent. You can share this link with your team members or etc., whoever you want to share. Okay. So this link is going to be permanent. Whereas whatever the link that opened temporarily at this temporary location is not permanent. Okay. So like this, you have to drag your, report files along with the files and folders into this deploy section of this particular website. And you will get this kind of link. That link you can share with your team. Tomorrow, if you run the scripts again one more report will be created. Again, go to the same location, same temporary location where this Allure report folder with the report files are created. Now drag this again onto the website. You will get that. That is the process. So hope guys you understood how to share your Allure reports and make these reports permanent. By default, Allure reports are temporary. They are created at a temporary location and they'll be moved off and they'll be replaced with the newly generated reports and files and all those stuff. So if you have to share a report, then it's better that you copy paste that files and folders of that reports into this website and then create a link, permanent link, and then share that link with your members. Okay, that's the process. By default, it's not there. So this is a way to do it. Okay, there's an alternative way you can share your reports. Okay, if how to share the value reports with your team. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to take the screenshot only on test failure. Instead of taking the screenshot here and there, I would like to take the screenshot for the test which got failed during the execution. Okay, so how that is possible? How to customize the so far created code and take the screenshot only for the test which got failed. So for that, I'm going to demonstrate something in this session. So this session is a continuation of the previous sessions where we have generated some Allure reports, attached some screenshots, but here the screenshots were not taken when the test fails. Rather, randomly the screenshots were taken. But here in this session, we are going to take the screenshot only on test failure. Fine. So how to take the screenshots only for the tests which fail during the runtime. So for that, here is one article. So copy this and open in the browser. So we are going to customize the code that we have written so far in the previous sessions. We have to simply open this GitHub page, scroll down until you see some code here. There's some code, just keep on scrolling on this page. You see here, this is the code. Okay, this is the code we need to utilize. So here in Selenium Python, similar to Selenium Java, we don't have listeners which will listen to your Selenium scripts and whenever a particular test fails, it will take the script. That kind of concept is not there. But still there is a way where if you use this particular code that is there in this article, that is possible. Okay, even though we don't have listeners here, by using this code, we can get it done. So how to use this code and how to take the screenshots dynamically when a particular test fails only for the failure tests. All this I'm going to show you practically in this session. So let's switch to this PyCharm IDE and immediately you can switch to this conftest.py file. Already we have created this conftest.py file as part of the previous sessions, right? So what we have to do in this conftest.py file is here we have to copy paste something. So just go to this page and here copy these lines as it is. Don't do anything. Don't break your head also. Just copy paste blindly. Okay. To get the things done, just copy paste here. Already the import PyTest is already there. You can remove this. It's not required anymore. Okay, here 2 lines should be there between the methods. So this is some hook method. So don't worry about this method. Just copy paste as it is. As per now, there are no defects here, no errors coming. So it got pasted properly in this conftest.py file. So regarding the conftest.py file, already covered in the previous sessions, right? Now, what next thing that you have to do is not only this one, you have to copy this part also. Already this import PyTest is there. So only take this part, copy this part. It's a fixture, you see. As you can see, it's clearly a fixture. And come back here and somewhere here paste it. Okay, paste it like this. Once you paste it, you see there is some yield fixture being used. This is outdated bit. So simply say fixture with circular brackets, the way you have used here, right? The same thing you use. So here we have multiple fixture. This is one fixture. This is one fixture. So this is the picture I just now copied from this code. Okay, and modified that to dot fixture. After that, few more things you have to modify blindly. Remove this part, messages part you remove, and here also remove this msgs.append. Only keep the yield keyword. After that, keep this line also, no problem. So completely remove all these lines. This is not required. Okay, most of the lines you are removing. And at this location, what you have to give? At this location, what I have to write is go to one of the tests that I have created earlier, test search.py. One of the third test, let's say, I have used this line to take a screenshot. But here we are not taking the screenshot for the failed test. We are randomly taking the screenshot in particular test and attaching that to the report. The same line, you cut it from here and paste it here. That's it. Okay. The code for taking the screenshot and attaching to the LU report, I am writing here. That's it. In this fixture code. Fine. And here self.driver. Here we should not use self because this particular fixture is not part of a class. So remove this self. So after that, the driver is not visible here. So here I have to make it global driver. Now this will be accessible. You see, it can access. This issue also resolved. And here name of the screenshot should be kind of generic, right? So failed test.png kind of thing should come. This should be the name. It can be common name, right? It is a common name. Now that's it. It's done. So like we have used this picture in the individual test methods and all, right? So above the class, we have used @pytest.mark.use fixtures. Here only one fixture name we provided. Now put a comma here and in double quotes, put the name of the another fixture also. That is log on failure is the name of the fixture. Copy this and paste it. That's it. Okay. Similarly, copy this line, not only in this particular file here also. Okay. This is the thing. Just replace that with, we have two fixtures here. Okay. We are using two fixtures. That's the only difference. Now, any of the tests fails anywhere in this files, right? For that, screenshot will be taken automatically. Screenshot will not be randomly taken. Rather, screenshot will be taken only for the tests which are going to fail going ahead. So any test you pick from any of these files and intentionally try to fail one of the tests. You see, if you run this, all the tests will pass. Three such tests here will pass. So screenshot will not be taken. In the login also, these two tests will pass. So screenshot will not be taken. In this, register also, these two tests will pass. So screenshot will not be taken. I'll pick one test and I'll intentionally fail the test. I'll pick this third test. And here I'll intentionally add ABC in the expected text. So the retrieve test will not match this ABC, and because of this particular test will fail. If this test fails, automatically a screenshot will be taken. Okay, the fixture will be called and the screenshot will be taken for this particular test and will be attached to the LU reports also. Okay, so sophisticated this is, right? So what I will do here is I'll just go to this terminal, and here I'll write the run the command, that is PyTest. I want to run all the Python files, okay? In this total 7 tests I want to run, because out of the 7 tests, only in one test, we are intentionally failing. Only for that one test, the screenshot should be taken. For remaining 6 tests, which are running, the screenshot should not be taken because they are going to get passed. Okay, so I'll simply say PyTest, since I have to take the reports, right, I'll just write --allure dir is equal to, I would like to take the collect the reports under reports folder. Here reports folder is not there. It will be created. Okay, it will be created dynamically while this command is running, while the tests are running, right? The reports folder will be created. Okay, whatever the reports folder under the project will be created. Press enter. All the 7 tests will run. In that one will fail. Only for that failed test, the screenshot should be taken. Let's wait for all the tests to run one by one. First login tests are running, it seems. One test completed, it got passed, as you can see. Screenshot will not be taken for that particular test. Now second test is running. For this also, the test will pass and screenshot will not be taken for this test also. Now third test, that is register related tests are running now. So let the register related test run. So with mandatory fields, the account is created. The test got passed, as you can see. Now fourth test, from the same register functionality, where register with all the fields. Let's wait for the test to finish up. This test will also pass. So you go to the register account page, and after going there, it will provide all the details and create the account. The test got passed. Now the test related to such will run. In the first 2 tests will pass. The last one will fail. Only for the last test, the screenshot should be taken. Because only the last test in this particular search is failing. Intentionally, I am failing by adding that ABC in one of the tests. In the expected test, ABC I was adding. Because of that, the last test in this search will fail. This is last but one, which will not fail. It will pass. So the last one is going to fail. You will get F in the output. Till now, you got the green dots for each and every test in the output terminal. But now, for this particular test, you are going to get F in red color to symbolize that it got failed. You see, it got failed, F came. So 1 failed, 6 passed. So for the 6 test, screenshot should not be taken. For this 1 failed test, the screenshot should be taken. So for that to happen, so you see already reports folder is created, and let's see whether any PNG file is there here. Let's see. JSON files got created, right? Here one PNG came. That means a screenshot has been taken for the field test. Only one PNG file is there. So now what I will do here is I'll right click on the project. I have to generate that Allure report. So to generate that, last command is there, that is open in Explorer, as I covered in the previous sessions, if you remember. Go inside this project folder, type CMD. The command prompt, Windows command prompt will launch from this project location, where I'll type Allure serve, where the JSON files are there, the reports folder, give that path and press enter. Now Allure report will be generated, where you will see that only for the field test the screenshot has been taken. Okay, will be taken. So you see, there are 7 tests which have run in that one field, and remaining 6 got passed. You can see the reports properly now, right? So one defect is there, and so you can click on this so that it will take you to the suit section where you can see tests. Under the test login is there. Both the tests got passed. No screenshot will be taken. You can confirm that here. You see, setup, tear down. You see, only this screenshots are not there. What about this one? Second test under login which got passed. No screenshots are taken. Test register. Here also there are no screenshots because the test got passed. Here this one, no screenshots because the test got passed. Now test search, there are 3 tests in that. First 2 got passed. So no screenshots for the passed test. Second one also, no screenshots as you can see here clearly. Now third one got failed. For that we got some assertion details here on the top. Apart from that, here under setup, there's nothing. Under tear down, logon failure is activated. Under that expand, you got the failed test. You see with the given name also, the failed test is coming. The screenshot name also we have given. The same screenshot name it is taken. And when you expand that, you got the screenshot. Only for the failed test, the screenshot is taken. So this is how we can do it. Okay. You can expand that and see. Only for the failed test, the screenshot is taken. For remaining passed test, screenshot is not taken. So this is what we have to do. All the solution is in this particular link. There is https://pytest.pytest-dev/pytest-issues/230. In that page, you have the solution that I have demonstrated in this session. What you have to do, you have to go to Confess and do all the changes, and you have to mention this use fixtures logon failure in all the tests. Okay, all the Python files. It is done. So hope guys you understood how to take the screenshots only for the failed test. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to parameterize fixtures with the help of params. So let's get started. So let me practically demonstrate how to use these params for parameterizing the fixtures. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to this PyCharm IDE. As you can see here, there are 3 Python files and there is one conftest.py file, which we have created as part of the previous sessions. So in the conftest.py file, we have this particular fixture that I am going to parameterize. Okay, this particular fixture I'm going to parameterize. How? Here in the fixture, okay, in the inside circular bracket, I'm going to write down params is equal to, and just provide a list of params. That is double quotes. I'll give, let's say, Chrome, comma. Next one I'll give as Firefox. Next one I'm giving Edge. What I'm trying to do here is I'm going to parameterize this fixture so that the tests in these Python files will run not only on Chrome browser, should also run on Firefox and Edge browser. Every test should run on 3 browsers, okay, one by one. For example, here under search.py file, we have these 3 tests. Here, this particular test first is going to run on Chrome browser, and the same test is going to run on Firefox browser, and the same test is going to run on Edge browser, because earlier there was only one Chrome browser. Now here we are giving parameters as 3 parameters, that is Chrome, Firefox, and Edge. How to make that happen? How to utilize these params? How to parameterize this fixture to make that happen? For that, here I'm going to write some code. If how to access these params here? For that, already a request is created here. Request fixture is mentioned here as part of the previous session. I'll use that request fixture. I'll say request dot param I'll say. Here params because multiple parameters. So here only one param. Okay. So param only. Dot. Okay. So request dot param will get you in the first run. In the first run of this fixture method, it will pick Chrome. Okay. Request dot param is nothing but Chrome. I would say equals, if it is Chrome, then what we have to do? We have to write driver is equal to webdriver.chrome. Okay. Like this. Now, if it is elif, I'll write elif. If not Chrome, then request dot param. If it is equal to Firefox, in that case, we have to write the code like driver is equal to webdriver dot Firefox. Okay. Now, next one, elif request dot param is equal to edge. This edge. Okay. If it is edge, then driver is equal to webdriver dot edge. Give the circular brackets like this. After that, the steps will be common. Okay. So here, based on the param, the Chrome browser will launch, or Firefox browser will launch, or Edge browser will launch. After that, the steps are common like maximizing the browser window. So what happens here is this fixture got parameterized with three parameters, that is Chrome, Firefox, Edge. So every test here, okay, every test that you run here will first run on Chrome browser. The same test will run on Firefox browser. After that, it will run on the Edge browser because there are three params. The fixture got parameterized. The setup and tear down code will run for each and every browser. So every test here is going to run not only this test, this test, whatever the test you run here using PyTest will run three times. One time for Chrome browser, one time in Chrome browser, one time in Firefox browser, one time in Edge browser, like that. Okay. So this is the power of the parameterization with the help of params and param. Okay. So let's see whether this parameterization of this fixture is working fine or not. Okay. So let's see. Let me run only this test inside this Python file. If I run all the tests in all Python files, there are total 7. 7 there is a 21. 21 times they will be running. 21 tests will be running. I don't want to waste your time. So I would like to run only this tests which are there in this search.py file. There are 3 tests. So here 3 tests means 9 times. 9 tests will run. The same test will run on Chrome browser, Firefox and Edge browser. So 3 times. This test will run on Chrome, Firefox and Edge. So 3 plus 3, 6 times. 6 tests got run already. The last test also will run on Chrome, Firefox and Edge. So 3 times. So 3 plus 3 plus 3, 9 tests will run. Okay. The same test will run on multiple browsers in this case. Okay. So to make that happen, I will simply say clear and here write down PyTest space. I would like to run only this test under this test search.py file. So this this Python file is under the test package. So I'll write test package. And here I'll mention test underscore search. Instead of running all the tests from all the Python files, I'm only running from this test search.py file. Then just run it. That's it. Okay, just press enter. You see, instead of 3, you'll get 9 here because 3 plus 3 plus 3, right? Every test is going to run on Chrome, Firefox. First, it is running on Chrome browser. You can see first test is running on Chrome browser. Now the same first test will now run on Firefox browser this time. This time Firefox browser will launch. Just observe here. This time the Firefox browser got launched. You see, the Firefox browser got launched. The first test is now running on the Firefox browser. So with this kind of approach, parameterization, right, we can make this cross-browser testing also possible, where we can make sure that every test is running on multiple set of browsers. You see now Edge browser. The first test is running on Edge browser. So first test is now running on Edge browser. Now second test will start on Chrome browser. Second test is running on Chrome browser now. Now the same second test is now going to run on Firefox browser, followed by Edge browser. Let's wait for all the 3 tests to run on 3 different browsers. So total 9 tests should be running. Only 3 tests, but each of them are running on 3 browsers. They became 9. Now the second test is going to run on Edge browser. This is the 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 Edge browser. Now the third test is going to run on all the three browsers one by one. First on the Chrome browser, that test is running on the Chrome browser first. Now the third test is going to run on Firefox browser. So the third test is running on Firefox browser now. Now the third test is going to run on the Edge browser. Done. So as you can see, 9 out of 9 tests got run, which got passed. That is 3 tests only. They have run on 3 browsers. So totally it became 9. Okay. So like this, we can parameterize the fixtures. So with the help of params. So hope guys, you understood how to parameterize the fixtures using params in this session. So by parameterizing the fixtures, we can take advantage, this kind of advantages like, running the tests on multiple browsers. For cross-browser testing, you can implement the parameterization. This is one of the case where you need parameterization. Maybe you may come across different requirements, not only this kind of approach. Some cases where if you have to run the same tests on different browsers for cross-browser testing, parameterizing fixtures may be helpful, or you may come across some other situation where you have to parameterize the fixtures. Simple thing is that you have to parameterize the fixtures with the help of params, and you have to use request.param inside the fixture to get the advantage of this different params and parameterization. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of PyTest, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to pass options from the PyTest commands. So let's get started. So we generally run these PyTest commands from the PyCharm IDE's terminal. While running it, we generally provide PyTest and press enter. So all the tests inside the project will run. That is one thing. Or we can also say PyTest and give the name of the Python file in which the tests are available. So only the tests that are there in that Python file will run. These are the things that we have done so far. Along with this, can you pass some options? From this PyTest commands, can you pass some options, extra options? Let's say I would like to specify the browser on which the test should run. I would like to pass the browser name from the PyTest command. Till now, we have not seen that, but there's a possibility. Okay, we can pass that browser name as an option from the PyTest command, and we can decide on which browser the test should run. So how to do that practically, I'm going to cover not only browser name, anything that you want to pass an option as an option from this PyTest commands, you can pass. For that, we have to do some changes to the code. Okay, so we have to go to the conftest.py file and we have to do some modification there. We have to add some code there, because of which this kind of facility will be possible, where you can pass the option from the PyTest commands. Okay, like browser name, platform name, anything you can pass from the PyTest commands. So how to do that? For that, we have to create this method. Okay, in the conftest.py file, just create this PyTest add option. Okay, you see you're adding an option, extra option that you can pass from the PyTest commands. So how to do all this stuff, I'm going to cover in this session in a practical way. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE. And here are the 3 Python files we have, right, containing the individual test methods, like search has search tests, login has login test, register has register test that we have created in the previous session. Now let's go to the conftest.py file. Okay, a centralized location where we have these fixture methods and all. So in this particular conf test, I'll create one function that is def space PyTest underscore add option. This is the name of the method you have to create. Okay, give circular brackets, and here you have to pass this thing, that is parser. Okay, you have to pass parser here, parser. After doing that, go to the next line and write down parser dot add option. Like this you have to write parser dot add option, circular bracket, in double quotes give, let's say I would like to pass the browser. So you can pass any number of options. There is only one option. If you want to pass, let's say platform, Let's say you want to pass a platform, let's say, okay? So instead of along with the browser, you also want to pass a platform. These things can be passed from the PyTest commands now, okay? The browser value you can pass, the platform value you can pass, okay? I would like to remove this one. Only one option I would like to take for this session, that is browser. I would like to pass a browser name, and whatever the browser name I pass, on that browser only, in that browser only, the test should run, okay? The PyTest should run the test only on that browser. For that, I'm adding an option as browser, which can be passed from the PyTest commands. Okay. So to pass this option from the PyTest commands, we have to create this function, and in that function, we have to add this option like hyphen browser. Fine. So for good now. So parser.add action of this option I have created. Now, how to collect this value of this particular option that I'm passing from the PyTest? So that I will collect here in this fixture, that setup and tear down fixture. Here, by default, we are running only on the Chrome browser, but whatever the browser name I am going to pass from the PyTest commands, right? On that browser, I want to run the test. For that, here, I'll do one small changes to this particular fixture code. What I will do here is I'll write down already request is there here. I'll say request dot config dot, okay, request dot config, I'll say. So what is the other thing? Request dot config dot get option. Here we are adding the option. Here we are adding the option, that is browser option. Here we are getting the option. Whatever the value that we are passing from the PyTest command, right? That option, that browser we are collecting here. Get option from this browser. Whatever that I'm passing as part of this browser from the PyTest, that I'm collecting here and storing into the browser here. Browser is equal to, okay, the value of the browser from the PyTest command that I'm collecting here and storing into the browser. Now this browser, based on this browser, I'll run the test. If browser equals Chrome, if I'm passing Chrome from the PyTest command, then I have to run this. I have to launch the Chrome browser. If browser value is passed as Firefox, then instead of launching the Chrome browser, I have to launch Firefox browser, right? Driver is equal to WebDriver dot Firefox. What if I am passing Edge browser from the PyTest command? If I am passing Edge value or option, in that case, we should launch Edge browser. Like this, we have to pass the launch the Edge browser. Whatever the browser name I'm passing from the PyTest command, that browser only I'm launching, and I will be running the tests. This is what is the thing so far. Any other stuff I have to do? That's it. Now, let's run the PyTest. Okay, let's run the test with the help of PyTest. For that, let's go to the terminal. And here I'll type PyTest. And I don't want to run all the tests. That will take a lot of time. Let me run only the test from the search.py file, which is under the test package. I'll say test slash test underscore search.py. So if I do this, this is not going to happen. I have to pass the browser name now. Okay, in the PyTest commands, I'll be able to pass the browser name. Already, here I created an option like hyphen browser option that I'm going to provide here. Hyphen browser. Give space and give the value for this browser. Which browser? You can either specify Chrome or Firefox or Edge. You can write one more line of code, that is else. If any other browser is passed, apart from Chrome, Firefox, Edge, if you are passing any other stuff, it should simply print only this is not a valid browser name. Like this, I'll print it out and the test will fail. So I have to pass only Chrome, Firefox or Edge. If apart from this Chrome, Firefox, Edge, if I pass anything, this statement will be printed in the output and all the tests will fail. Here, after hyphen browser, I'll give Chrome here. And when I press enter, the Chrome will go and fall into this. The Chrome will be collected here, request.config.get option. From hyphen browser, Chrome will be collected and stored here. And if it is matching Chrome, it will launch the Chrome browser. Now let's run this command. Using from the PyTest command, we are passing some options. You see, 3 tests are running from the search.py file, and they are running on which browser? Chrome browser. Because from the PyTest command, I was passing Chrome as the browser name. So we have customized this a bit. Okay. So now we can run on whatever the browser we want. Just I need to pass the browser name from the PyTest command while running the test. So third test is also running from the search.py file, the last test, and this is also running on Chrome browser itself. The last test completed. As you can see, 3 out of 3 tests got passed. Now what I want to do here is, this time, I would like to run this particular test on Firefox browser. So how to do that? So very easy. PyTest, under the test package, we have this test underscore search.py file having 3 tests from related to such functionality that I have to run on which browser. I have to pass that browser name. Instead of Chrome, I'm passing Firefox this time. So the 3 tests in that search.py file will now run on Firefox browser, not on Chrome. This is advantage of passing options from the PyTest commands while running the tests. You see, the tests are running on Firefox browser now. Let all the 3 tests run on the Firefox browser. After that, I'll show you how to run the test on Edge browser by passing the Edge from the PyTest command. Second test is running. Now the last test will run on the Firefox browser. Done. All the 3 tests got run on Firefox browser this time because from the PyTest command, I have passed the browser option as Firefox. Now let's run the same test on Edge browser. For that, simple PyTest under the test package, test underscore search.py file, paste ---- browser. I can pass this option as this time Edge. Press enter. Now the test will run on Edge browser. You see the tests are running on Edge browser now. One test completed. 2 more tests need to run on the Edge browser. Whatever the browser name you are passing from the PyTest command, on that browser only the tests are running. Not only browser here, you can take anything for instance, okay? Depending on your real-time situation. If not browser, you have to pass something, you can pass there, okay? If you want to pass some options from the command, PyTest commands, then this is the way. Go to the confidence.py file and say PyTest underscore add option and register that option, right? All the tests got run on the Edge browser. Now, if any other browser I will give apart from the Chrome, Firefox, Edge, then no test will run. Rather, you will get a message saying, printed saying, this is not a valid browser name or something like that. Okay, PyTest, test package, test underscore, search.py file, ---- browser. Instead of passing Chrome, Firefox, Edge, I am passing Opera, let's say. This will not be taken into consideration. And you see, all the tests got failed. This is not a valid browser name like that. Okay, it is only allowing you to pass either Chrome or Firefox or Edge according to this logic. This kind of behavior we can implement by passing the options from the PyTest command. This is only one advantage we got. There may be many other advantages we can take advantage of by passing different type of options from the PyTest commands. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye.